Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Was Insanely Overpowered? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Let's begin. Izuku Midoriya is the son of former villain All For One, now known as Hisashi Midoriya and Inko Midoriya. Hisashi, who turned himself in, was given a chance to become a teacher at UA High, which he gladly accepted to redeem himself. When Izuku was 4, his quirk manifested, causing chaos in their home. At that moment, Hisashi was at UA teaching when he received a call. Inko, hello Hisashi. Hisashi, hello Inko. What's wrong? Inko, Izuku's quirk manifested. He is panicking and destroying the house. Please come fast. Hisashi, I will be there in 2 minutes. He quickly woke Aizawa, who was sleeping in his yellow caterpillar form. Hisashi, Aizawa, wake up. I need your help. Aizawa, shut up, you're too loud. Hisashi, sorry, but you have to come with me. It's an emergency. Aizawa, okay, let's go. Hisashi warped them to his house, where he found most of it burned. The sofa was broken, the TV was destroyed, and Izuku's bed was in pieces. There was Izuku in the corner, crying over the destruction. Aizawa activated his quirk to cancel Izuku's powers, and once that was done, Hisashi went to comfort his son. Hisashi, it's okay Aizu. It's all okay. Izuku calmed down and fell asleep from the exhaustion of using his quirk. Hisashi, we should take him to Recovery Girl to understand his quirk. If we go to any other doctor, the information might leak that he has a strong quirk. Inko and Aizawa agreed, and Hisashi warped them to UA. They arrived at Recovery Girl's office, startling her. Recovery Girl, I told you not to do that. You'll give me a heart attack one day. Hisashi, sorry about that, he said, rubbing the back of his neck. We need to know what Izuku's quirk is, and we can't go anywhere else because of my past and the possibility that he has my quirk. Recovery Girl, I understand. Just lay him down, and I'll take a blood sample. After the blood test, Recovery Girl said, well, we have the results, but first, please take a seat. Inko and Hisashi sat down next to Izuku's bed. Recovery Girl, Izuku has a very powerful quirk. It's a mutated version of your quirk, Hisashi. Based on what his quirk can do, I would like to name it All-in-One. Hisashi and Inko, All-in-One. Recovery Girl, yes, All-in-One. His quirk allows him to possess all the quirks in existence, yours, your wife's, Aizawa's, and even All Might's. Hisashi, that's a powerful quirk. Inko, close to fainting. Recovery Girl, not only that but his quirk will expand. When new quirks are manifested in others, a copy will automatically be transferred to his arsenal. Hisashi, oh my god. Aizawa. Recovery Girl, he has to train his quirk, or he could severely injure himself. Not that it's a problem since he has regeneration, but he still needs to learn to control it. By this time, Inko started to wake up. Aizawa, I will train him. Everyone in the room, except for Izuku, who was still unconscious, looked at Aizawa with wide eyes. It was the first time he had stepped up to train someone. Hisashi, yeah, that could work. When his quirk gets out of control, you can cancel it. Inko, I just want my baby to be safe. Aizawa, don't worry, Mrs. Midoriya. I will take care of him. Hisashi, okay, then that's settled. Aizawa will train Izuku. Izuku began to wake up and saw his parents by his bed. Izuku, what happened? I remember my quirk manifested, and I was out of control, destroying everything. Hisashi, that's right Izuku, but don't worry about the house. We found out what your quirk is. Izuku, really? What is it? Hisashi, it's called All-in-One. Izuku, 1. Hisashi, yes, it's a mutated form of my quirk, but more powerful. You have a quirk that includes all the quirks, mine, Mom's, and even All Might's. Izuku, whoa. I have a quirk that has all the quirks, including All Might's? That's so cool. Hisashi, I know, right? And when new quirks are born, a copy will automatically transfer to you. Izuku, whoa. Hisashi, but you have to keep it a secret that you have this type of quirk. Izuku, why? Oh, I get it. If I tell anyone, villains might try to take me. Hisashi, shocked that his son figured it out, yes, that's it. You will be trained by me and Mr. Aizawa, as I have experience with multiple quirks. If anything goes wrong, Aizawa can cancel your quirk. Izuku, Mr. Aizawa? Oh, the underground pro-hero Eraserhead. I'm a big fan of his. Aizawa, shocked that someone knows him, this kid, he muttered under his breath. Aizawa, yeah kid, get ready. You are going to be in for a challenge, he said with his signature grin. Izuku shuddered at the sight of Aizawa. Okay, he stated weakly. Dad, I have something to say, Izuku continued. Hisashi looked at him, intrigued. Izuku took a deep breath. If I can't tell anyone about my quirk, then I can at least tell everyone that I have a strong telekinetic quirk. Hisashi nodded thoughtfully. Oh, that's a good idea. Aizawa interjected, I will inform Nizu about this and the training session so that our lectures can be managed. He then exited the room to speak with Nizu. In Nizu's office, Aizawa knocked on the door. Knock knock. Who's there? Nizu replied. Me, Aizawa answered. Me who? Nizu asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. Just let me in, Aizawa said, exasperated. Nizu chuckled and said, come in. As Aizawa entered, Nizu greeted him, Asho Yuta, what brings you here? Aizawa wasted no time. Hisashi's son Izuku's quirk has manifested. Nizu's interest peaked. Oh, is that why you came here? Yes. His quirk is called All-in-One, Aizawa explained. All-in-One. Nizu echoed, intrigued. Yes. It's a mutated version of All-for-One. He possesses every quirk in existence, and when new quirks are born, a copy is automatically transferred to him, Aizawa clarified. Nizu's jaw dropped. That's a pretty powerful quirk. Yes, and that's why Hisashi and I want to train him, Aizawa added. Consider it done. I will manage your lectures, Nizu said decisively. Thank you, Nizu. I will let them know, Aizawa replied. Nizu waved him off. It's okay, Aizawa. Now go. As Aizawa exited the office, Nizu mused, Izuku Midoriya, you will be a great hero. Meanwhile, Aizawa entered Recovery Girl's office. It's done. Your training starts tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Aizawa, Izuku replied, excitement evident in his voice. Come at 3 p.m., Aizawa instructed. The next day at school, Katsuki approached Izuku. Hey, Izuku. I got my quirk. Really, Kaken? Let me see. Izuku exclaimed. Katsuki demonstrated small explosions from his hands. Oh, it's so cool. I know, right? So what's your quirk? Katsuki asked. Izuku hesitated, thinking. Come to my house after school, and I'll tell you there. Okay, whatever you say, Katsuki replied, confused. After school, Katsuki asked his mom, Mom, can we go to Izuku's house? He said he would show me his quirk. Sure, but why did he say to come to his house? Mitsuki inquired. I don't know, but we will find out there, Katsuki said. At Izuku's house, Katsuki knocked on the door, which was opened by Izuku. Oh, Kaken and Aunt Mitsuki, come in. They entered and sat on the sofa in the living room. I'll get my mom, Izuku said. Okay, Mitsuki replied. Izuku returned with Inko. Hey, Mitsuki and Katsuki. Hey, Inko, they responded. Inko looked at Izuku. So why did you bring me here, Izuku? Mom, can I show my quirk to Kaken? Izuku asked. Katsuki raised an eyebrow. Why did you have to ask? You could have just shown me. Because, Kaken, I can't show you that in public, Izuku explained. Turning to Inko, he asked, So, Mom, can I? Sure, but you have to keep it a secret, Katsuki and Mitsuki, Inko said. Okay, they replied. But why? Katsuki asked. Izuku took a deep breath. I'll explain. You see, my father's quirk allows him to steal quirks and either keep them for himself or give them to others. Katsuki's eyes widened. Wow, that's a strong quirk. Mitsuki nodded in agreement. Izuku continued, so my quirk is a mutated version of his, meaning I have every quirk in existence. As new quirks are born, a copy is transferred to me. It's called all-in-one. Katsuki and Mitsuki were stunned. Mitsuki finally spoke. So you're saying you have my quirk and this brat's quirk too? Izuku nodded and demonstrated a small explosion, which worked perfectly. Katsuki grinned. That's even cooler than my quirk. Izuku added, that's why I have to keep it a secret and tell everyone that I have a telekinetic quirk so that villains won't target me. I understand. I'll keep it a secret, Katsuki said, gesturing that he zipped his mouth shut. Thanks, Kaken, Izuku replied gratefully. At 2:30 p.m., Izuku and Inko were on their way to UA. They arrived at 2:55 p.m. and went to the principal's office, where Aizawa and Hisashi were waiting. Aizawa greeted them. Oh, good to see you came. I am so pumped up for training, Izuku exclaimed. Aizawa smiled slightly. So here's how we're going to do your training. For the first 6 years, we will focus on your body, hand-to-hand combat, reflexes, and other training without using your quirk. I will handle this part of the training. For the remaining 7 years before your first year at UA, your father will teach you how to use your quirks, as he has experience with multiple quirks. Okay, so we will start from today or tomorrow? Izuku asked eagerly. From tomorrow. Enjoy and rest today because the real work starts tomorrow, Aizawa said with a teasing grin. Izuku felt a shiver run down his spine at that grin. Okay, he replied, a little scared. And so, his training began. In the first 3 years, Aizawa focused on building Izuku's strength. He became noticeably more muscular, though he wore loose clothing to conceal it. By the end of this phase, he had well-defined abs and toned muscles. In the next 3 years, Aizawa worked on Izuku's reflexes, and Izuku quickly caught up to Aizawa's level due to relentless training. In the final 2 years and 1 month, they focused on hand-to-hand combat and martial arts, and Aizawa taught him how to use his capture tape effectively. After Aizawa's training ended, Hisashi began to help Izuku train his quirk. He taught Izuku that in order to effectively use a specific quirk, he needed to visualize it clearly. Hisashi emphasized that the quirk should flow through his entire body for quicker movements. Over the next 4 years, Izuku mastered his abilities, significantly improving his speed in changing between quirks to just 1 second. In the remaining 3 years, Hisashi taught him how to combine quirks into powerful super moves. His favorite was the ultimate AIO smash, where he combined all his quirks in both hands and delivered a simultaneous punch. This move was so powerful that it nearly destroyed ground beta. By the end of their training, Izuku had grown to 6 feet tall, with well-defined muscles. Only 10 months remained until the UA entrance exam. Nizu informed Izuku that he would be a recommended student in Class 1A, but Izuku politely declined, feeling he hadn't earned that privilege. Nizu respected his decision and allowed him to take the entrance exam instead. Today marked the last day of middle school, and the homeroom teacher entered the classroom with some papers. Okay, settle down. I was going to distribute papers for what you want to do after middle school, the teacher announced, throwing the papers aside. But I know you all want to become heroes, so there's no point in giving you this. As he spoke, the students began to show off their quirks, except for 2. The teacher reminded them, calm down, and no quirk usage in school. Everyone turned off their quirks, but a certain ash-blonde boy spoke up. Hey teach, don't lump us with these losers. Izuku and I are the real deal. They'll be grateful to be sidekicks to us, Katsuki declared, puffing out his chest. Izuku muttered under his breath, he has to say something like that. The other students began to yell at Bakugu for his arrogance. The teacher then addressed them. Oh, I see you and Midoriya have applied to you, am I correct? They're going for the national school, one student said. I heard their acceptance rate is 0.2%, another added, disbelief evident in their voice. Katsuki jumped onto his desk, exclaiming, we aced all the mock exams. Only we will become the greatest heroes and surpass All Might. He pumped his fist in the air. After school, Katsuki called out, "Hey Izuku, where are you going?" "I thought we were heading to the arcade after school." "Sorry, Kaken, I have to buy some groceries," Izuku replied. "Okay, then I'll see you tomorrow at school," Katsuki said, and they went their separate ways. As Izuku made his way to the shopping district, he pondered how to utilize the next 10 months. While deep in thought, he stumbled upon Dagoba Municipal Beach, which was littered with trash. He decided he would clean it up during this time. As he continued thinking about his training, he accidentally took a wrong turn and found himself under a bridge. Suddenly, he heard a noise as a sewer lid opened, and a slimy substance began to crawl out. "Ah, a perfectly buffed-up meat shield," the sludge villain said, attacking Izuku and attempting to engulf him. "Thanks, kid, I was tired of running away from the heroes." Izuku thought, "I can't use my quirk, it's against the law, but I have to or else I'll be in trouble." In a moment of desperation, he unleashed a powerful lightning shock, causing the villain to lose consciousness. Using his creation quirk, he fashioned a container to seal the sludge villain. As he was securing the villain, he heard someone shouting behind him. "Ha! Have no fear, citizen. Oh, you've already defeated the villain. Thank you, young man, and thank you again for containing him." Izuku turned to see All Might, his idol. "All Might, I'm a big fan. Can I have 2 autographs, please?" "Why not, young man?" All Might replied, signing Izuku's quirk notebook. Noticing the boy's keen analysis of quirks, he added, "Ha ha ha. Young man, are you deciding to become a hero?" "Yeah, I am, and I'm going to you," Izuku responded eagerly. "Well then, train hard so you will become a great hero one day." "I can see it." "Okay, goodbye, young man." Izuku walked away from the bridge, feeling exhilarated. He had met the #1 hero, the symbol of peace, and even received his autograph. He planned to give the second one to Kaken, who would surely appreciate it. As he approached the grocery store, he heard a loud blast nearby and rushed to investigate. To his shock, he saw the same sludge villain that had attacked him earlier. Confused, he recalled that All Might had taken the villain with him. Realizing the container must have slipped from All Might's pocket, he noticed the villain had taken a hostage, a girl with periwinkle hair and royal blue eyes. Seeing that the heroes were not intervening, Izuku felt an instinctive urge to act. Without thinking, he moved closer and activated his telekinesis. With a surge of determination, he blasted the sludge against the walls of the store and quickly freed the girl, ensuring she was unharmed. After that, she tried to wake up, and when she did, she saw someone with green hair before losing consciousness again. Once everything was over, the police arrived and collected the sludge villain. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku slipped away to take the groceries and head home. On his way, he encountered All Might once more. "All Might!" Izuku exclaimed. "What are you doing here?" "I am here to ask," All Might began, but then he coughed up some blood and transformed into his skinny form. "Ah! All Might, what happened to you?" Izuku asked in shock. "This is my real form when I'm not doing hero work," Toshinori explained. "Oh," Izuku replied, still concerned. "Anyway, I have a request to make," Toshinori continued. "What is it?" Izuku asked. "Can we go somewhere secluded?" Toshinori requested. Izuku nodded in agreement, and they went to Dagoba Beach, where they wouldn't be disturbed. "I have a request to make, young," Toshinori started. "Midoriya. My name is Izuku Midoriya," Izuku introduced himself. "Young Midoriya, I want you to inherit my quirk," Toshinori stated. Izuku replied, surprised. "You see, my quirk is one of the biggest mysteries. Every time I'm asked about it in an interview, I just make a joke. It's passed from generation to generation. It's called One for All," Toshinori explained. "But why me?" Izuku asked. "Tell me, young Midoriya, why did you rush to save that girl?" Toshinori inquired. "I don't know, my legs moved on their own," Izuku admitted. "That's another reason for you to be my successor. Most true heroes have a similar story. Whenever they're asked why they risked their lives, They say their bodies moved on their own. So, young Midoriya, will you inherit my quirk and become the next holder of One for All? Toshinori asked. Sorry, All Might, I have to refuse, Izuku replied. Refuse? But why? Toshinori questioned. Do you know what my quirk is? Izuku asked. Yes, it's a strong telekinetic quirk. I saw it when you used it on the sludge villain, Toshinori responded. You were there? Then why didn't you rush to help? Izuku pressed. Toshinori lifted his shirt to reveal a scar. Pretty gross, right? I got this scar many years ago in a big fight. After that, my stomach and left lung were severely damaged, and my time to do hero work started to decrease. It was 8 hours a day 10 years ago, now it's down to 3. I have to find a successor before my time is up. Time is up? Will you die because of that injury? Izuku asked, alarmed. Yes. Now will you please be my successor? Toshinori pleaded. Izuku didn't answer, panicking at the thought of his idol dying in a few years. As he panicked, his hand began to glow, and a small horn started to form on his forehead. Young Midoriya, why is there a horn on your forehead, and why is your hand glowing so much? Toshinori asked, noticing the change. This snapped Izuku out of his panic. Huh, he said, staring at his hand. Thanks to his analysis quirk, he realized that this new ability could reverse a being's body to a previous state, and it was called Rewind. All Might, I still have to refuse, but since you told me your secret, I have to tell you mine, Izuku said. What secret? Toshinori asked. My quirk is not a telekinetic quirk, Izuku revealed. Toshinori responded, confused. My quirk is called All-in-One. It allows me to have every single quirk in existence, including yours. As new quirks are born, a copy is automatically transferred to me, Izuku explained. That's a pretty strong quirk, Toshinori said, contemplating. Why do I think he is? That's why I can't accept your offer. But I can help you with your injury so you can work full-time as a hero, Izuku offered. What? How? Toshinori asked. You saw that my hands glowed and I had a small horn on my forehead, right? Izuku said. Toshinori nodded. That means I have a new quirk, and when I analyzed it, I found out that it's called Rewind. It helps to reverse a being's body to a previous state, meaning I can revert your injury so you can have a healthy left lung and get back your stomach. Oh, can you do that? Toshinori asked, hopeful. Yes, Izuku confirmed. Thank you, young Midoriya, for your help, Toshinori said gratefully. Izuku placed a hand on Toshinori's scar, and as he did, his hand began to glow again, and the horn reappeared on his forehead. After a few minutes, the process was complete. How does it feel? Izuku asked. I feel pretty good, actually, and there's no blood coming from my mouth, so I think it worked, Toshinori replied. Your 3-hour limit is over, right? Izuku asked. Toshinori nodded. Well then, give it a try. Toshinori transformed into his buff form and found he could maintain it without strain. Thank you so much, young Midoriya, he exclaimed, before reverting back to his skinny form. Toshinori had a question in mind for Izuku. So tell me, young Midoriya, why do you want to become a hero? Oh, that's simple. I want to become a hero to save everyone with a smile on my face, to let everyone know that they are safe, Izuku answered. Oh, that's good, Toshinori said, impressed. Hey, All Might, will you come and train me here before my entrance exam at UA? Izuku asked. Okay, but where? Toshinori replied. Here at this beach, Izuku suggested. Why here? There's trash everywhere, Toshinori remarked. I want to clean this beach but also train my body. Hero work is not only about fighting villains but also about helping the community, Izuku explained. Oh, so he really has the heart of a hero, Toshinori thought. Fine then, come here at 6 o'clock tomorrow. We will train your body for 10 months straight. Okay, Izuku said eagerly. The next day, Izuku arrived a little earlier than Toshinori and started lifting up the trash. After a few minutes, Toshinori appeared in his skeleton form. Ah, I see you already started, he said. Oh hey, All Might, Izuku replied. Please call me Toshinori or Toshi for short to keep my identity secret. Well, okay then, Toshi. Toshinori began guiding Izuku to use every muscle in his body to lift the trash on the beach and clean it up. Time skip, 10 months later. It was the day before the entrance exam, and Izuku was almost done cleaning the beach. Over these 10 months, he couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching him. He glanced around but saw nothing. Today, he decided to confront whoever it was. He looked again at the spot where he had noticed someone before and recognized the periwinkle hair and royal blue eyes of the girl he had saved from the sludge villain. He quickly teleported behind her. "Looking for me?" he said. The girl jumped in surprise. "Oh, you saw me. I had a feeling someone was watching me and I was right. So why the stalking?" "It's not stalking. I just wanted to say thank you for saving my life from the sludge villain." "Oh, and how did you know it was me, miss?" "Nijire. Nijire Hado." "Miss Hado. Well, after you slipped away, I regained consciousness and asked what happened. They said a green-haired boy saved me, and described him as tall and muscular. I don't know why they said that, it was quite a description." "Oh, so how did you find me?" "After that incident, I couldn't get you out of my mind. I wanted to thank you, so I roamed around the city to find you and came across this beach you were cleaning. That day, I wanted to tell you thank you, but you were so focused on cleaning that I didn't want to distract you. But now that you've seen me, I wanted to say thank you for saving my life. My name is Izuku Midoriya." "Thank you for saving my life, Midoriya. Now that that's out of the way, I have a lot of questions for you. Like, what is your quirk? What are its drawbacks? Is your quirk strong? Are you going to Hero High School?" She was cut off by Izuku laughing. "Why don't we talk about this over lunch? I know a nice place, but first, let me message my mom, or she'll be a worried wreck." "Okay." After texting his mother, he went with Nijire to a nearby diner. As they sat down, Nijire bombarded him with questions, and he answered all of them. They grew closer as they talked, both thinking, "She's cute." Nijire asked one last question. "So where are you going for high school?" "UA. So you are my underclassman." "You're at UA too?" "Yes, I am in class 3A this year. So I guess we'll see each other more often if I pass the entrance exam." "Don't worry, you'll pass the exam with that strong quirk of yours." As they talked, they noticed it was almost 7 p.m. They exchanged phone numbers, said their goodbyes, and went home. Time skipped to entrance exam. Today was the UA entrance exam, and Izuku decided to use his telekinetic quirk to avoid being noticed for having multiple quirks. On the way there, he met Katsuki. Their bond had deepened over the years, and they acknowledged each other as brothers. "Hey nerd," Katsuki said. "Hey boom boom boy. Are you nervous?" "A little." "Why the heck are you nervous? You would have gotten in anyway." "Yeah, but I still am." "Hey, chill out, okay? I know you're going to ace it." "Thanks, Katsuki." Katsuki's eyes widened. Izuku noticed and asked, "What?" "You said my name. It's been years since you called me by my first name. Usually it's Boom Boom Boy or something like that." "Yeah, I guess I did." They reached the entrance door of UA High. As they entered, Izuku tripped on his feet and was about to fall flat on his face. He used his telekinesis to float himself back up. Then he sensed someone behind him. He turned around and saw a girl. "Is something the matter?" he asked. "No, I was trying to help you. I saw you tripping and was about to use my quirk, but then you started to float." "Okay. Let's go inside, we'll be late for the exam." "Yes, let's. By the way, I am Achiko Uraraka." "I am Izuku Midoriya." When they entered, he saw that Katsuki had already taken a seat, so he sat beside him. "When did you get in?" Izuku asked. "I got in while you were talking to that round-faced girl." "Oh. Let's be quiet until the rules are explained. Don't tell me what to do, you dumb nerd." After that, Present Mike entered and started to explain the rules. There are 4 robots. The first is a 1-pointer, the second is a 2-pointer, and the third is a 3-pointer. Just as Present Mike was about to announce the next point, he paused to catch his breath from all the shouting. Suddenly, a hand shot up in the air, grabbing his attention. Yes, examinee number 6969? Present Mike asked. 246, a student interjected. You mentioned there were 4 robots, but you've only listed 3. If this is a mistake, it reflects poorly on the most prestigious school in all of Japan. He pointed at Izuku. As the boy spoke, Izuku began muttering a plan. When the questioner turned to him, Izuku asked, Me? Yes, if you're here to mutter and disturb others, then leave. I'm sorry, but I was planning something for the practical exam. It was clear Present Mike was about to mention the 4th robot, Izuku replied. Yes, examinee number 5769 is correct, Present Mike confirmed. I apologize for my rude behavior, the student said, bowing perfectly at a 90-degree angle. Okay, the next robot will be a 0-pointer, so you can avoid it if you want, Present Mike announced. After that, they proceeded to take their exam. As they stood in front of the fake city, Izuku noticed Achiko looking nervous. He decided to help her. Just as he was about to walk over, he was interrupted. What are you trying to do? Can't you see she's nervous? Hey, you're being really annoying. I know her, I was just going to comfort her, Izuku replied. Oh, my apologies. I didn't know. Let's start over. I am Tenya Ida. Okay, I can do that. I am Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet. The door suddenly opened, and Present Mike yelled, Oh. Upon hearing this, only Tenya and Izuku dashed inside. What are you doing? There is no countdown in life. Go! Present Mike urged. Once inside, Izuku began dismantling robots, ripping off their arms and crumbling them. As he reached 104 points, he heard a loud rumbling. In the observation room, someone remarked, This year's group is very interesting. Indeed, Nizu replied. Oh, did someone catch your eye? Aizawa asked, pointing towards Izuku. Yes, the boy over there, Aizawa confirmed. Nizu checked Izuku's file. Ah, young Izuku, son of Hisashi. I told him I would recommend him, but he said he wouldn't feel he earned his place in UA if I did. You should be proud. He has the highest points in the exam, Nizu said, turning to All Might. All Might? Yes, sir. All Might responded. Please come to my office after the exam is over. Yes, sir. Now, let's get to the 0-pointer, Nizu said, pushing a red button. Back with Izuku, he heard the rumble and saw a massive robot approaching. Oh, so this is the 0-pointer. Let's get out of here. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a scream. Help! I'm stuck. Please help someone. Achiko cried. Oh no, she's going to get crushed. Izuku exclaimed. He floated towards her, freeing her from the rubble and lifting her up. He then brought her to Ida. Take care of her, I'm going to do something crazy, Izuku instructed. What are you going to do? Tenya asked. Just watch. Izuku flew in front of the 0-pointer and used every bit of his telekinetic ability to rip the robot's head off. When he landed, others began to comment. Did you see that? His quirk is so powerful and cool. Yeah, so manly. His quirk may be powerful, but he's not as flashy as me. And time's up. You will know your results in a week. Have a good day. Present Mike announced. After the exam, in the principal's office, Nizu and Hisashi waited for All Might to arrive. Are you sure about this? Nizu asked. Yes, if we are to maintain peace at the school, this is necessary, Hisashi replied. Very well then. A knock at the door interrupted them. Come in, Nizu said. Did you call me? All Might asked. Yes, please sit, Nizu replied. Hi, Hisashi, All Might greeted. Hey, Toshinori, Hisashi responded. Nizu, does he know? All Might asked. Yes, Toshinori, Nizu confirmed. All Might deflated. So why did you call me? I have to tell you something so there can be peace at this school, Hisashi said. What is it? All Might inquired. Hisashi then shifted his appearance slightly. Hey Toshi, it's been a while. All for one. Toshinori shouted in anger, transforming into his muscular form. All Might, calm, Nizu began, but was cut off as All Might punched Hisashi, who caught his fist with one hand. Calm down, Toshinori, Hisashi said. Why? After all you've done? All Might demanded. I've been redeeming myself for the crimes I've committed by training new heroes for the last 18 years, Hisashi explained. Is it true and? All Might asked. Yes, All Might. Now calm down and sit. You don't want to overexert yourself by losing your hero. Work time, Nizu advised. All Might glared at Hisashi after Nizu's words. Hisashi then realized what Nizu was talking about. He changed back to his Midoriya form. I'm so sorry about that wound, Hisashi said. Don't worry about it, the wound got healed, All Might replied. What? How? Nizu asked. A boy healed it with his quirk, All Might explained. Really? Who is this boy? Nizu inquired. All Might transformed into his skeletal form. His name is Izuku Midoriya, Toshinori said. So you met my son, Hisashi remarked. Wait, he's your son? That explains his quirk, but his ability is different from yours, Toshinori noted. Yes, his quirk is a mutated version of mine, Hisashi confirmed. That makes sense. So why did you call me here? Toshinori asked. This was the matter I wanted to discuss. Hisashi here was your arch-nemesis, and we need to make peace between you two so the school can continue, Nizu explained. I see, but I have 2 questions for you, Hisashi, Toshinori said. Go on, Hisashi replied. My first question is, how did you end up here? Toshinori asked. Before I gave up villainy, I met Izuku's mother, Inko. When we first met, I was in disguise, Hisashi began. Flashback. Hisashi was scouting for a new location for his base when he bumped into a green-haired woman. As she stumbled, he caught her, wrapping his arm around her waist. You are appealing, he said bluntly. She stammered, blushing. Realizing his forwardness, he quickly apologized. I'm sorry. It's fine, she said, still blushing. Can you put me down now? Oh, yeah, he replied, setting her down while blushing. I'm Hisashi, by the way. And I'm Inko, she introduced herself. They started talking and eventually became friends, exchanging phone numbers before parting ways. They talked every day and hung out often. After 3 months, Hisashi took her to a secluded area to reveal his true identity. Today, I'm going to show you something only my teammates know about, he said. What is it? Inko asked. Hisashi transformed into his true form. This is how I really look. Why the disguise? Inko asked. Because I'm a villain. I know you might think of me as a monster now, he said, closing his eyes, fearing he had lost his only friend. Instead, he was met with a hug. I don't think you're a monster. In fact, you're the most important person in my life, and I love you no matter who you are, Inko said. Wait, what did you just say? Hisashi asked, surprised. I said you're the most important person in my life, Inko replied, realizing her slip. No, after that, he pressed. She hesitated. You love me. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Hisashi exclaimed. I thought you wouldn't like me, so I didn't say anything before. I'm sorry, Inko said, looking down. He flicked her forehead playfully. Oh, what was that for? Who said I don't love you? I do. I really love you, Inko. You are appealing, kind, and that smile. Oh, I would fight the whole world to see your smile, he declared. Inko didn't respond but pulled him into a passionate kiss that lasted until they were out of breath. Inko, will you be my girlfriend? Hisashi asked. Yes, 1,000,000 times yes, she replied. They dated for 3 years until one day, while walking around the city, a hero on patrol recognized Hisashi and attacked him. During the fight, Inko was caught in the crossfire. When Hisashi saw this, he punched the hero hard, sending him crashing through a building wall. He then carried Inko in a bridal style and rushed her to the hospital. After she was treated, the doctor informed him that she was unconscious, so he went for lunch. On his way to a diner, he was attacked by All Might. After a fierce battle, Hisashi managed to defeat All Might by injuring him. The next day, he visited the hospital and saw that Inko was awake. Disguised, he approached her, but she panicked. Who are you? Inko stuttered. Hisashi changed back to his original form, and she sighed in relief. For a second, I thought you were someone else, Inko said. I'm so sorry for everything that happened yesterday. I swear I'll make everything right. I will give up villainy if it keeps you safe, Hisashi promised. After that, he left the hospital to break free from the villain world. It took him 2 years to do so, during which their bond deepened. After his last visit to his team, he went to the police to turn himself in. I am here to turn myself in for my crimes. I give up villainy, he stated. Guards, take him to Tartarus, the commissioner ordered. But before the guards could act, a figure spoke up. Wait, do you really wish to quit villainy? The figure asked. Hisashi nodded. What's your name and villain alias? The figure continued. My name is Hisashi Midoriya, and my alias is All for One, he replied. Nizu and the entire police force were shocked that the greatest villain was turning himself in. And why is that? Nizu asked. Because I'm afraid to lose the only person I love, Hisashi admitted. Hearing this, Nizu asked, Do you want to redeem yourself? Hisashi nodded. Okay then, come to you, Nizu instructed. Tomorrow your redemption will be to train the future heroes, Hisashi said, turning to the commissioner. Is that okay with you? The commissioner replied, If it gives us a better future with better heroes, then I am fine with it. Very well then, you may join from tomorrow, Nizu added. Thank you so much, Hisashi exclaimed. After that, he went to Inko to share the news. She was relieved that her partner wouldn't have to go to jail. A few months later, Hisashi proposed to her, and she gladly accepted. A year later, Izuku was born. Flashback ended. That's how, Hisashi concluded. Toshinori asked, Okay, my second question. Does young Midoriya know about your past? Hisashi shook his head. No, he doesn't. Nizu interjected. He may now. Both of them looked at Nizu as he pointed towards the entrance. Izuku, come inside. We know you are there. Izuku entered the room. Hey, Isun. How are you doing? Hisashi asked. Chapter end. A few minutes earlier, after the exam, Izuku received a call from Inko. Hello, she said. Hello, Mom, Izuku replied. Inko said, Izu, can you ask your dad if he will join us for lunch? Okay, Izuku responded before heading to the staff room and knocking on the door. Aizawa opened it. Problem child, what brings you here? Aizawa asked. I want to ask something to Dad. Is he here? Izuku inquired. No, he is in the principal's office for something, Aizawa replied. I'll go there then, Izuku said, making his way to the office. As he approached, he overheard the conversation. Toshinori asked, Does young Midoriya know about your past? Hisashi shook his head. No, he doesn't. Nizu said, He may now. He then pointed towards the entrance. Izuku, come inside. We know you are there. Presently Izuku said, I am fine, Dad. I wanted to ask you something, but there's one more question on my mind. And that is? Hisashi asked, feeling anxious. What is your past? Izuku asked. Hisashi knew this moment would come eventually, so he explained everything about his past as a villain. Izuku listened, shocked not by his father's past but by his strength in defeating All Might. I know you might be disgusted to have a villain as your father, Hisashi said. Izuku replied, Says the person who trained me to become a hero, the person who has been training new heroes for the last 18 years. You are stronger than the symbol of peace himself. I don't know why you became a villain, but you are a true hero in my eyes and always will be. It's hard to give up that life, but you did it, and you're trying your best to redeem yourself. That's one of the things I love about you, Dad. Villain or not, you are still my dad. Hisashi was moved to tears. Izuku rushed to him and hugged him tightly. Thank you, Izuku. Thank you so much, Hisashi said. And Dad, bring your original face back. You look more handsome that way, Izuku added. Hisashi transformed back to his original form, with white hair and grayish-black eyes, resembling Izuku with a few freckles. There we go. I was here to ask if you would join us for lunch, Izuku said. Hisashi turned to Nizu. I think we are done here. Yes we are, Nizu confirmed. They then went home to have lunch. Time skip, 1 week later. Inko called out, Izuku, it's here. The results from Yue's exam are here. Izuku took the letter from her hand and went to his room. As he opened it, a disc fell out, projecting a message. Ichigo, I am here in the form of projection. All Might's voice boomed. All Might, what are you doing here? Izuku exclaimed. Starting this year, I will be one of your teachers. Anyway, on to the results. You scored flying colors in the written exam, and in the practical exam, you scored 104 villain points. There was a secret test too, and since you saved young Uraraka, you achieved 65 hero points. So, in total, you have 169 points, and you are first. The class you will be in is Class 1A. Congratulations, Izuku Midoriya, and welcome to UA Hero Academy. I made it! I made it! Izuku shouted, running to his mom. Mom, I made it, he said, and Inko hugged him tightly. I knew you would make it, she replied. I'm going to tell Kaken, he said, rushing to his room to grab his phone and call Katsuki. Hey, Firecracker, Izuku greeted. Hey, Deku, Katsuki replied. Izuku decided to play a prank. Did you make it? He asked in a sad tone. You bet I did. Did you? Katsuki asked. No, Izuku said, pretending to cry. Ayo, don't mess with me. I know you got in, Katsuki said, sounding concerned. No, I'm not joking. I didn't get in, Izuku continued, still fake crying. I'm sorry, man, Katsuki said. Gotcha. Haha. Izuku laughed. You're dead tomorrow, Udem and Deku. You almost made me cry. Katsuki shouted. Were you concerned for me? Izuku teased. Katsuki froze. No. Why would I be? Admit it, boom boom boy, you care for me, Izuku said. Changing the subject, Katsuki asked. So, which class are you in? Class 1A, Izuku replied. Me too. Katsuki exclaimed. Then let's go together to school tomorrow, Izuku suggested. Okay, Katsuki agreed. Chapter end. Today was Izuku and Katsuki's first day of high school at UA, and they were lost in the hallways. It's like a maze, Izuku said. Yeah, no kidding, Katsuki replied. As they turned a corner, Izuku spotted a familiar girl with periwinkle hair. Miss Hato, he called out. You know her? Katsuki asked. Yeah, she's the girl from the sludge incident, Izuku explained. Wait, she is here, but how do you know each other? If I remember correctly, you slipped away before the press reached you. Izuku replied, yeah, after that, when I was cleaning the beach, she came up to thank me, and after that, we became friends. Let's go ask her if she knows where our class is. Katsuki nodded. Yeah, only 15 minutes remain. They approached Nijire, and Izuku asked, Hey, Miss Hato, how are you doing today? Oh, Midoriya. I'm fine, and please call me Nijire, she responded. Fine, then please call me Izuku. I want to ask you something. Can you show us where Class 1A is? Sure, Nijire said. As they walked, the conversation flowed, mostly with Nijire asking questions. When they reached the front door of the class, Izuku exclaimed, It's huge. Katsuki smirked. Yeah, that's what she said. Izuku blushed. Dude, what the hell? There's a girl here. Yeah, whatever. I'm heading inside. Don't take too long talking to your girlfriend, Katsuki teased. Izuku stammered, She's not my girlfriend. Whatever, Katsuki shrugged. Hey, Izuku started to say, but was cut off by the door closing. After a moment of awkward silence, they heard noises from the other side. Nijire said, So, I'll see you at lunchtime. Yeah, okay, Izuku replied as she left. He opened the door to find Katsuki and Tenya arguing, their gestures animated. Please put your legs off the desk. It's very disrespectful to our upperclassmen who sat here, Tenya insisted. Shut up, for eyes. Where were you in middle school when they shoved that stick up your back? Katsuki shot back. Izuku sighed at Katsuki's remark. Tenya turned to Izuku. Midoriya, you knew there was something more to the exam, am I correct? Actually, Izuku began, but was interrupted by Achiko. Oh, I know that green bushy hair, she exclaimed, turning to him. Hey, Uraraka. I am so happy that we are in the same class, she said. Yeah, me too, Izuku started, but cut off when he saw Aizawa in his usual manner. If you're here to make friends, then leave, Aizawa said, taking out an apple juice pouch and drinking it in one go. This startled Tenya and Achiko, but Izuku was unfazed. Hey, Uncle Aizawa, he greeted. Hey, problem child. Now go in, Aizawa replied. Once everyone was settled, he continued, it took you 8 seconds to calm down and settle in your seats. Anyway, I am Shoyuta Aizawa, your homeroom teacher. He pulled out a PE outfit. Put these on and meet me outside. Once outside, Aizawa announced, now we will have a quirk apprehension test. Achiko raised her hand. Yes, Uraraka? Aizawa asked. Sir, what about orientation? She inquired. Aizawa replied, UA gives their teachers the freedom to teach as they want. So I can take the test. Now, Bakugu, what was your ball throw in middle school? 67 meters, Katsuki answered. Okay, then go to that circle and throw the ball using your quirk. Katsuki took the ball from Aizawa and stood in the circle. With a fierce shout, Katsuki threw the ball. Everyone except Izuku thought, die? Aizawa revealed the device showing the distance, 705.2 meters. You have to go all out and push past your limits. Remember our motto, go beyond, plus ultra. A girl with pink skin cheered. Oh, Izuku thought. Aizawa added, fun you say? Then the one who comes in last will be expelled. But that's not fair. Achiko protested. Another mistake, now he's going to snap, Izuku worried. Aizawa retorted, not fair? Do you think natural calamities are fair? Do you think villains killing innocent people are fair? No, right? And Izuku, you will not take the test. Everyone except Katsuki gasped, what? Why? Because if he does, there will be no school for you to attend, Aizawa explained. Ida asked, how? I know he has a powerful telekinetic quirk, but it is not that strong. Uncle Aizawa, can I just throw the ball to show them? They will find out sooner or later, Izuku suggested. Now class, back in the building, Aizawa instructed. Yes, sir, everyone replied. Izuku took the ball and stood in the circle. A few minutes passed, and everyone was inside. The red-haired boy asked, Mr. Aizawa, why won't he give the test? We'll see. Stay behind and away from the windows. Izuku, you're good to go. Aizawa called. After receiving the signal, Izuku activated his super move, Ultimate AIO, on his right hand. Everyone outside was shocked, even Katsuki. What is that? Ida asked. What is his quirk? The girl with the frog quirk wondered. Before Aizawa could respond, Katsuki spoke up. His quirk's name is All-in-One, which allows him to have every quirk in existence. When new quirks are born, a copy is automatically transferred to his arsenal. Everyone was stunned. Katsuki added, but I didn't know he could do that. Aizawa clarified, it's his super move, but he's using it with just one hand. Everyone gasped as Izuku threw the ball, missing the moon. The shockwave and gust of wind were so intense that it felt like an earthquake and storm had arrived. Because of that, every window of the school building broke. Soon everything died down. At this point, whoever was taking orientation came outside of the building, and heroes in their suits were there to see if they had been attacked. They found Izuku standing with an enormous hand covered in quirks. Hisashi smirked in the corner, pleased to see his son's power. When everyone came out, their eyes widened at what they had witnessed. Aizawa turned to them and asked, now you know why I don't want him to take the test? Everyone slowly nodded. Aizawa continued, good, now let's begin with the test. Time skip after the test results. Shoto Todoroki, Momo Yaoyorozu, Katsuki Bakugu, Minoru Mineta. Mineta exclaimed, No. Aizawa remarked, Mineta's quirk is good, it can be used to capture villains or help him escape by jumping on them. With proper training, he can become a good pro hero. Oh, and the expulsion part was a logical ruse to push you to your limits. Izuku interjected, No, it wasn't a ruse, he was going to expel him, but I think he saw some potential in Mineta's quirk. Everyone except Momo and Izuku gasped. Momo said, "Oh, I should have said something." The others turned to her. "You knew." Izuku clarified, "No, Yaoyorozu, he was going to expel him, but he saw some possibilities of him becoming a good pro-hero." Aizawa said, "Izuku is correct. Now go in and take your syllabus." Everyone entered the classroom and introduced themselves. They began to bombard Izuku with questions. Mina asked, "Hey Midori, do you really have all the quirks?" Izuku replied, "Hold up, first off, Midori?" Mina explained, "Yes, it's your nickname. I have nicknames for all of you." Izuku responded, "Okay, and yeah, Ashido, I have all the quirks." Toru asked, "Can you show us?" Izuku nodded and turned invisible like Hagakure. He demonstrated an explosion and then created ice. Toru exclaimed, "That's so cool." Tenya asked, "I have a question, Midoriya." Izuku replied, "Yes, Ida?" Tenya continued, "Mr. Aizawa uses your first name when speaking to you. Do you know each other from before you?" Izuku explained, "Oh, I was a vigilante, and Uncle Aizawa caught me one day." Everyone was shocked, except Katsuki, who knew Izuku was joking. Katsuki shouted, "Oh, don't mess with them, Deku, and tell the truth." Izuku laughed, "You should have seen your faces." "But no, Uncle Aizawa trained me to strengthen my body so I can handle all the quirks." Achiko asked, "You call him uncle? Is he really related to you?" Izuku replied, "No, why?" Achiko said, "Because you act like one." Izuku explained, "I mean, he trained me all these years, and my dad is also his friend, so we got closer like real uncle and nephew." Ida interjected, "Wait a minute, you said your father is a friend of Mr. Aizawa?" Izuku confirmed, "Yes, he is, and he teaches here." Kirishima exclaimed, "Whoa, that's so cool, bro." Ida asked, "So what is your father's name?" Izuku replied, "Hisashi Midoriya, but why do you ask?" Ida responded, "I knew it. He taught my brother when he was here. One day he came home and said there was a new teacher who was super cool." Izuku added, "Yeah, he also trained me with my quirk because he can use multiple quirks at the same time." Katsuki face-bombed at the bluntness of his brother, knowing this had to be a secret to avoid causing an uproar in the class. Everyone shouted, "What?" Shoto spoke up, "What do you mean he can handle multiple quirks at the same time?" At this, Izuku realized he had made a mistake. Izuku stammered, "WWWIMNI?" Shoto insisted, "No, tell us clearly." Izuku sighed, "Alright, his quirk name is All for One. When a villain commits a crime and heroes defeat him, the police ask him to take the villain's quirk. That's how he has multiple quirks, and he trained those quirks. After I got my quirk and finished training with Uncle Aizawa, he started to teach me." Everyone was shocked by what they heard about Izuku's father and his quirk. Meanwhile, in the staff room, Snipe exclaimed, "What power that kid has!" Vlad agreed, "Yeah, no kidding." Ectoplasm added, "He could beat All Might, and he isn't even in his prime yet." Hisashi proudly stated, "That's my kid for you all." Midnight asked, "Wait, that's your kid? How is he even more powerful than you?" Hisashi explained, "His quirk is a mutated version of mine. His quirk name is All-in-One. He has all the quirks in existence, and as new quirks are born, a copy is transferred to him." Everyone in the room had wide eyes, except Aizawa. Then Mike asked, "Aizawa, you don't seem shocked." Aizawa replied, "That's because Hisashi and I trained him before you, and Nizu knows." Nizu then popped out from Aizawa's capture gear, confirming, "Yes, I know, and I allowed them to train him." Time skipped to lunchtime. With Nijire, someone exclaimed, "Did you see that power? Man, I am pumped up to fight him." Another person replied, "Calm down, Mirio." Mirio asked, "Why? Are you scared of him, Tamaki?" Tamaki responded, "No, it's not that." Mirio continued, "Hey, Nijire." Nijire asked, "What was that strength? He said he only has a telekinetic quirk, so what was that?" Mirio shouted, then gave up and started shaking her. Nijire asked, "Mirio, what are you doing?" Mirio explained, "I was shouting your name for a long time, but you didn't even look at me, so this was the perfect way to get your attention." "So what were you thinking?" Nijire asked. "Izuku told me that he only has a telekinetic quirk, not a strength enhancer quirk," Mirio replied. "So his name is Izuku, huh? How do you know him?" "He saved me from the sludge villain, and after a few months, I saw him and went to thank him. After that, we talked and became friends." Nijire spotted Izuku and stood up to approach him. "Hey, where are you going?" Mirio called after her, but Nijire didn't answer. She walked over to Izuku, who was talking to his classmates. "So that's how it is," Izuku said. "Izuku!" Nijire exclaimed. "Oh hey, Nijire," Izuku responded. "Don't hey me, you are coming with me." Nijire grabbed his hand and started leading him towards her table where Mirio and Tamaki were sitting. Meanwhile, Mineta watched, feeling envious. "Lucky BSD, just because he has a powerful quirk, he thinks he can get girls," he muttered. Izuku turned to Nijire, confused. "What's going on?" Nijire sat down at the table, still holding Izuku's hand. "Wow, Nijire, such a bold move," Mirio teased. Nijire realized she was still holding his hand and quickly released it, blushing. She regained her composure and asked, "Izuku, you are going to tell me what your real quirk is?" "Okay," Izuku replied. "Now, and you're going to tell me why you lied to me about having a telekinetic quirk." "Alright, so my quirk's name is All-in-One. It means I have all the quirks in existence, and whenever a new quirk is born, a copy of that quirk is transferred to me." Everyone's jaws dropped. At that time we just met, and if I had revealed it, who knows if a villain could have been there trying to take me, possibly harming you. I didn't want anything to happen to you because of me. "So you really have every quirk, even All Mights?" Mirio asked. "Yes, and you are?" Izuku replied. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Mirio Togata, and the antisocial person sitting next to me is Tamaki Amajiki." "Hey," Tamaki said shyly. "Can you show me my quirk?" Nijire asked. "Sure." Izuku produced an energy spiral over his palm. "You know, Nijire, you can use a little creativity with your quirk. I mean, your quirk is appealing, just like you." Nijire blushed. Do you really think I am appealing?" "Why yeah," Izuku stammered, realizing what he had said. "Can you show me the thing you were talking about?" Nijire asked, still blushing. "Why yeah, sure." Izuku powered her quirk on his index finger and wrote Nijire's name in the air with it. "Wow, it's appealing!" Nijire exclaimed. "Yeah, it is," Mirio agreed. "Really appealing," Tamaki added. Just then, the bell rang, and Izuku and the three parted ways for their classes. "Tell me, Nijire, you like Midoriya, don't you?" Mirio asked. What are you talking about?" Nijire stuttered. "Don't deny it, you like him," Tamaki said in a monotone voice. Why do you think that?" Nijire asked. "We saw you confronting him like a mad girlfriend who saw something inappropriate on his phone," Mirio teased. "Maybe I like him," Nijire admitted. "See, I knew it," Mirio said. "Mirio, I said maybe. Now let's go to our classes. You don't want Snipe to punish you, and we don't want Ectoplasm's punishment." They headed to their classes, but Nijire thought, "Do I like Izuku? Maybe I do, but I don't think he feels the same way." After school, Izuku was walking with Tenya, Achiko, and Katsuki. He was deep in thought about the two boys who were sitting with Nijire. "Hey nerd. Hey nerd." Katsuki called, but Izuku didn't respond. Katsuki then blew a small explosion near his ear. "Katsuki, what the hell?" Izuku exclaimed. "Okay, that's the second time you called me by my first name, but what were you thinking when I was calling you? Don't tell me you were thinking about that Nijire girl from this morning." This caught Tenya and Achiko's attention. "I was not thinking about her." "Why do you think that?" Izuku protested. "Because I saw you two holding hands at lunchtime," Katsuki replied. Tenya and Achiko's eyes widened at this revelation. "Did you say he was holding Nijire Hado's hand?" Tenya asked. Yes, Katsuki confirmed. But how do you know about her? Izuku asked. Oh, jealous are we? Katsuki teased. It's not that. Izuku stammered. You really don't know what Nijire Hato's affiliation is in UA? Tenya asked. No, Izuku replied. She is one of the big three, Tenya explained. Oh yeah, the big three. Those two boys are in the big three of UA. Wait, did you say Nijire is also in the big three? Yes, I did, Tenya confirmed. Oh, God. I had lunch with the big three of UA. What? Everyone exclaimed. Achiko said, Man, you're really lucky. I must say you are, Tenya added. You also said that the Nijire girl is your friend, Katsuki pointed out. Yeah, we are friends, Izuku said. Achiko, will you introduce us? She asked eagerly. Sure, Izuku replied. The next day, there was media in front of the UA entrance. They had gotten news that the number one hero, the symbol of peace, was a teacher at UA. Reporters crowded the gate, questioning every student who was going inside. Some ignored them, some were nervous, and some answered with admiration. After a while, Aizawa arrived and took the students with him, telling the press to leave. But they didn't and tried to enter the building but were shut off by the security system. The day after the morning event went smoothly for Izuku. The lectures were pretty interesting. The English class with present mic was filled with noise rather than teaching. In history class with Midnight, Izuku glared at the perverts of the class throughout the lecture. Now it was lunchtime, and Izuku, Katsuki, Tenya, and Achiko were sitting with the big three, discussing how their time at UA was going. They talked about how Izuku and Nijire became friends. Nijire said, and that's how we became good friends. Just as Tenya was about to speak, an alarm interrupted them. The security system announced, Warning Level 3 Security Breach. Tenya asked, What is a Level 3 security breach? Nijire replied, It means someone has infiltrated the school without ID or by force. But that has never happened before. Izuku said, Okay, everyone stay where you are. I'll go check it out. He then warped above the school building and started floating in the air. He saw that the news reporters from the morning had entered the gates. He warped back to where they were sitting and used telepathy to inform everyone that the press had entered the gates and there was no reason to panic. Everyone calmed down and resumed their lunch, impressed by Izuku's quick thinking. The most impressed was Nijire. After lunch, they returned to their classes. When Izuku and his group entered, Kirishima exclaimed, Yo, Midobro, you were so manly. Kaminari added, Yeah man, you handled it like a pro. Mina chimed in, You were like a leader. Momo agreed, Indeed. Izuku thanked them. As the last lecture began, everyone was chatting until they heard a booming sound. All attention turned to the door. A voice announced, Coming through door like a hero. Everyone exclaimed, Whoa. It's All Might. Kaminari said, So it is true that the news reporters were asking. Kirishima added, Man, this year's going to be awesome. Tsuyu remarked, Isn't that the Silver Age costume? Ojiro said, I am getting goosebumps, it's so retro. All Might approached the podium and declared, Welcome to the most important class at UA High. Think of it as heroing. Here you will learn the basics of becoming a pro and what it takes to fight in the name of good. Let's begin today's lesson with pulling no punches. He pulled out a card that read Combat. Katsuki and Izuku smirked at each other. All Might continued, But one of the keys to being a hero is looking good. He pointed to the wall where suitcases containing everyone's hero costumes awaited. These were designed on the requests you sent before school started. Get suited up and meet me at ground beta. Everyone cheered and rushed to the locker room. In the locker room, Mineta found something. Hey guys, look what I found, a peephole to the other side. Tenya scolded. Mineta, please stop this inappropriate behavior at once. Kirishima added, Yeah man, that's unmanly. Mineta replied, I don't care what you say, I can see Yayarozu's big melons, Ashido's slender waist, Hagakure's floating underwear, and Uraraka's. He was cut off as Katsuki sent him crashing into the wall with an explosion. How can you be so perverted, you grape? And don't talk about my Uraraka. Everyone except Izuku was shocked by Katsuki's outburst, as they knew he had feelings for Uraraka. The girls overheard Katsuki, and Uraraka turned redder than Kirishima's hair. As everyone walked to ground beta, Katsuki blushed, realizing what he had said, and Uraraka was equally flustered. All Might stood there, confused about what had just happened. Does anyone see young Midoriya? All Might asked. Kaminari replied, I think he is still changing, sir. All right, we will wait, All Might said. Suddenly, Izuku descended from above, wearing a costume similar to all. 4-1s but with a trench coat and a black mask. Let the training begin, All Might announced. Izuku raised his hand. Yes, young Midoriya? All Might asked. I have a question for all of you that I've been thinking about, Izuku said, looking at Katsuki, who nodded in understanding. And that would be? All Might prompted. Can anyone be a hero? Izuku asked. Yes, anyone can be a hero. Why? All Might replied. Everyone nodded in agreement. Izuku continued, even people with weak quirks or those labeled as having villain quirks, or even the 20% of the population who are quirkless. There are people who want to become heroes just like us but can't because of the society we live in. Everyone looked down, pondering his words, until All Might spoke. For the first time, he didn't use his booming voice. I think the use of a quirk is based on how you use it. It depends on the person using it. As for the quirkless, I don't have anything to say, but with drive, hard work, determination, and persistence, we can do anything. Izuku clenched his fist and pumped it high. Everyone, let's work hard and bring a change in society where everyone is treated with equality. Let's work hard and become the best heroes the world has ever seen. Yes, everyone shouted. But first, you all might have to wait for me. Did you get that? All Might tensed up, realizing he was supposed to be there with Hisashi. Oh hey did. What are you doing here? Izuku asked. Hey son, I am here to teach you all combat training, but someone here forgot that I was supposed to be here too, Hisashi replied. I'm so sorry, Hisashi. All Might exclaimed. Let me introduce myself. I am Hisashi Midoriya, and I will be your teacher along with All Might in Hero Basics. Alright class, today we're going to do combat training, All Might announced. Tenya raised his hand in his ingenium suit. Sir? Izuku thought, so that's Ida in there. This city is from our entrance exam. Does this mean that we are going to do urban battle again? Tenya asked. Not quite, young Ida. We are going to take you 2 steps ahead, All Might explained. Hisashi added. He means that some clever villains hide indoors. So today, we are going to do 2v2 combat training. It will be heroes versus villains, they both shouted. And after this, we're going to do something fun, Hisashi said, grinning. Izuku thought, oh, I know where this is going. So we are going to team you all up with the help of a lottery system. All Might declared. Tenya raised his hand again. Why, sir? Think about it. When a villain strikes, heroes from different agencies have to team up together, Izuku explained. I see. Life is various turns of events, Tenya said, bowing respectfully. I apologize for my rudeness. The teams would be the same as in canon. Don't go soft on me, Katsuki warned. I will not, Izuku replied. Okay, Achiko said, looking a bit sad. Katsuki felt a pang in his chest seeing her like that but brushed it off. You all have 5 minutes to make a plan, and for the villains to set up their weapons. Of course, it's a mock weapon, All Might instructed. Achiko asked, so do you have a plan? Yeah, they are probably going to keep the weapon on the top floor, and the firecracker is going to come for me. So we can fly and reach the roof and then go to their floor to make sure my assumption is correct. If it is, then I will teleport behind Ida and knock him out. You capture him and wait for me. I'm going after the firecracker to touch the weapon before time runs out, Izuku explained. Wow, okay, let's do this, Achiko said with determination. Alright, your 5 minutes are over. Now begin, All Might announced. Izuku started with his plan and flew upwards, but little did he know that Katsuki saw them and began running towards his teammate, stopping a floor below them. As Izuku and Achiko reached the roof, they headed towards the weapon and saw that Ito was alone. As expected, Izuku said, teleporting behind him and knocking him out with a swift move. At the same time, Katsuki ran and knocked out Achiko to protect her. He laid her down on the ground floor and returned to Izuku. Meanwhile, Izuku was searching for Achiko when he saw Katsuki charging at him with an explosion. Izuku quickly stepped back into the room where the weapon was, and Katsuki stood in front of him. "So this is it, huh?" Izuku asked. "Yes, it is." Katsuki grinned, launching himself towards Izuku. As he approached, Katsuki used another explosion to propel himself above and went behind Izuku, but Izuku used his speed to turn around quickly and punched Katsuki in the gut, sending him flying towards a wall. Katsuki recovered and launched an explosive towards him. The battle continued until both were exhausted. "Young Bakugo, don't. You'll hurt him," All Might shouted. "Not if he dodges," Katsuki retorted. Hisashi assured All Might that everything would be alright. Katsuki launched another blast, but Izuku created a warp gate that sent him towards Katsuki, knocking him out with a punch. He then touched the weapon, and All Might announced, "Hero team wins." After that, the rest of the fights happened, and Katsuki was sent to Recovery Girl for rest. "Now, after a 45-minute break, the fun will begin," Hisashi said. Time skip, 45 minutes later. "Come to Gym Gamma," Hisashi called. Everyone went to the gym. "Right now, we are going to do 1v. It will be Izuku versus all of you," Hisashi announced. Izuku sighed, "I should have known. Okay, let's do this." He stood in one corner while the rest of the class gathered on the other side. Izuku asked, "So how's this going to be? Do I have to go all out, or do you want a handicap?" Hisashi and All Might were discussing it with the others in a huddle. Hisashi replied, "What do you want to do?" All Might asked, "Do you want a handicap or not?" Momo suggested, If we let him go all out, he can beat us in seconds. But if we take a handicap, which quirk should we ask for?" Everyone thought for a moment, and Momo continued, "We should take the handicap. I have chosen a quirk." After some discussion, Hisashi and All Might returned to their seats. All Might asked Hisashi, "Do you think he can win this with the quirk they chose for their handicap?" Hisashi responded confidently, "Of course. With his body strength and combat ability, he can defeat Todoroki too, and he has an incredible quirk." All Might nodded, "Let's see." Back with the class, Momo announced, "Okay, so we decided to go with the handicap." Izuku asked, "And what is that?" Mina chimed in, "You will use only your IQ quirk." Tenya added, "Ashido, we have to say that together." Mina apologized, "Sorry, I got excited." Tenya confirmed, "Okay, fine. Then we have chosen that quirk." Izuku replied, "Okay, let's do this." He took a fighting stance and said, "Come at me." The first to attack were the close-range fighters: Tenya, Achiko, Kirishima, Mishiro, Mezu, Rikido, Momo, and Toru. Tenya dashed at high speed, but Izuku predicted his move and dodged. "How?" Tenya exclaimed. Izuku replied, "I predicted your move." Tenya tried again, but Izuku tripped him, causing him to fall. Izuku quickly approached and knocked him out. Achiko and Kirishima charged next. When Achiko reached for him, Izuku grabbed her hand and used it to touch Kirishima, making him float. Izuku then knocked Achiko out and slammed Kirishima repeatedly into the ground, leaving him unable to fight back. After releasing Kirishima, Izuku punched him hard, knocking him out. Mishiro and Mezu rushed in. But Mishiro missed his attack, and Izuku grabbed his tail, spun him around, and threw him into Mezu, knocking them both out. Rikido and Toru were next. Toru tried to sneak up on Izuku, but he heard her footsteps and quickly incapacitated her. Rikido charged, but Izuku countered and knocked him out as well. Momo approached with a bow staff, but Izuku swiftly took her down too. Now it was time for the mid-range fighters: Mineta, Kyoka, Hanta, Mina, Denki, Tsuyu, and Katsuki. Izuku quickly dispatched Mineta, then dodged Kyoka's sound waves and knocked her out. Hanta tried to ensnare him with tape, but Izuku used it against him and Mina, slamming them to the ground. Tsuyu launched her tongue, but Izuku caught it and incapacitated her. Katsuki attacked with a right hook, but Izuku ducked and countered with an uppercut, throwing him aside. Denki attempted his electric attack, but Izuku evaded and knocked him out as well. Hisashi remarked, "See, I told you." All Might agreed, "Yeah, he is very skilled." Next came the long-range fighters, Shoto, Fumikage, Yuga, and Kuji. Izuku ran toward Kuji but quickly changed direction to avoid an ice attack. He kicked Shoto in the gut and followed with a roundhouse kick, knocking him out. Dark Shadow attacked, but Izuku dodged and struck Fumikage, knocking him out as well. He then evaded Yuga's laser and countered with a kick to his head. With Kuji surrendering, Hisashi and All Might took the knocked-out students to Recovery Girl. On the way, Hisashi said, "I told you he would beat them." All Might questioned, "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Hisashi replied, "Of course not. I just wanted to see my kids' growth." As they carried the students, they encountered the big three. Mirio, "Sir, what happened to them?" All Might, "We were doing combat training in the last round. It was young Midoriya against the whole class." Nijire, "And he won? Which quirk did he use? How was his technique? Did he fight one-on-one or against the whole class together? Where is he now?" Mirio, Nijire, calm down. Let them answer one by one." All Might, "First, let's take the students to Recovery Girl, then I will tell you everything." They nodded and took the unconscious students to Recovery Girl. Afterward, they explained what happened, and the big three were shocked to learn that he only used his intelligence quirk to win. Nijire, "Oh, my Izuku is so strong. Wait, did I really fall for him?" Mirio, "Oh, I just want to fight him. I am pumped." Tamaki, "I just want to go home." Mirio asked All Might and Hisashi, "Sir, can we fight him?" Nijire and Tamaki looked at Mirio as if he were crazy. All Might, "Why do you want to fight?" Mirio, "Because he just beat his whole class. I want to see how strong he is." Hisashi, "All right, I'll ask Nizu about it." He then went to Nizu. Hisashi, "Sir, may I come in?" Nizu, "Come in." Hisashi entered the office. Nizu, "So, what brings you here, Hisashi?" Hisashi, "We were doing Class 1A's combat training. It was Izuku against the remaining class." Nizu, "And?" Hisashi, "He won, and we saw the big three. They asked what happened and we told them. Now Mirio and the big three want to fight Izuku." Nizu thought for a moment. "Okay, a week later, their fight will be conducted." Hisashi returned to the others. When he reached them, All Might was explaining the techniques Izuku used to beat his class. Nijire, "Wow, he is skilled too." Squeals internally. Mirio, "Man, I am even more pumped now." Tamaki, "I just want to go home." Hisashi explained everything that happened with Nizu. Mirio, "All right, I can't wait for it. In 1 week we will fight him. Let's do our best, guys." The next day, after their combat training, Izuku was called into the principal's office. "Izuku, you called me, sir?" Nizu, "Young Izuku, please come in." They entered and sat in front of him. Izuku, "So, why did you need us?" Nizu, "Young Izuku, yesterday was your combat training, yes?" Izuku, "Yes, sir." Nizu, "And in the last round, you were going against the whole class and you won?" Izuku, "Yes, sir." Nizu, "So the big three saw your classmates and asked for a battle to see for themselves how strong you are." Izuku, "I accept." Nizu, "Okay, the battle will be 6 days from now. You may leave." Izuku, "Yes, sir." For the next 6 days, he trained hard, which meant he never even had lunch with Nijire. Both were sad but promised each other that after the battle, they would hang out. Everyone on campus knew that Izuku was going to fight the big three. Time skip, 6 days later. Now the day has come. Izuku is going to fight the strongest trio in the hero course of UA. They were standing in Gym Gamma, which was full of students and teachers. PM, "All right, folks, on the left, we have the strongest student of Class 1A, Izuku Midoriya, and on the right, we have the strongest trio of UA, the Big Three. Izuku, I am going to ask you the same question I asked my classmates. Do you want me to go all out, or do you need a handicap? Everyone except the teachers and students of Class 1A was shocked to hear this, that a first-year student thinks he is better than the big three. Mirio, no, go all out. Tamaki, Miri. Izuku, okay, it's your choice. It's been so long since I've gone all out, but I will still hold back. I don't want you guys to get hurt. PM, let the match begin. They fought for a long time, but in the end, the big three won. Everyone was cheering for them. Just kidding. PM, let the match begin. Mirio used his quirk and went underground, appearing behind Izuku. All the girls in the gym covered their eyes. When Mirio was behind Izuku, he tried to punch him but went right through. Mirio, hey, did you use my quirk? Izuku, yup. Mirio, then why didn't your clothes fall like mine? Izuku, my PE uniform and hero costume are made for my quirk. They can't burn, can't fall, and can go through walls or underground when I use quirks like permeation. If they get torn, they fix themselves. Mirio attacked again but was sent flying by Izuku's telekinesis. When Mirio was sent flying, Tamaki caught him with his tentacles. Izuku then flew up and dodged Nijire's attack, giving her a low charge of lightning just to knock her unconscious. Everyone except Class 1A and the teachers was talking about the multiple quirks Izuku used. When she was falling, he caught her bridal style and laid her next to the teachers before going to fight the other two. Mirio tried the same tactic again, but Izuku went for Tamaki, who used his tentacles to catch him. Izuku used fire against the tentacles coming toward him. Tamaki then changed his hand into a clamp to avoid getting burned, but Izuku appeared behind Tamaki. Mirio saw this and warned Tamaki, but when Tamaki turned, Izuku delivered a hard punch to his face, knocking him out. Then he took Tamaki to the teachers where Nijire was resting. Izuku said, now it's just you and me. Mirio replied, yeah, let's go. Mirio ran towards Izuku, ready to punch him, but Izuku used an air cannon. Just as the air was about to hit Mirio, he used his quirk and went underground. Izuku turned, expecting Mirio to come from behind, but Mirio kicked Izuku's back instead. Izuku went underground again, and Mirio delivered an uppercut. This time, Izuku didn't budge because he used shock nullification. Izuku then used pyrokinesis at a low temperature to burn Mirio, and it worked. When he stopped, Mirio was unconscious with some burns. Present Mike announced, the match is over and the winner is Izuku. Midoriya from Class 1A. Everyone was in awe of how a first-year student defeated one of the big three and how he used his quirks. The biggest question on their minds was about Izuku Midoriya's quirk. Izuku carried the big three to Recovery Girl because he thought he had overdone it. He barged into the nurse's office, startling Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl, he exclaimed. Recovery Girl jumped from her seat and saw he was carrying the big three. Lay them on the bed, she instructed. Izuku laid them down, and Recovery Girl began to scold him with her cane. Don't barge in like that. You're all going to give me a heart attack someday. Sorry. I thought I overdid it, that's why I barged in, Izuku replied. What happened? She asked. You know, a week ago, Class 1A had our combat class. Don't tell me Mirio asked you to fight them. Izuku nodded, and Recovery Girl sighed. Now go to your class, you'll be late for your lecture. Before Izuku left, he gave Nijire a quick kiss on the forehead. Don't worry, I'll take care of your girlfriend, Recovery Girl said. Izuku realized what he had done and tensed up. She's not my Gigi girlfriend. Whatever you say, Sonny. Now go, she replied. Yes, he said, leaving the office. Ah, young love, but he is so dense, Recovery Girl mused. Izuku was sitting in his seat during a lecture, his head down on his desk. One thing was on his mind. Is Nijire okay? Did I go overboard with my attacks? I hope she is doing okay. Midoriya. Hey, Midoriya. Ectoplasm called, but Izuku wasn't paying attention. Katsuki said, Hey teach, can I try? Ectoplasm sighed, Go ahead. Katsuki then made an explosion near Izuku's ear, making his hearing numb for a second. But what was that for, boom boom boy? Izuku exclaimed. Teach has been calling your name for a long time, Katsuki replied. Sorry, ectoplasm sir, Izuku said. It's alright. Now, ectoplasm was cut off by the bell. It was lunchtime, and Izuku decided to check on Nijire. He hurried to Recovery Girl's office and saw that Nijire was alone in the room, sitting on her bed and blushing. Izuku stood in front of her. Nijire, I am so sorry if I went overboard with my attacks. But why are you all red? Do you have a fever? He asked, placing a hand on her forehead and leaning in close. I am fine, but Recovery Girl told me that you kissed me on my forehead before you left, Nijire stammered. Why yeah, about that, I don't know why I did that. I was just worried I overdid my attacks, he said, looking at the ground. It's okay, I am fine, she reassured him. They both looked into each other's eyes, leaning in closer, their lips just centimeters apart, but they were interrupted by Mirio opening the door. Hey Izuku, what are you doing here? Mirio asked. I was just checking on you all, but I see you and Tamaki are doing well, Izuku replied. Oh, hey, how about us hanging out after school? We can go to the amusement park with the rest of your friends. Mirio suggested. Sure, I'll ask the rest of them and see if they want to come, Izuku said. Cool, we'll wait at the entrance, Mirio said as Izuku left the room. Mirio teased Nijire, you like him, don't you? It. Nijire stuttered. Hey, don't deny it. I saw you two were about to kiss, Mirio said. Okay, fine, I like him, Nijire admitted. So when are you going to tell him? Mirio asked. Today, I think, at the amusement park, she replied. After school, Izuku was walking with Katsuki, Achiko, and Tenya, which surprised him. Katsuki didn't lecture Izuku about training. Instead, they met up with the big three and started walking. Where is this park anyway? Katsuki asked. You'll see, Mirio replied. When they arrived, everyone was amazed by the beauty of the park. They started with the roller coaster and then tricked Katsuki and Achiko into the Ferris wheel. When they came down, both of them were blushing, earning cheers from Izuku and Mirio. After enjoying almost all the rides, they saw a singing competition where the winner could earn a sapphire ring. Nijire was in awe. Katsuki pulled Izuku aside and said, Hey nerd, you gotta win that competition. Why? Izuku asked. Because Nijire likes the prize, Katsuki replied. And? Izuku questioned. And I know you like her, Katsuki said, cutting off Izuku before he could respond. Katsuki, don't deny it. I know you have a good voice, and I think she likes you too. So this is your opportunity. Izuku, okay. Then they saw their group was leaving, and Katsuki signaled Izuku to go to the competition. Katsuki, hey, where are you guys going? Mirio, home. Katsuki, wait, there is a surprise. Nijire, what's the surprise? Where is it? Hey, where is Izuku? Announcer, next up we have Izuku Midoriya. Everyone except Katsuki was wide-eyed hearing their friend's name. Achiko, did I hear that correctly? Katsuki, yup, that's the secret. Izuku was on stage and felt nervous. He calmed down when he saw his group and the girl he loved. Izuku, so this song is for someone I like. It's only been a few weeks we've been friends, but I fell in love with her. At this point, Nijire felt a bit jealous, thinking Izuku was singing about someone else, but then she heard him say, Izuku, this song is for you, Nijire. I like you. Izuku then jumped off the stage and walked toward her, the spotlight on him. Izuku, will you be my girlfriend? Mirio whispered in Nijire's ear. Mirio, he beat you to it. Nijire, yeah. Izuku, I know I may not seem like much. I'm just a normal guy. But I do know I like you. In fact, I love you. So, I ask you again, will you be my girlfriend? Nijire, yes, yes, yes. 1,000,000 times yes. Then they hugged each other, and when they broke the hug, they looked into each other's eyes. They closed the gap between them and shared a kiss, ignoring the cheers from the crowd and Tenya's lecture about public displays of affection. When they broke the kiss, they leaned their heads against each other. Izuku, I love you, Nijire. From the day I saw you and got to know you, I loved you. I love your curiosity, your bubbly attitude, your eyes. I know this sounds corny, but I love you. Nijire, I love you too, Izuku. When I first saw you at the beach, my heart skipped a beat. Every time I see you, my heart flutters. You're not plain, you're cute, kind and caring. I love you, I really do. Announcer. And the winner is Izuku Midoriya with a cheer rating of 98%. Congratulations. Here is your prize. The crew of the competition came and gave the prize, which was a sapphire ring, to Izuku. He knelt and slid the ring onto her finger. As they were leaving, Nijire teased Izuku. Nijire, so kids huh? Izuku tensed up. Izuku, why ya? Izuku then turned the tables. Izuku, what? You don't want kids with me? Nijire blushed, her face turning as red as Kirishima's hair. Meanwhile, somewhere else. Doctor, is it ready? Doctor, not quite. Give me 2 weeks to complete it. Okay, but just 2, they will go in 3 weeks. Back with Izuku, he was walking home with Nijire, their hands intertwined, just like Katsuki and Achiko. They talked about Izuku's voice. Mirio, man, I didn't know Izuku had that kind of voice. Tamaki, yeah, me too. Tenya, I have to say, I'm amazed as well. Then Katsuki mentioned something Izuku didn't want him to. Katsuki, do you know Green Bunny? Nijire, yeah, I know. He's my favorite. At first, his song didn't do well, but after one hit, he started to grow and is now trending. Mirio, yeah, but sadly, we don't know his identity. He wears a green bunny mask. Katsuki, do you want to know his identity? Everyone except Izuku, yeah. Katsuki, he's right next to Nijire, holding her hand. Everyone, Izuku, you are the... Izuku, hey guys, keep it down. I don't want other people to know. Everyone, oh, sorry / yeah, okay / I'm sorry. Time skipped to the next day. Izuku was walking Nijire to her class. When they reached her class, he kissed her and said, Izuku, I'll see you at lunch. Nijire, yeah, love you, Zuzu. Izuku, love you too, Niji. Then she went into her class, and Izuku turned around to walk to his class but saw Mineta looking furious. Izuku, hey, Mineta. Mineta, Midoriya, you biasu. Mineta started to jump at Izuku, but he quickly warped his way to class, leaving Mineta to fall on his face. Izuku warped into his class and startled everyone. Tenya began his lecture about not using quirks for personal gain. Tenya, Midoriya, you can't use your quirk if you don't have a license. You can't use your quirk to get here faster. Izuku, I didn't. Mineta saw me kissing Nijire before she went into her class. A certain pink girl's ears perked up when she heard the word, kissing. Izuku, then he jumped at me saying something like, mimicking Mineta, Midoriya, you be. That's why I had to warp here. Mina rushed to Izuku, asking various questions. Mina, did you say kissing? Who are you kissing? Are you two dating? Izuku, Now everybody's eyes were on Izuku. Izuku, He thought for a moment and had a crazy idea. Katsuki and Achiko are a couple. Katsuki, DMNU, Deku. Everyone crowded around Katsuki and Achiko, except Tenya and Izuku, who was smirking in a corner. Then Aizawa entered the class, signaling Izuku and Tenya to go to their seats while using his quirk. Aizawa, okay, shut up and go to your seats before I expel you. Everyone quickly settled down. Aizawa continued, now we are going to make a decision that will change your life. The students exchanged nervous glances. Aizawa added, you are going to choose your class representative. Kirishima raised both his hands. Pick me, guys. I want to be the class rep. Kaminari chimed in, I'll take it. Jiro, in her usual monotone, said, yeah, you're going to need me. Yuga raised his hand, saying, someone with a style, but Mina interrupted, standing in front of him with both hands raised. I will be the perfect choice. Mineta piped up, pick me. I will make the girl's skirt lengths shorter. Katsuki shouted, Ichui, you bunch of extras, choose me as your class rep. Tenya stood up and declared, "Silence. It's a class representative's duty to lead, and not everyone can do it. I say the logical way to choose a class representative is by election," raising his hand for emphasis. The class responded, "It's clear you want to be the class rep." Tenya turned to Aizawa. "Mr. Aizawa, is it okay to hold an election?" Aizawa shrugged. "I don't care, just do it before lunchtime." They quickly made paper ballots and voted. The results were announced. Izuku Midoriya, 9 votes, Momo Yaoyorozu, 8 votes, Tenya Ida, 3 votes, from Izuku, Katsuki and Achiko. Tenya exclaimed, "How?" Izuku asked, Guys, why did you vote for me?" Kirishima responded, "Well, you are the strongest in the school, and that's manly." Tenya added, "And you are the smartest in the class." Izuku nodded. "Okay then." Aizawa concluded, "Then it's settled. Izuku will be the class rep, and Yaoyorozu will be the vice class rep." Izuku and Momo approached the podium. Izuku said, "I will fulfill my duty as class representative, at least I hope I can," and bowed. Momo followed, "Me too. I will fulfill my duty as vice class representative as well," and bowed. The bell rang, signaling lunchtime. Izuku was excited to see his girlfriend. When they met, Nijire greeted him with a big hug and a quick peck on the cheek. They enjoyed their lunch while discussing Izuku's new role and other topics. 3 weeks later, during lunchtime, Izuku and Nijire had developed a routine where he walked her home every day, and they went on dates during the weekends. Inko was thrilled that her son had a girlfriend, and Hisashi felt proud. At school, Aizawa announced, "Okay, suit up. We are going to USJ for your rescue training. The big 3, along with us 4 teachers, me, Hisashi, All Might, and another faculty member, will be there." Everyone cheered, but Aizawa silenced them with his quirk. They suited up and boarded the bus. Mei Hatsum from the support department was looking for someone with a strength quirk to help her with her inventions. She noticed Izuku was still outside the bus and approached him. "Hey, you're that Midoriya guy with multiple quirks, right?" Yes, I am." "And you are?" "I'm Mei Hatsum from the support course. I was wondering if you have a strength quirk to help me with my babies and put them in the storage room." Izuku's sweat dropped at her wording. "Why have babies at this age and you want my help to put them in the storage room?" Mei quickly clarified, "Oh, you got the wrong idea. By babies, I meant my inventions." Izuku sighed in relief. "Let me first ask my teacher." He dashed towards the bus. "Hey, Uncle Aizawa, Mei Hatsum from the support course needs my help, so I was thinking I will assist her and meet you at USJ." Aizawa replied, "Sure." Izuku then went with Mei. On the bus, Mineta remarked, "Hey, you're that girl I saw Midoriya kissing that day." He was promptly smacked by Tsuyu's tongue. Tenya admonished, "Mineta, respect your upperclassmen. She is also part of the big 3 at UA." Mina asked, "So, are you 2 dating, Miss Hado?" Nijire confirmed, "Why yeah, we are dating for 3 weeks now." Kaminari teased, "Midoriya, you sly dog." They soon reached their destination. Aizawa instructed, "All right, everybody get off the bus and behave." As they disembarked, they spotted the space hero. Achiko fangirled at the sight. Aizawa inquired about All Might and Hisashi, to which 13 replied, "Apparently, All Might used his quirk to his limits, and Hisashi is stuck in a meeting." Aizawa facebombed. 13 began explaining the training and the different areas in the facility when a purple portal appeared. Kirishima exclaimed, "Whoa, they have fake villains too." Aizawa corrected him, "They are not fake, they are real villains." Shigaraki introduced himself, "Hello, students. I am Shigaraki, and we are the League of Villains. We are here to kill the symbol of peace." Aizawa warned, "Stay back. 13 and the big 3, take the students to safety." He jumped into action, fighting the villains. 13 instructed, "Okay, students, stay together and head to the entrance." Suddenly, a purple mist appeared in front of them. Kurogiri declared, "I am Kurogiri, and you are not going anywhere." Katsuki shouted, "OH yeah? Then take this, you be." 13 cautioned, Wait, don't. Katsuki and Kirishima jumped at Kurogiri but were warped away. Achiko cried out, Katsuki. 13 turned to Tenya. Ida, go and get help. Tenya protested, I can't just leave you here like this. 13 insisted, you are the only one who can get out of here fast and get help. Tenya nodded and started to run. Kurogiri exclaimed, oh no, you don't, just as he was about to reach Tenya. He was suddenly interrupted by 13, who shouted, black hole. Kurogiri began to get Esiki into the black hole but quickly created a portal behind 13, causing her to be injured by her own quirk. Now it's your time to scatter, he said, warping everyone except Achiko. Mina, Mezu, Hanta, Rikido, Mirio, and Tamaki, who managed to dodge the warp gate. Mirio and Tamaki jumped to the central plaza to assist Aizawa. Kurogiri then warped himself to Shigaraki. Tamura Shigaraki, a student got out of here, Kurogiri reported. Shigaraki replied, if you weren't our way out, I would have disintegrated you. Anyway, I think All Might is not here, so before we leave, let's take care of some students. Bring the Nomu. Meanwhile, Nijire, Tsuyu, and Mineta found themselves warped to the shipwreck zone. They boarded a ship that was there. Mineta nervously said, we are going to die, but I can die in peace with 2 girls by my side. Just as he attempted to touch Nijire, Tsuyu kicked him. Miss Hato, do you have any ideas? Tsuyu asked. Nijire replied, I can create a blast to paralyze the villains, but you need to get out of the way when I release it, or you'll be paralyzed too. Tsuyu agreed, and Nijire took to the air, charging her quirk. She released it with a shout, Azui now. Tsuyu jumped and swung using her tongue. Mineta, seeing a whirlpool form where Nijire blasted, used his quirk. When they surfaced, they found all the villains stuck together. Nice work, Mineta, for the first time, Tsuyu said as they headed toward the central plaza. Upon arrival, they saw Mirio and Tamaki injured against a wall. Aizawa was in bad shape, struggling against a large creature. Shigaraki rushed toward them to attack Tsuyu, but when his hand reached her, nothing happened. He turned to see Aizawa using his quirk. Eraserhead, you are so cool, Shigaraki remarked, just before a Nomu smashed his head into the ground again. As Shigaraki turned, he was about to face Nijire's attack but was blocked by a Nomu. Nomu, kill her, he commanded. The Nomu caught Nijire by her hand and threw her into the air, punching her toward the wall. Just before she hit, she was caught by Izuku. Everyone looked at him, and he was not smiling as he usually did. You picked the wrong students to mess with, he said. Earlier, Izuku had been helping Mei with storage when Tenya rushed in, fear in his eyes. Ida, what happened? Izuku asked. There are villains in USJ. They are attacking students and teachers. Tenya replied. Go inform the teachers, I will handle this, Izuku said. Tenya ran off, and Izuku told Mei, sorry, I have to leave. It's okay, but when you come back, you have to help me with the remaining babies, she replied. Okay, he said before teleporting to USJ. When he arrived, he saw Nijire about to hit the wall. He rushed to catch her and noticed she was injured and unconscious. Anger surged within him. You hurt my friends, my classmates, my teachers, and most of all, you hurt my girlfriend. Now it's your time to pay, he declared. He snapped his fingers, freezing everyone in the building. He quickly ran and rescued his friends, classmates, and teachers, bringing them outside. Once outside, he unfroze them but left the villains inside. He then used his quirk to rewind the injuries of those who were hurt. Stay outside, everyone, Izuku instructed, his tone serious. What are you going to do, problem child? Aizawa asked. They attacked you all, they are going to suffer, Izuku replied. Just be careful, Nijire warned. Yeah, he said before heading back inside and snapping his fingers to unfreeze the villains. Shigaraki looked around, confused. What happened? He asked. I happened, Izuku responded as he descended the stairs. The villains turned to face him. What do you think you can do against us? Shigaraki taunted, pointing at the Nomu. That thing was created to kill All Might in his prime, and you are just a brat. Izuku replied, if you want to kill All Might, you have to go through me. "You kill him!" Shigaraki shouted. The Nomu charged at Izuku and punched him in the face, creating a powerful gust of wind that sent everything around them flying. Shigaraki laughed. "See what happens when you try to beat me?" But then he saw Izuku stop the Nomu's punch with just 2 fingers. "I am impossible," Shigaraki stammered. Izuku said, "So this is your killing machine for All Might? How pathetic. I can take it down in 1 move." He opened his palm, creating a small portal above the Nomu's head, slowly dragging it down. "I just have to close the portal, but it won't be enough for what you did." He released the portal, letting go of the Nomu, which jumped back. Izuku then combined his quirks, Psion, Kryptonian, Gamma Radiation with control over the Hulk, Symbiote Muscle Augmentation, and One for All at 100%, along with other physical enhancement quirks. He grew larger than the Nomu. Shigaraki exclaimed, "What are you?" Izuku replied, "I am your worst nightmare." He began to glow with a silvery aura, and the black color of the symbiote turned white, while his white eyes became black. He delivered a powerful uppercut to the Nomu, sending it flying out of the building through the roof. The punch created a gust of wind so strong that those outside felt it. Outside, everyone was shocked by the sight and sensation. Kirishima said, "Whoa, was that the Nomu?" Kaminari added, "Is this wind coming from Midoriya?" Tokoyami remarked, "Such power." Everyone's jaws dropped as they witnessed the Nomu being launched away. Back with Izuku, after sending the Nomu flying, he prepared another move to destroy it. All fire quirks combine with Haya. A blue ray of light, spiraling with fire, shot at the hole from which the Nomu had emerged, disintegrating it to dust. Izuku then returned to his human form. Shigaraki, furious, shouted, "You cheated!" He scratched his neck violently and lunged at Izuku, grabbing his hand. "Haha, now die, brat." But nothing happened. "What? Why isn't IT working?" Shigaraki demanded. Izuku replied, "Did you forget what I said? I am your worst nightmare, and you don't need this." He placed his hand on Shigaraki's and used All for One to take his quirk. Shigaraki's eyes widened. "What did you do?" "I took your quirk away," Izuku stated. Outside, All Might arrived at the USJ and saw the students gathered. "What happened here?" he asked. Achiko explained, "Izuku came and saved us, but he is still inside." All Might rushed to the door and burst in, finding Shigaraki crying and screaming. Kurojiiri urged, "Tamura Shigaraki, let's go. Their reinforcements are here. We can't stand a chance now." He warped them to their base. All Might approached Izuku. "What did you do?" "I took away his quirk. He used it on Uncle Aizawa and was going to use it on Azui. Who knows who else he targeted?" "You did what was needed, young Midoriya," All Might affirmed. Izuku nodded in response. Meanwhile, Shigaraki lamented, "Doctor, there was a brat who killed that Nomu and took away my quirk." "I failed." Doctor replied, "What? No need to worry. I will give you another quirk, one from an acquaintance of mine long ago. I have his blood sample preserved." "What is the quirk, Doctor?" Shigaraki asked. "The quirk that he used on you, All for One. It's been a week since the USJ incident, and school was closed for the week. During that time, Izuku hung out with his friends. Now everyone was back in their seats, waiting for their homeroom teacher. Aizawa entered the class. "Good morning, problem children," he greeted. "Good morning, Mr. Aizawa," everyone replied. Aizawa continued, "So, your fight isn't over." The students tensed, thinking, another villain attack? "Actually, the sports festival is coming in 2 weeks, Aizawa announced. Everyone cheered, but he used his quirk to quiet them down. Kirishima exclaimed, "Let's go kick some butt." Kaminari interjected, "Hold up." Jiro questioned, "Is it really a good idea to hold the sports festival so soon after the villains snuck inside?" Mishiro added, "They can attack us easily if we're in the same place." Aizawa explained, "Apparently, the administration thinks it's a way to show that the school is safe, and they are increasing security. It's a big opportunity for all students at UA, and we can't just leave it for a few villains." Mineta asked, "Excuse me, But why not? Izawa replied, the UA Sports Festival is the most watched event in the entire world. In the past, everyone was obsessed with the Olympics, but now there is a drastic change in viewership. The only competition people want to watch is the UA Sports Festival. Momo added, the top heroes will be watching. This is where you get scouted. Mineta protested, sure, but... Kaminari chimed in, she's right. After graduating, some people join pro agencies as sidekicks. Izawa confirmed, it's true that joining a famous agency can garner you experience and popularity, which is why the sports festival is important. That means 1 chance a year, 3 chances in a lifetime. No aspiring hero can lose it. So, you better not slack off on your training. Everyone responded, yes, sir. Izawa concluded, oh, and one more thing. We will be going to USJ again in the upcoming week. Class dismissed. During lunchtime, everyone was discussing the sports festival. Izuku, Katsuki, Achiko, and Tenya were heading to the cafeteria to meet up with the big three. On the way, Izuku asked Tenya and Achiko, so, why do you two want to become heroes? Tenya replied, I want to do it for my family, to keep up the name Ingenium. Izuku recalled, oh yeah, your brother is the pro hero Ingenium with 65 sidekicks working under him. That's correct, Tenya confirmed. Katsuki turned to Achiko, now you, Oka. Achiko said, well, I want to become rich. Katsuki exclaimed, don't tell me you're a gold digger. Izuku smacked Katsuki's head. Let her speak first, you boom boom boy. Don't just jump to conclusions. Achiko thanked Izuku and continued, my family owns a construction company, and there are no jobs recently, so we are flat broke. Katsuki apologized, oh, I'm sorry, Oka. I didn't mean to say that. He hugged her, and when they parted, Achiko reassured him, it's okay, you didn't know. Izuku suggested, hey, when you get your license, you can help them with the heavy lifting. Achiko replied, I know, right? But my parents don't think so. But when I become a pro hero, I will make sure that my parents will have a good life, Katsuki said. I'll be there to help you with it, he added. They shared a brief kiss. Hey, Katsuki and Achiko, no PDA on school grounds. Tenya exclaimed, but he was interrupted when Izuku bumped his arm. Let them be, Tenya. You have to loosen up a little, they are in love. When you find it, you will feel the same way too, Izuku replied. Tenya pondered this. Maybe I can try to loosen up a bit. Okay, I can let it slide and try to loosen up, Tenya said. Yeah, let's go eat then, Izuku suggested. From a corner, Hisashi watched and felt proud of his son. Meanwhile, at the League of Villains hideout, Tamura was training hard and nearly passed out. Tamura, if you want that quirk, you have to train harder. You need to build the muscle for it. If you want to steal another person's quirk, you need a body that can handle that power, Doctor said. With that, Shigaraki stood up again and resumed his training. Time skip after school. As they were about to leave class, they noticed a large group of students from other classes, such as 1B and 1H. The students in class 1A felt intimidated. Why are you all here? Achiko asked. Do you want something from our class? Tenya added. They're scouting for competition because we are the class that survived a real villain attack, Katsuki explained. But before he could finish, Izuku placed a hand on his shoulder and teleported them to the main gate of UA. Hey nerd, why did you teleport us here? Katsuki asked. Because I knew what you were going to say, and you would have made it sound like our class is full of cocky brats, Izuku replied. I'll wait for the three of you here. Now go, Katsuki said, and Izuku nodded before teleporting back. When he returned, he noticed a sleep-deprived student speaking. I also wanted to join the hero course, but like many others here, I was forced to choose a different track, the student said. Izuku thought, his quirk must not have been suitable for battling the robots. The entrance exam was a bit biased too, it focused too much on physical abilities. If any of us do well in the festival, the teachers will transfer us to the hero course, and they will have to make room for us. They will transfer the students who didn't do well. Consider this a declaration of war, the sleep-deprived student declared. A boy from Class 1B spoke up. He had silver hair and shark-like teeth, similar to Kirishima. Hey, I'm from Class B next door. We heard that you fought some villains, and I came to see if that was true. But all I see are some brats here. Okay, time to go. Everyone grab onto me. Izuku called out. The students from Class 1A grabbed onto Izuku, and he teleported them back to where Katsuki was standing, talking with the big three. They thanked Izuku for helping them escape. After that, they all went home. A week later, they returned to USJ. This time, everything went smoothly, except for All Might pretending to be a villain. They trained hard for the UA Sports Festival during the remaining week. In the waiting area for the festival, Izuku entered to announce that they were about to enter. Alright everyone, in 5 minutes they will call out the classes in the stadium, so get ready. Shoto approached Izuku. Midoriya, he said. Yes. Izuku replied. This is clear. You are the strongest in all of UA. However, I will beat you, Shoto stated. Hey, what's with all this declaration of war lately? Kaminari asked. Yeah, why are you behaving like this right before the festival starts? Kirishima added. I haven't come to make friends. Don't forget this isn't a team effort, Shoto replied before walking away. Izuku said, Todoroki is right. We have students from other courses coming for us, so we shouldn't slack off. We all have to fight to stand out. PM. Hey, you all ready? This time we are going to have the most awesome sports festival in history. So make some noise for our students as they come. The first to enter the stadium was Class 1A, with Izuku leading them. Inko sat with Hisashi, watching their son march into the stadium with his class behind him. He looks like a leader, doesn't he? Inko remarked. Yes, he does, Hisashi agreed. Come on, Izuku, show them what you've got. Nijire had invited Mirio and Tamaki to watch the festival. Their festival was after the first and second years, so they had time to train. Yeah, go Izuku. Nijire cheered. Why are we here again? Tamaki asked. Because of Izuku being Nijire's boyfriend and our friend, and we have a day off, Mirio replied. Yeah, but I was watching anime, and we all know he's going to win, so what's the point in watching? Tamaki said. Because, my friend, it will be fun watching all the kids with these new and powerful quirks and how it plays out, Mirio responded. Throughout all this, Nijire continued to cheer, ignoring Mirio and Tamaki's conversation. With Izuku, they all entered the field as the other first-year classes arrived, their class name announced. PM, now give it up for the first years of UA. As they entered the field, they stood in front of the platform where Midnight was waiting, her WHP in hand. The crowd in the stadium cheered. Midnight, now the introductory speech we have Izuku Midoriya. Hisashi and Inko watched proudly. Inko, my baby boy is this year's representative. Hisashi, yup, that's our kid. Nearby, Nijire encouraged Izuku. Nijire, yeah, tell them Izu. Mirio added, yeah, go Izuku. Tamaki's sounding board muttered, why did I join? Yeah, go Izuku. As Izuku approached the mic, he thought, see, I didn't prepare anything. Katsuki smirked, and Kirishima asked, Baku bro, why are you smirking? Katsuki replied, that nerd didn't prepare anything like this. Izuku took a deep breath. I just want to say that no matter which course you are in, give it all you've got. Show the world what UA students are made of. And to everyone out there who thinks they can't make it here, stop thinking that way. You can do anything if you want. You just need the drive and determination. Whether you have a villain quirk or no quirk at all, you can become a hero. Ignore what people say, you too can become a hero. Now let's give it our all. Go beyond. The crowd responded, plus ultra. Midnight smiled. That was a good speech. Now, without further ado, let the game begin. A monitor appeared behind her, displaying various games. The pointer spun and stopped on obstacle course. Midnight. So the first game is obstacle course. Let us begin. But first, let me give you some information about it. This race will take place in a city specifically made for this race. All students go to City 01. When everyone reached the city, They saw a ladder leading over the city wall. Midnight continued, all students have to cross the city from this point to the next exit. The city is divided into 3 parts. The first is water, the second is 0 pointers, but you can't destroy them, you have to cross without destroying them. If you do, you are disqualified. The third is rock climbing. Now please, everybody stand behind the starting line. Everyone lined up behind the starting line, which was 100 meters from the city ladder. Izuku spoke up. Everyone, I am not going to use my teleportation quirk or warp quirk because that would be cheating. Midnight counted down. 3.2.1 go. As the signal sounded, Shoto used his ice to immobilize the others. Izuku exclaimed, "Not cool, Todoroki." He then used a fire quirk to free everyone and activated his speed-enhancing quirks, overtaking Shoto and Katsuki, who were in the lead. Whoa. Did you see that? Izuku just helped those stuck in the ocean and took the lead too. Hisashi and Inko cheered. Did you see that? Go, my baby boy. Nijire added, that's my boyfriend for you. Mirio encouraged, yeah. Tamaki commented, dude, he is her boyfriend. Why are you saying yeah? Izuku reached the top and jumped, closing his eyes. When he opened them, he exclaimed, see? He transformed into half swordfish and leaped out of the water. As he landed, he noticed 0 pointers everywhere, which began firing missiles. Remembering the rules, he dodged the missiles and punches from the robots. Looking back, he saw only Shoto and wondered where Katsuki was when he heard an explosion above him. Katsuki soared through the air using his quirk. PM. Here comes Katsuki, flying over the robots and taking the lead. Hisashi remarked, smart move, Katsuki. Inko agreed, yeah. Nijire added, whoa, Katsuki is good. Mirio cheered, go, Katsuki. Tamaki joked, Katsuki be like, I am gonna use my brain now. Izuku thought, gotta go fast. He activated his strength quirk and sprinted past the robots. When he reached the mountain, he used one for all at 100% and jumped over it, racing toward the finish line. He barely made it, with Katsuki in second and Shoto in third. Midnight announced, we now have the top 42 who will advance to the next game. Before that, IT is now 2 p.m., so you will all have a 45-minute break. Izuku sat with Class 1A, discussing the next event. After finishing their food, Shoto asked Izuku to meet at the entrance of the field. Izuku replied, what do you want? Shoto said, I want to tell you something. Izuku interrupted, nope, sorry, I have a girlfriend. Shoto clarified, no, I want to tell you why I don't use my left side of the quirk. Izuku responded, okay. Shoto explained how Endeavor had abused his children and what happened to his mother, revealing the source of his scar. Izuku felt anger toward the number 2 hero. The bell rang, signaling the next game was about to start. Midnight announced, now the next game. It is going to be. The pointer spun again and stopped on the cavalry battle. Next game will be cavalry battle. The students in the top 42 will have points starting from 5 points for the 42nd student, and the one who came in first will have 10 million. After hearing this, everyone looked at Izuku, thinking, if we get his headband, we will win the sports festival. Izuku smirked and said, bring it on. Teams began to form, with most remaining as in canon, except for Izuku's and Katsuki's. Mina was replaced with Achiko on Katsuki's team, and Tokoyami's team had Mei and Mina. Izuku approached Midnight. Ms. Midnight, can I go solo? But you didn't get any teammates, she asked. No, I was thinking about going all out. Okay, Izuku Midoriya will be going solo. In the stadium, one hero remarked, this kid is cocky. Another replied, no, I think he has something on his mind. With Hisashi and Inko, Hisashi said, oh, this is going to be good. Why do you say so? Inko asked. Smirking, Hisashi replied, because everyone in the stadium is going to freak out when they see he has multiple quirks. With Nijire, she exclaimed, he what? Mirio responded, he is going all out. Tamaki added, Of course he is, and he is going to win. So can I go? He stood up. No, Mirio said, pulling him down. Oh, come on. Tamaki protested. With Izuku, everyone formed their cavalry and got ready. Midnight announced, all right, let's begin. Everyone rushed towards Izuku, but he simply teleported away. Confused, they wondered where he had gone. The crowd in the stadium was shocked. They thought he only had a strength-type quirk, but he had just teleported. Katsuki shouted, where is that Deku? Achiko looked up and said, Katsu, look up. When she said that, everyone in the stadium and on the field looked up to see him floating. Katsuki yelled, Oi nerd, come down here. Izuku replied, Nope. Katsuki retorted, All right then, I'm coming for you. He began to fly upwards using his explosions. Just as he was about to grab Izuku's headband, Izuku teleported again, this time behind Shoto, snatching one of his headbands before teleporting away once more. He continued to evade capture, teleporting every time he was about to be caught. After 30 minutes, a horn signaled the end of the battle. A board displayed the results, and Present Mike announced, here are our winning teams. First is Team Izuku Midoriya, second is Team Todoroki, third is Team Bakugo, fourth is Team Shinso, and our last team is Team Tokoyami. Now, listeners, it's time for our last game of the first-year sports festival. Let's see what the last game will be. With Hisashi and Inko, Hisashi said, Inko, did you see their expressions? Inko? Was crying tears of joy, exclaiming, my baby won the battle. Hisashi jumped from his seat but quickly got back up to calm Inko down. With Nijire, she and Mirio cheered, yeah. Tamaki commented, geez, you're so loud. Back at the stadium, the pointer began to spin and stopped on the 1v1 tournament. The crowd cheered, excited for the tournament. Present Mike announced, so the last game is a one-on-one tournament, but unfortunately, the time is 4, and if we start now, it will be late. So we will see you tomorrow. Everyone went home. Hisashi and Inko congratulated Izuku, expressing their pride in him. After arriving home, Izuku received a text from Nijire. Congrats, my hero, she wrote. Thank you, my angel. Hey, after the festival, I will introduce you to my parents, Izuku replied. Will they accept me? Nijire asked. Yeah, why? Because I am 2 years older than you. Trust me, they will. Okay, gotta go train. Bye, love you. Love you, she responded. After training, he had dinner and went to sleep. The next day at noon, everyone entered the stadium, excited for the tournament. Present Mike shouted, Are you all ready? The crowd cheered loudly. Okay, here are the matchups, he continued, announcing the pairings as in canon. Now let me tell you the rules. If an opponent is out of bounds, then the one who is on the platform wins. If the opponent is unconscious or immobilized, then the other is the winner. With that said, let the matches begin. Midnight announced, on the right side, we have Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A, and on the left side, we have Hitoshi Shinso from Class 1C. In the stands, Ojiro said, I forgot to tell Midoriya to be careful and why I dropped out of the tournament. Katsuki smirked, Don't worry, Tailman, he will win. I know this. With Hisashi and Inko, Hisashi encouraged, Win this, son. With Nijire, the chapter ended. It was Sunday, and the sports festivals for the remaining second and third years were over. Nijire came in second in her festival. Izuku and Nijire stood in front of Izuku's house. Nijire was a nervous wreck. What if they didn't accept me? She asked. They will, Izuku assured her. What if they didn't like our relationship? What if? She was cut off by Izuku kissing her. Thank you, Izu, I needed that, she said. Okay, then let's go in. Izuku knocked on the door and was met by a tall, appealing woman with green hair. His mother, Inko. When she saw who it was, she leaped towards Izuku and hugged him tightly. Welcome home, baby, Inko said. Thank you, Mom, Izuku replied. And who's this, your girlfriend? Inko asked. Wait, how did you know she's my girlfriend? Your dad told me, Inko said. Of course. Well, this is Nijire Hato. Nijire, This is my mom, Inko Midoriya, Izuku introduced. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Midoriya, Nijire said politely. Oh honey, just call me Inko. Let's go in, your father is waiting, Inko replied. They entered to find Hisashi reading a newspaper. Upon seeing them, he set the newspaper aside and adopted a serious expression. Izuku sensed the tension. Hisashi and Inko sat on the couch while Izuku and Nijire took seats across from them. Izuku whispered, "My dad is super strict, okay?" Nijire whispered back, "Why didn't you tell me before?" Hisashi spoke in a serious tone, "So, you are the one dating my son?" "Why, sir," Nijire stammered. "Is he taking good care of you?" Hisashi continued. "Why, yes, sir," she replied again. Inko interjected, "Oh, honey," and the serious and strict father act. "You're making her more nervous." Nijire looked bewildered, and Hisashi couldn't help but laugh at her reaction. Sorry. So, you finally brought her to introduce us?" Izuku asked. "Wait, how long did you know?" Hisashi replied, "I knew you were seeing someone because of what you said to Ida when Katsuki and Uraraka were kissing that day. But I didn't know it was her." "You were watching?" Izuku asked, surprised. "Well, I heard Katsuki screaming at somebody, so I tried to investigate. Then I saw him kissing and Ida scolding them. You said something like they are in love, and that's when I knew you were in a relationship." "I know the feeling," Hisashi said, glancing at Inko. "Yeah," Izuku agreed, looking at Nijire. "You three talk, I'll go make dinner." As he headed to the kitchen, Inko began sharing pictures of little Izuku and embarrassing stories, including one about his imitation of All Might and his superhero names. Izuku called out, "Dinner's ready, guys." They gathered for dinner, and afterward, they settled in to watch a movie. Hisashi and Inko cuddled on the couch, while Nijire sat on Izuku's lap. When the movie ended, Inko said, "Izuku, honey, would you please sing for us?" Hisashi added, "Yeah, it's been a while since I've heard him sing." "Nijire, you know he is the..." "Dad, she knows," Izuku interrupted. "Oh," Hisashi replied, slightly embarrassed. Izuku went to his room to grab his guitar. When he returned, Nijire said, "That was appealing, Izuku." "Yeah," Hisashi agreed. "My baby is the best," Inko beamed. Checking the time, she suggested, "Nijire, it's pretty late. I think you should stay here for the night." No, I don't want to be a burden," Nijire protested. "Nonsense, you are family, so stay," Hisashi insisted. She looked at Izuku, who gave her a reassuring smile. "Okay, I'll call my parents," Nijire said, stepping away to make the call. When she returned, the adults approached Izuku. Inko remarked, "She's a keeper." Hisashi added, "And use protection at night." Izuku blushed furiously. "Dad!" "What? I don't want grandbabies now," Hisashi replied. "Yeah, but in the future," Inko chimed in. "Yeah," Hisashi agreed. Nijire returned and said, "I informed them." "Great, now go and get some sleep you two," Hisashi said, and they all headed to their rooms. Nijire entered Izuku's room and noticed the hero and music artist posters, along with All Might figurines. "Here, take this," Izuku said, tossing her one of his t-shirts and sweatpants. "You don't have anything else to wear. Go change in the bathroom, I'll change here." Nijire went to the bathroom and changed, but only wore his t-shirt. When she returned, Izuku wasn't looking at her and spoke up. "You take..." He turned around. "Whoa, where are the sweatpants?" "The t-shirt was enough to cover me, so I didn't wear it," Nijire explained. "So, as I was saying, you take the bed, I'll sleep on the floor," Izuku offered. Nijire caught his arm and said, "No, you sleep with me on the bed." "Is it okay with you?" Izuku asked. "Yeah, you are my boyfriend, right?" she replied. "Okay, let's sleep then," he said, and they lay on the bed cuddling. "I love you," Nijire whispered. "I love you too," Izuku responded, kissing her forehead before drifting off to sleep. The next day, Izuku and Katsuki were on a crowded train heading to UA. "Hey, you are Midoriya and you are Bakugo from the sports festival, right?" a man said. "Yeah, you two were awesome," another person chimed in. "Congratulations on winning first place, Midoriya," and Bakugu, congratulations on coming in third. Most of the train ride consisted of people congratulating them. Izuku was a nervous wreck, while Katsuki was his usual self, thanking people with enthusiasm. As they walked, they felt a tap on their shoulders. Huh, oh hey Tenya, Izuku greeted. Hey, Katsuki added. Hey guys, how are you? Tenya asked. Wow, you aren't going to lecture us about being late or how we are students of prestigious UA high school? Izuku said, surprised. Your advice and I'm starting to loosen up, so no more of that. But if there's something inappropriate, like Mineta's behavior, then I will scold him, Tenya explained. It's about time you take the stick out, Katsuki teased. Yeah, I realized that I was not just killing my happiness but everyone else's in the room, Tenya admitted. So, Tenya, I read about, Izuku began. If it's about my brother, you don't have to worry. He is in the hospital and alive, Tenya interrupted. Well, that's a relief, Izuku said, recalling how Tenya's brother had been all over the news after being attacked by the infamous hero killer, Stain. The rest of their walk was quiet. When they reached the class, they noticed everyone discussing how people reacted to them after being recognized. It was amazing how a single sports festival had brought them so much fame. After a while, Aizawa entered. Morning, he said. Good morning, Mr. Aizawa. The class responded in unison. I have some news for all of you. As you can see, we don't have Mineta present here. Oh yeah, I haven't seen him since I got here this morning, Tsuyu remarked. I think he is sick, Kaminari suggested. No, he is not sick or anything like that. He has been replaced, Aizawa clarified. The girls in the class cheered at the news, while the boys felt a mix of relief and sadness. So, sir, who has he been replaced with? Tenya asked. You can come in now, Aizawa called. A boy with indigo hair, looking as if he hadn't slept in ages, walked in. He has been replaced with Hitoshi Shinso from General Studies. I noticed his behavior during the sports festival and the fact that he didn't even make it to the one-on-one tournament. Now please take a seat behind Midoriya. Hitoshi thought to himself, Midoriya? Huh? This will be good. I want to make friends with him. As he walked to his seat, Izuku waved at him with a smile, and Hitoshi waved back before sitting down. Now that is done, we will have a big class today for Hero Informatics, Aizawa announced. The atmosphere tensed up. Please don't let it be a pop quiz, Kaminari pleaded. I hope it's not about the laws. I'm not good at that, Kirishima added. It's time for you to pick your code names, meaning what your hero names will be, Aizawa continued. Everyone cheered and raised their hands, but the excitement quickly died down as Aizawa used his quirk to calm them. But before that, I mentioned the process where the pros will choose you for internships. You don't have to worry about it until your second or third year, but your class is different. By extending offers to first years, the pros are investing in your potential. If their interest dies down before graduation, then the offer will be rescinded. So you're saying even if we get picked, we have to prove ourselves? Terest. Indeed. Now, with that out of the way, here are your offers, Aizawa said, listing them off. Izuku Midoriya, 5244, Shoto Todoroki, 4597, Katsuki Bakugu, 4029. Looking at last year's offers, they were more spread out, Aizawa noted. Todoroki got more offers than Bakugu, Jiru pointed out. They are the opposite for how they performed in the festival, Kirishima added. Katsuki and Izuku exclaimed in unison, wrong universe, shitty hair / Kirishima. What? Kirishima responded, confused. Nothing, they replied, realizing they had accidentally hinted at their knowledge of other dimensions. You see the numbers on Midoriya? Zero asked. Yeah, no kidding, Kaminari replied. You should be happy, Momo said. Most of these are probably because of my father, Shoto remarked. Despite the results, you all will be interning because you participated in defeating the villain beforehand. So you will be on the field up close with the pros. And for that you need code names. These code names will likely be temporary, but if you don't choose wisely, Aizawa warned, you will have hell to pay. Choose wisely, or you will be stuck with something utterly indecent. Yeah, I'm not approving your name, Midnight will do it for you, Aizawa added. In the class, Aizawa continued, your code name tells people what you represent. Take All Might, for example. Midnight then passed around the board and pens for writing their hero names. Well then, who will go first? Midnight asked. We are representing these, Kirishima said. Zero added, great. Aoyama stepped up to the podium with his board. Hold your breath. I am the sparkling hero. I cannot stop twinkling. Monami, you can't deny my sparkles. Aoyama declared. Oh, come on, everyone groaned. It would be nice if you removed the and shortened cannot to can't, Midnight suggested. Very well, mademoiselle, Aoyama replied, and the class chuckled. Next, Mina stepped up. My turn. I am the alien queen. The monster with acidic blood? Well, no, Midnight said. Oh, dang it, Mina replied, realizing her name wasn't quite fitting. They continued to present their hero names until it was Izuku's turn. Well, this name is temporary because I don't know how to make hero names, Izuku said, causing confusion among his classmates. Who? They asked in unison. I told you not to break the fourth wall, an unseen voice interjected. Thanks, author, Zero said as if acknowledging the voice. Izuku then revealed his hero name. My hero name is the Alpha Hero, Singularity. That's one heck of a name. Midnight exclaimed. Yeah, so manly. Kirishima added, and everyone admired Izuku's name. Meanwhile, in the staff room, Cementos remarked, the offers for first years are still coming. Really? Toshinori replied, intrigued. Yeah, have a look, Cementos said, pointing to the list. One name caught Toshinori's eye. What? Why does he want him? Toshinori exclaimed. Hey, why are you being loud? Hisashi asked. Because I saw my teacher on your son's offer list, Toshinori explained, visibly shaken. Yeah, so what? Hisashi replied. He is the one who taught me, Toshinori said, shivering. Really? Hisashi asked, noticing Toshinori's reaction. Why are you shivering? He is very harsh while teaching and I don't want that to happen to young Midoriya, Toshinori admitted. Let's just say Izuku shouldn't take his offer, Hisashi suggested. Just then, Toshinori's phone started to ring. Toshinori, hello. Hello, Toshinori. Toshinori, sir, how are you? I am fine, but you never kept your promise to come visit. Toshinori, sorry sir, I will. Anyway, why did you call? I want that boy, Izuku Midoriya, son of All for One, or may I say Hisashi Midoriya, to intern for me and me only for the week. I want to see how capable he is. And you have no say in it. Toshinori, okay, sir, I'll talk to him. Then the phone call ends. Hisashi, who was that? You were shivering like crazy. Toshinori, the phone call was from my teacher. He wants young Midoriya to intern for him and him only for the week. Hisashi, okay, so that puts us in a bizarre position. In the class, Midnight, now then, Bakug, you are the last one. Try again. Katsuki walked to the podium again and showed his name. Katsuki, Lord Explosion Murderer. Midnight, no. Time skip after the class. Aizawa, with that out of the way, now we will move back to the internships. The internships will be for a week, so choose carefully for the agency you are interning with. There are over 40 agencies for you to choose from. Midnight, if you want to rescue people, then the agency for you will likely be think of it that way. Aizawa, from seeing the offers and knowing. Izuku, he is going to look at every offer. So I am going to give you until Friday, which means you have 4 days, including this one. And that's plenty of time, so start thinking. With that, Aizawa left the class with Midnight. Everybody started to talk about the offers and how they decided from the big numbers. On the other hand, Izuku was lost in thought. Then Katsuki exploded. Katsuki, hey nerd, calm down. You're scaring others. Pointing at the rest of the class. They were staring at Izuku. Izuku, sorry. Scratching the back of his neck and smiling sheepishly. When school was over, he was about to leave the class when both of the teachers, All Might and Hisashi, came sliding in a hurry. Hisashi/All Might, Izuku/young Midoriya, we are in a bizarre position. They took Izuku to a secluded area and explained everything, including that they wanted him to intern for All Might's teacher. Izuku accepted it and went to his friends who were waiting for him. After Izuku left, Toshinori changed back to his usual form. Hisashi, I hope that Gran Torino won't go overboard like you said he would. Toshinori, I hope that too. Chapter end. While going home, Izuku was approached by Katsuki. Katsuki, hey nerd, what did Uncle Hisashi and All Might want from you? Nijire, what? Are you in some kind of trouble? Alright, I heard you all are going to do internships for a week, right? So which one did you choose? Did you choose Ryukyu's agency? Izuku, whoa, calm down. And to answer your questions, no, yes, All Might's teacher, and no. Everybody congratulated Izuku for getting an offer from All Might's teacher. However, Nijire looked sad hearing that her boyfriend would not intern for Ryukyu. Izuku noticed this and asked her. Izuku, hey, what happened? Nijire, oh, it's nothing. Izuku, oh, don't do that. Tell me what it is. Nijire, it's just that we won't be able to meet each other for a week. Izuku, oh, don't worry, we can call. Nijire, yeah. Izuku, hey, where's Tenya? Achiko, oh, he left early today. Izuku, I hope you aren't planning anything stupid, Tenya. Then they all went their own ways home. Time skipped to Monday. Aizawa, okay, so from now until Saturday, you will be on your internships. So I want you all to behave. Mina, yes, sir. Aizawa, say it properly. Mina, yes, sir. Aizawa, okay, now go away. Shoo. Izuku, Katsuki, and Achiko noticed that Tenya was a little tense. They decided to talk to him. Izuku, hey, Tenya, are you okay? Tenya, yeah, I am fine. Achiko, if you want to talk, you can talk to us. Katsuki, we're friends, right? Tenya, yeah, I sure will. Smiles. Izuku noticed the fake smile but didn't say anything. They all said their goodbyes and boarded their trains. One by one, only Izuku was left behind. When he boarded the train, he heard his name being called. He turned and saw his girlfriend running to him. Nijire, I see. Izuku, nay, what are you doing here? Nijire, I came here to say bye. Izuku, oh, you don't have to. You can message me, you know. Nijire, no, there is a difference between messaging and saying it in person. Izuku, what? With Katsuki, he thought, my dense senses are tingling. Must be that Deku. With Izuku, Nijire, I can't do this. Kisses him on the lips. Izuku, yeah. Then he boarded his train and waved her goodbye. Izuku, well, this is going to be a long week. Time skip. Izuku is currently standing in front of Gran Torino's house, which is a rundown building. Izuku, no wonder he is not known by others. He went inside and saw a small man lying face down, appearing to be injured. Izuku, I am Izuku Midoriya from UA. I was told that he's dead. Gran Torino, lifting his head, I am alive. Izuku, he's alive. Gran Torino, hoopsie. I was carrying a plate with ketchup and sausages and tripped. Anyway, who are you? Izuku, oh, I am Izuku Midoriya. I'm sorry, who are you? GT asked. I am Izuku Midoriya, Izuku replied. Who? GT looked confused. I said, I am Izuku Midoriya, Izuku repeated. I could use some food, GT said. Some food? Izuku echoed, surprised. Toshinori, GT added. Midoriya, Izuku responded, but GT just stared at him. Izuku thought, oh my god, this guy's nuts. I'm gonna make a phone call, he said, heading toward the doorway. He wanted to call All Might and tell him that this guy wasn't fit to be a mentor. Just then, he heard something behind him. He turned to see GT rummaging through his suitcase. Sir, that is my stuff, Izuku said. GT continued searching. Suit? Why don't you show me what you got? Izuku noted the sudden change in GT's behavior, reminiscent of All Might. One moment he was out of his mind, and the next he was serious and focused. Okay, Izuku said, suiting up. But as soon as he turned to GT, he got kicked in the stomach. Hey, what was that for? Izuku exclaimed. Villains will not wait for you to get ready to fight, boy. Now come at me, GT instructed. Okay, ready or not, here I come. Izuku declared, feeling like he was playing hide and seek. He attempted to charge up a quirk but was kicked in the head instead. Each time he tried to charge, GT kicked him again. Desperate, Izuku ducked under a sofa and charged up one for all at 50%, along with engine and jet. You can't get away with hiding behind it. It will only give you a few seconds, GT warned. That's all I want, Izuku replied, moving to the wall. He dashed to the other wall but ended up smashing his face against it. Oh, you are trying to intimidate me. Well, it will take you time, GT said. Yeah, I got that, Izuku said, sliding down the wall. Do you know how to cook? GT asked. Yeah, I know, Izuku answered. Then cook some food. I will get the dessert, GT said before heading outside. Izuku started preparing dinner. When GT returned, they enjoyed their meal and then took a bath before heading to bed. So, where is my room? Izuku asked. First floor to the right, GT replied. Okay, Izuku said, heading to his room. He unpacked his things and lay down on the bed. He then called Nijire. Hey Nei, he said. Hey Izu. So how was your day? Did you learn anything new? How is your teacher? Is he cool? Nijire asked. Izuku thought, there she goes again. But I can't blame her, it's cute. Well, we sparred and yeah, he is totally cool. Sounds like you're having fun, Nijire said. Well yeah. So how was your day? Izuku asked. Same old classes and stuff, she replied. Oh, Izuku said. I am missing you, Nijire admitted. Me too, Izuku said. It's getting late. Good night, she said. Good night, love you, Izuku replied. Love you too, Nijire said before hanging up. The next day, Izuku and GT trained all day, and now Izuku could remain calm and charge up whatever quirk he wanted faster. You sure are a fast learner, kid, GT remarked. So what are we doing now? I mean, it's evening. Do you want to spar more or rest? Izuku asked. No. Suit up, we are going patrolling, GT instructed. Patrolling? Yay! Izuku exclaimed, running to his room to get ready. When he finished, he saw GT waiting for him in front of a taxi. I thought we were going patrolling, Izuku said. We are, but not here in Shibuya. There are low-rank villains you can take out, GT explained. Cool. Izuku replied, and they hopped into the taxi, heading to the train station. As they traveled, Izuku received a text message. Yo, Midoriya, the message read. Yo, Toga, Izuku replied, recalling their encounter 4 days ago. He had been walking to the arcade where his friends were waiting when he noticed a blue light in an alley. Investigating, he found a man in his 20s with burns all over his body and a teen girl with messy buns fighting over something. He intervened, using Aizawa's capture tape. Eraserhead, they both exclaimed in surprise. Oh, you know him. So I will assume 2 things. First, you are a hero nerd like me, or second, you are villains, Izuku said. Let us go, it's none of your business, the man said. Yeah, he ate my burger, the girl added. What? I didn't, the man protested. Izuku pushed them against the wall. What is your problem? I told you it's none of your business. But if you want, I can take you down right now. Yeah? I have captured you. It is called capture tape for a reason, Izuku replied confidently. We are 2 and you are only 1. Did you forget to count? The girl challenged. Sure, I am alone. But can you really defeat me? Izuku asked, using teleport to get behind her. He whispered in her ear, now who will win if I can knock you both out and give you to the police? The man stammered. Why you are Izuku Midoriya, the one that has multiple quirks. Oh shoot, the girl said. Let's make a deal. You both are in the League of Villains, right? Izuku proposed. Yeah, they replied. Dabi, the man introduced himself. And I am Himiko Toga, the girl added. Nice to meet you. So the deal is I will let you both go, But you have to give me intel on the plans of the League, Izuku said. And what if we don't? Dabi asked. I know where you are and who you really are, Tuya Todoroki, Izuku said, watching Dabi's eyes widen. How? Dabi stammered. Mind reading, Izuku replied. Okay, we will, Dabi agreed. Yeah, we will. Just don't take us to the police, Toga added. Present time, Toga texted. I heard that Shigaraki is planning to get the hero killer on his side. That's bad. Anyway, thanks for informing me, Izuku replied. It's alright. Where is Dabi? Toga asked. Toga. Oh, he is on his date with Hawks. Izuku. Toga, how many times do I have to tell you that secret meeting is not a date? Toga. Yeah, but I saw them kissing, you know. Izuku. Oh, then that's a date. We found something to tease him about. Toga. Yeah, anyways, I have to go. Bye. Izuku. Yeah, bye. Ji then spoke up. What you got there, kid? Izuku quickly changed the topic to Tenya's chat and showed it to GT. Oh, nothing. It's just that we are going to Shibuya, and Hosu is in the way. My friend is interning there, so I messaged him that we will be crossing Hosu sometime. GD. Oh, okay. Izuku thought, I have to keep the secret that I am friends with the enemy. When we first met, we just connected. I can talk with them freely like the rest of my friends. But since they are villains, I have to keep it a secret. After texting Toga, they reached the train station and boarded the train for Shibuya. Time passed, and they were now crossing Hosu. Izuku looked at his phone for a reply from Tenya, but there was nothing. Suddenly, the train stopped as a hero crashed into the train in front of Izuku and GT. Izuku, what the Nomu? G, handle the crowd, kid. I will fight the villain. Izuku, no, don't. It's too dangerous. GD, this is the way of a hero, kid. With that, GT kicked the Nomu out of the train and chased it into the city. Izuku couldn't hold back and jumped out too. A random person shouted, Hey, kid. Don't go. Come back. Izuku ignored him and saw fire in the city. He started running towards it when his phone rang. It was Dabi. Izuku, Dabi, I told you not to call, just text me. Dabi, yeah, I did, but you didn't reply. Izuku, my bad. So why did you call me? Dabi, Shigaraki released 3 nomus. Izuku, what? This is bad. Dabi, yeah, I know. That's why I called you. Izuku, thanks. Now I have to go deal with the nomus. Bye. Dabi, bye and be safe. Izuku hung up the phone and rushed towards the city. He saw that Endeavor had defeated one of them and was chasing a winged Nomu. He was looking for GT but couldn't find him. Then he heard a hero calling out for Tenya. Manuel, where are you? Izuku ran towards him and asked, what happened to him? Manuel, who are you? Izuku, I am Tenya's friend, Izuku Midoriya. Now what happened? Manuel, we were patrolling when I heard an explosion. I told him to follow me, but when I got here, he was nowhere to be seen. Izuku thought, that isn't like Tenya. Oh no, he didn't. I think I know where he is. Manuel, where? Izuku, he saw Stain and went to fight him for revenge for his brother. Manuel, oh foo. Before Manuel could finish, they saw an explosion. Izuku, you help the people and I'll go get Tenya. Manuel nodded and they parted ways. Izuku ran from building top to building top, searching for them. After a few minutes, he heard a scream. He ran towards the source and found Tenya, Shoto, and another pro-hero, Native, lying on the floor. He saw that Stain had pierced a katana into Tenya's left shoulder. Izuku jumped down and used zero gravity on Stain to make him weightless and helpless. He then pulled the katana out of Tenya's shoulder and asked, what were you thinking? Tenya, Izuku, it's not your fight. Go away. Izuku, go away? Are you serious? That guy could have killed you. Pointing at Stain, and you say I should go away? What's gotten into you, Tenya? Before Tenya could reply, Stain asked Izuku, hey kid, why did you butt in? I was going to kill the fake over there. Izuku, because that's the way of a hero, as my mentor taught me. Stain, is he another true hero like All Might? Let me ask him a question. Hey kid, why did you want to become a hero? Is it for money or fame? Izuku, no, I don't want any of that. I just want to save people with a smile, just like All Might. Stain, he is important to this world of fakers. He will lead the next generation of heroes down a good path. I will let you live, kid, because you earned my trust as a true hero. But your friend has to die. He threw a knife at Tenya, but Izuku stopped it in midair with telekinesis. Stain, oh, so you're Izuku Midoriya, who has multiple quirks. Izuku, not multiple. All the quirks. Stain's eyes widened. Izuku then teleported behind Stain, incapacitated him, and created HNDCFFS to secure his blades. After that, he checked on Tenya, Shoto, and Native, healing Native's wound, Shoto's cuts, and then Tenya's shoulder. Izuku, Tenya, I didn't expect you to act like this. Tenya, sorry Izuku. I was blinded by revenge. Izuku, hey, next time, don't do anything like this. Shoto then spoke up. Midoriya, thanks for saving our lives. Izuku, it's alright, Todoroki. Shoto, I wanted to ask you something. Izuku, no, Todoroki, I have a girlfriend, and I am straight. Shoto, what? I was going to ask if we could be friends. Izuku, oh, that's okay with me. Please call me Izuku then. Then call me Shoto, Shoto replied. Hey Shoto. Let's take him, Izuku said, pointing at Stain, to the police. They nodded and stepped out of the alley, spotting GT, Endeavor, and several other heroes along with police officers approaching. Hey guys, we caught the hero killer. Izuku announced. GT smacked him lightly on the head. I told you to stay on the train. I know. Sorry, Izuku replied. The teachers of the other two were scolding them as well. The police commissioner spoke up. Seeing that you used your quirks without a license, you could end up in jail, but he was interrupted by Shoto. Jail? If he weren't there to save us, he pointed at Izuku, we would have been dead. I didn't finish, young man, the commissioner continued. Since you stopped the hero killer, we'll let it slide. However, if we broadcast that some high schoolers took him down, there will be chaos. So we will announce that hero number 2, Endeavor, took down the hero killer. It's that or jail. The trio exchanged glances and nodded. We are okay with the number 2 hero thing, they said in unison. That's what I thought, the commissioner replied. As they were about to leave, a winged Nomu emerged, ready to attack. Endeavor swiftly threw a fire spear, striking it down. With a sigh of relief, they headed back home to their internship location. By the end of their internship, news of the hero killer's capture by Endeavor and the rescue of the 3 high schoolers spread rapidly. Nijire and Inko were particularly concerned, calling him every day after hearing about the incident. Today marked the first day after their internship. Everyone was discussing the event and comforting Tenya, who was worried about his brother. Then All Might and Hisashi entered the classroom. I am here. Now young heroes, suit up and meet us in front of Field Gamma. With that, everyone rushed to the locker room. While changing, they noticed Hitoshi wearing capture tape like Aizawa. Shinso, why are you wearing Mr. Aizawa's capture tape? Tenya asked. Well, I am his successor for this. That's what I was doing for my internship. It's pretty nice and very durable too, Hitoshi explained. Oh, so that's why Mr. Aizawa replaced you with Mineta, Kaminari remarked. It's good to know that we can see a capture hero in the future too, Izuku added. Yeah, it's so manly of Mr. Aizawa, Kirishima chimed in. After they changed, the girls asked why Hitoshi was wearing capture tape, and the boys explained the situation. All Might spoke up again. We are here. It's been a while since we've seen your faces. Welcome back. Hisashi added, we are going to conduct a race to see what you have learned from your internships, so apply it. After all, this is rescue training. Sir, Tenya interjected. Yes, Ida? Hisashi replied. If this is rescue training, then why aren't we at USJ? Tenya asked. That facility is for disasters, and as Hisashi said, it's a race. That's why we came here to Field Gamma, All Might explained. Hisashi continued, Field Gamma is full of factories that provide enough experience of a labyrinth. Now, the situation is as follows. There will be groups of 5 who will be at the outskirts of the city. I will be at the center of the city, and Hisashi will be analyzing your movements. You have to reach me in the minimum time possible. And please keep the damage to a minimum, Hisashi added, pointing toward Katsuki. Why are you pointing at me? Katsuki asked. All right, first group, get to your positions. All Might commanded. The first group consisted of Izuku, Tenya, Ojiro, Mina, and Siro. Ida hasn't recovered yet, right? Kaminari asked. You are talking about a different universe, Pikachu? Katsuki replied. What? Kaminari responded, confused. I mean Deku healed his injury completely, Katsuki clarified. Oh, Kaminari said. All right, start. All Might shouted. Tenya took off running from his starting point. Ojiro swung using his tail, Mina slid along the pipes with her acid, and Siro used his tapes to swing from pipe to pipe. Izuku was nowhere to be seen. Where's Midobro? Kirishima wondered aloud. Everyone was thinking the same thing, watching the screen for Izuku. What are you doing here, nerd? Katsuki asked, turning to Izuku. Oh, nothing, just watching my group and how they're doing, Izuku replied. Why are you here? You'll lose if you stand around, Momo pointed out. Yaoyorozu, you forgot something. I can just teleport there, that's why I'm here, Izuku explained. Hisashi, with his eyes closed and left eyebrow twitching, said, Son, go back to the race. Izuku, startled, replied, Yes, sir. He then teleported to All Might, who declared the winner. After everyone in his group left the spot, Izuku spoke up in a serious tone, All Might, I want to talk to you and Dad. Can we meet after this? By the way you're saying it, it must be very serious. Meet us in the teacher's lounge, All Might replied. Okay, Izuku said. After the remaining races concluded, Hisashi called Izuku to the lounge, knowing no one would question a teacher asking him to come instead of him going without permission. In the lounge, Hisashi asked, What do you want to talk about, son? I want to ask you about the presence of someone else in All for One, Izuku said. Yes, I feel it too, Hisashi confirmed. Tashinori, also known as All Might, asked, What presence? All Might, we both feel another presence in All for One, Izuku explained. You mean someone else also has All for One? Tashinori asked. Yes, Izuku replied. Can you feel that presence in One for All too? Tashinori inquired. No, this presence in All for One is malicious, while the one in One for All is pure, Izuku clarified. Did you pass the quirk? Tashinori asked Togata from class 3B. Yes, Togata replied. Oh, then it's not a problem, Izuku said. Yeah, it's not a problem. But this presence in All for One is full of hate and killer intent, Hisashi added. Yes. I hope we can find him quickly and lock him up, Izuku replied. In an alley, a man shouted, What do you want from me? In an angry tone. Shigaraki replied, Oh, nothing, just your quirk. The man laughed. You can't take quirks away, you dumbass. Tamura smirked. Oh, but I can. He then used All for One on the man lying on the floor. And done, Tamura said. What did you do? The man exclaimed, scared. Simple, I just did what I said, Tamura replied. The man tried to use his quirk but couldn't. His eyes widened as he realized he was now quirkless. Dispose of him, Kurojairi, Tamura commanded. Yes, Shigaraki, Kurojairi replied, warping away with the man. Tamura thought, that's 2 quirks. I have to train hard again to handle more than 2 quirks. He then walked away to his base. The next day, Aizawa announced, Well, it's almost time for summer vacation. But don't get too excited. You will not be relaxing the entire vacation. Kaminari asked, Does that mean? You will be at a training camp in the woods, Aizawa said. Everyone cheered, All right. Mina exclaimed, A big sleepover. Tsuyu added, Fireworks. Tenya mentioned, curry. Kaminari groaned, Dude, seriously? What, you don't like curry? Tenya asked. Oh, forget it, Kaminari replied. Momo said, we have been training in the city area until now. Training in the woods will be a whole new experience. Tokoyami remarked, no matter what the condition, we must endure. Toru smiled, hanging out with all of you all summer is nice. Aizawa activated his quirk, and everyone went silent. However, those who don't pass the final exam before the semester is over will have summer school. Kirishima encouraged, everyone, do your best. Katsuki grumbled, this is stupid. Hey, don't explode now, Izuku said. Aizawa continued, with that being said, let's move on to exams. Your final exam will be in 2 weeks. The written exam is only one part. The practical exam will be tough. Good luck. Aizawa then exited the room, and the class erupted in panic about how they hadn't studied anything. Momo spoke up, if you want, I can help you with your studies. Mina and Kaminari exclaimed, really, Yamamo? Yes, but I can't help you with the practical exam, Momo clarified. Jiro asked, Yamamo, if it's not troublesome, can I join too? Siro added, me too. I want to improve my Japanese. Ojiro chimed in, I want some help too. Mina pleaded, please, Yamamo. Kaminari begged, yes, please. Okay then, I will ask my mother to open the hall for our study session, Momo said. Jiro and Kaminari responded, hall? And I can serve you different kinds of tea, Momo added. Ojiro and Siro echoed, tea? In our family, we usually drink Harrods or Wedgwood, but if you have any other preferences, just let me know, Momo explained. Kaminari thought, she casually slapped me with the huge difference in how we were born. Jiro remarked, her bounciness is so cute that I don't care. Kaminari said, what was that? Harrods? That's fine. Momo confirmed, Harrods, right? Izuku asked, hey, Pomeranian, aren't you a little bit nervous? Katsuki replied, I can do it. Did I want to beat that into you? Izuku said, then I am counting on you, boom boom boy. During lunchtime, Katsuki was sitting next to Achiko, who was on the left side of Tenya. Mirio sat between Nijire and Tamaki, with Nijire on the right and Tamaki on the left. Izuku sat to the right of Nijire, and Shoto came and sat beside Tenya. Katsuki asked, hey, half and half, why are you sitting here? Shoto replied, I am friends with Izuku and Tenya, that's why. Mirio welcomed him, oh, then welcome to the squad. Wait, aren't you Endeavor's kid? Shoto nodded, you can call me Shoto, all of you. Achiko asked, hey, what do you think will come in the practical exam? Izuku replied, well, as far as I know, Uncle Aizawa, it will be something interesting. Tenya inquired, hey Mirio, what was in the practical exam during your time? Mirio recalled, if I remember correctly, it was robots like the ones from your entrance exam. Tamaki added, but you have already defeated that, so it can be anything. Tenya agreed, yeah, I wonder what it will be. Izuku began to list possibilities when he sensed something coming at him. He instinctively used his quirk to brace for impact. Ouryu, a voice exclaimed. Izuku turned to see Nito Monoma from Class 1B. What are you made of? That hurt. Monoma continued, anyway, I heard you met the hero killer, huh? It's like the sports festival. Class 1A just wants all the attention. It's not because people have high hopes for you. It's just that you put yourself in trouble, but one day you will take everyone with you into that trouble. He was cut off by Itsuka, who knocked him out with a chop to the neck. That's enough, Monoma, Kendo said. Sorry, One, he is like this towards your class only. I don't know why, Kendo explained. It's okay, Achiko reassured her. Kendo asked, well, you were talking about the practical exam, weren't you? Ah yeah, Izuku replied. Then can I sit with you all? Kendo asked. Sure, everyone replied. Kendo sat with them to eat and discuss the exam. They got a little sidetracked but ended up making friends with Kendo. After lunch, they returned to their classes. The next 2 weeks were filled with training and studying for everyone. It was the day before the final exams, and Izuku was about to meet a surprise, his birthday, which he had totally forgotten because of the exams. He entered his house after his morning workout, only to find it empty. He went to the kitchen hoping to see his mom, but no one was there. Checking the refrigerator, he found a note. "Izu dear, come to the park. We are sitting in our usual place in front of the fountain." After taking a shower and getting dressed, he headed to the park. Upon arriving at their spot, he noticed a paper tucked under a stone. As he picked it up, he realized it was another note. A treasure hunt type of game, he thought. The note read, "Now go to the clothing store near the mall. You will find your first gift." Excited, he made his way to the store and asked, "Is there anything registered for Izuku Midoriya?" The store manager replied, "Oh yes, here you go." Izuku asked, "Mind if I change?" The manager responded, "Not at all." He went to a fitting room and changed into a tuxedo. Inside the tux, he found another note that said, "Now go to the Lamborghini showroom. There will be your second gift." "No way," he exclaimed. He hurried to the showroom, where the manager recognized him from a picture. "Hello, Mr. Midoriya," the manager said. "Please come this way. A car is registered under your name." Izuku followed the manager to see a stunning green Lamborghini Veneno. After thanking the manager, he sat in the car and found another note on the dashboard. "Hey, are you happy with your gift? Now for the last stop, take the car and come to the restaurant." He drove to the restaurant, where he saw his parents, girlfriend Nijire, and friends Katsuki, Achiko, Tenya, Mirio, Tamaki, Shoto, Itsuka, and Kyoka. You might be wondering how Kyoka ended up there. Flashback. A few weeks before the sports festival, Izuku and his friends, who formed a music group, were leaving the studio after a recording session. As they exited, Kyoka spotted them. "What are you guys doing here?" she asked. Izuku stammered, We just..." "Right, guys?" Everyone nodded in agreement. Kyoka, sensing something was off, insisted, "You are not going anywhere until you explain." They eventually revealed that they were a musical group and that Izuku was known as the Green Bunny. By the end of their explanation, Kyoka had stars in her eyes. "See, can I join your musical group too?" she asked shyly. Izuku replied, "Of course. But you need a name." "Don't worry, I have a name, Maestro," she said. Everyone agreed it was a good name, and Kyoka added that she could only participate in recordings and live streams. Present time. When Izuku entered the restaurant, a waiter escorted him to the VIP room, where everyone shouted, "Happy birthday Izu/Zuzu/Izuku." They celebrated his birthday with laughter and stories from his childhood, which made him both embarrassed and amused. After lunch, Inko spoke up. "Okay, son, your dad and I are visiting your cousin Ichika, who had a baby recently." Izuku asked, "But Dad, you will be back by tomorrow, right?" Hisashi replied, "Yeah, son, I have to supervise a written exam tomorrow." Izuku then told his dad to say hi to his big sister Ichika. Hisashi handed Izuku a small box and whispered, "Take this for protection, just in case." Izuku turned red at his father's words but quickly shook off the thought. "Okay, bye mom, bye dad," he said as they left. Turning to his friends, he asked, "So, what do you all want to do?" Katsuki replied, "I just want to chill before the exam." Achiko reminded him, "Katsu, what did I say about cursing?" Mirio, Tamaki, and Tenya all expressed their longing to relax as well. Izuku suggested, "Want to watch a movie at my place?" Everyone agreed, and they headed to his house to enjoy a couple of films. As the night wound down, everyone went home except for Nijire. "Aren't you going to go home?" Izuku asked. Nijire pouted, "What? You don't want me here?" He reassured her, "Of course I want you here, but did you tell your parents?" She nodded, "I told them last night." "Okay," Izuku said, and he proceeded to make dinner for both of them. While making dinner, Nijire was playfully teasing Izuku, who responded with witty comebacks. After dinner, they cuddled on the couch and Nijire leaned in to kiss him, which quickly turned into a passionate moment. "Zuzu, I want you to make me yours," Nijire said softly. Izuku choked on his saliva, surprised. Really?" he replied, his heart racing. "Are you sure?" "Yeah," she confirmed, her eyes shining with sincerity. Izuku, feeling a rush of emotions, lifted her in his arms and carried her to his bedroom. The excitement from the Midoriya household that night was so loud that the neighbors were disturbed. The next morning, Izuku woke up to a weight on his chest. When he opened his eyes, he saw Nijire, her periwinkle hair splayed across his pillow. He gently stroked her hair and kissed her forehead. Checking his phone, he realized they had only 30 minutes left before school and their exams. "Hey, Nay, wake up. We need to go," he urged, panic rising in his voice. "5 more minutes," she mumbled sleepily. "No, we can't wait. We have an exam in half an hour," he insisted. Startled, Nijire shot up in bed. "What? Yeah, we need to hurry," Izuku said, his gaze dropping as he noticed she was not dressed. He quickly turned away, feeling a rush of embarrassment. Nijire, realizing the same, covered herself with the sheets. "So, we did it, huh?" Izuku asked, still flustered. "Why, yeah," she replied, her cheeks flushed. "Well, it's not the time to think about that. Get dressed and I'll take you home," he said, trying to focus. "Okay," she said, rushing to the bathroom. After a brief time skip, Nijire emerged, fully dressed, and walked over to Izuku, giving him a quick kiss on the lips. "What was that about?" he asked, surprised. "Nothing, just wanted some recharge," she said with a smile. "Oh, then I want some of that too. Come here," he said, pulling her into a passionate kiss. "Now let's go," he added, and she nodded. Izuku used his teleportation ability to take them to her house. However, they ended up in the living room, right in front of her father, who was startled and spilled his tea. "Nijire, where did you come from?" her father, Junji, exclaimed. "Dad, I told you I was staying over at a friend's house. This is him, my boyfriend," she explained, holding Izuku's hand. Junji's eyes widened. "What? You have a boyfriend and didn't tell us?" Just then, Nijire's mother, Neri, rushed in. "What's all the commotion about this early in the morning?" She stopped when she saw them together. "Nijire, who's that?" she asked, pointing at Izuku. "He's my boyfriend, Mom," Nijire replied. "I knew it," Neri said, pumping her fist in the air. "All those times you came home smiling, laughing on the phone, and late-night chats. Neri, aren't you going to say anything about why she didn't tell us?" Junji asked. "Of course, but now's not the time. We can have a proper meeting after their exam. Your exam starts in 15 minutes. Now go or you'll be late," Neri urged. Izuku, realizing the time, said, "Oh," as everyone looked at him. "Are you not going home to get dressed for your exam?" Nijire asked. "Oh yeah," he replied, teleporting back to his house. He quickly got dressed and texted Nijire to be ready in 10 minutes. After a brief time skip, he arrived at Nijire's house, where she was waiting for him. They teleported to the entrance of her class. "Good luck on your exams," Izuku said. "You too, bye," Nijire replied. "Bye," he said, teleporting to his classroom. Soon after, Aizawa entered and handed out the exam papers. After the written exam, Aizawa announced, "All right, time's up. Hand over your papers and go to ground beta in your hero suits." Everyone quickly changed and made their way to ground beta. When they arrived, Ojiro asked, "Why are all the teachers here?" Aizawa explained, "Now it's time for your final part of the exam. I assume you've gathered information about this part." Kaminari chimed in, "Oh yeah, bring those big bad robots again so we can crush them and pass." Mina agreed, "Yeah." Suddenly, something rustled in Aizawa's capture tape, and Principal Nizu appeared. "Yes, it's me. The reason all the teachers are here is because of this year's students, you all. You've already faced a villain attack and survived, so we decided that you will fight the teachers as part of your final practical exam. Isn't it fabulous?" The class gasped in shock. Aizawa added, "Your teams have already been decided based on your skills and how you handle tasks. However, one student will fight the top 5, and that's Hisashi Midoriya." Everyone turned to Izuku, knowing he was the strongest among them. Izuku smirked, "Bring it on, Mr. Aizawa." The teams were mostly the same, except for Izuku's. Aizawa spoke up, "Okay, Midoriya, don't hold back. You have to give it your all." "Yes, Mr. Aizawa," Izuku replied. He clapped twice, and the city around them turned to dust. Endeavor asked, "What did you do, brat?" Izuku explained, "Mr. Aizawa told me to go all out, so I needed a field without any obstacles." He then created 5 clones, each equipped with his quirks, and they rushed toward the pro-heroes and Hisashi, who, while not a pro-hero, had a license to use his quirk. Clone number 1 faced All Might. As All Might used his Detroit Smash, the wind pressure rebounded back at him because the clone was also using One for All, but with greater strength. In the observation room, Katsuki scoffed, "Show off." Tenya added, "But you can't deny that he is powerful." Katsuki replied, "That nerd will pass the test easily." Meanwhile, clone number 1 and All Might exchanged blows, with the clone consistently using One for All. In the final punch, All Might was knocked out, and the clone cuffed him before returning to Izuku. At the same time, clone number 2 fought Endeavor. As Endeavor shot fire at him, Izuku used pyrokinesis to deflect it back. This continued until Endeavor overheated and was knocked out. The clone cuffed him and returned to Izuku. Clone number 3 battled Hawks, who shot feathers at him. The clone burned the feathers away, leaving Hawks with only one. He transformed it into a sword and attacked, but the clone created a shield to block the hit. The clone then punched Hawks into the air, teleported behind him, and struck him down, knocking him out against the city wall. The clone cuffed him and returned to Izuku. Clone number 4 faced Best Jeanist, who used his quirk to tie the clone up. The clone froze the threads and broke free. Jeanist tried again, but the clone caught the threads and slammed him. After a punch to the gut that left Jeanist on his knees, the clone knocked him out with a punch to the temple and cuffed him before returning to Izuku. Clone number 5 fought Edgeshot, who transformed into thread-like strands and charged at the clone. The clone sidestepped and dodged, using his own quirk to attack faster than Edgeshot could react. Cuts began to form on Edgeshot as he struggled to keep up. When he turned around, he was met with a punch to the face that knocked him unconscious. The clone cuffed him and returned to Izuku. In the observation room, Siro asked, "Hey, what's happening there?" Mina replied, "Where?" Siro pointed towards Izuku and Hisashi. Kaminari joked, "Are they playing rock, paper, scissors?" Everyone turned to the screen, face-palming as they saw Izuku and Hisashi deciding who would land the first blow with the game. Izuku won the last round. Dad, I won, so I get to land the first punch." Hisashi suggested, "Let's do best of 5. "Please, Dad, let's finish this quickly. I have to meet Nijire's parents," Izuku urged. Hisashi laughed and asked what had happened that morning, prompting Izuku to explain, which made Hisashi laugh even harder. Let's get this finished." Izuku insisted. Hisashi agreed, and when Izuku threw a punch, Hisashi dodged by sidestepping. Hisashi attempted a counterattack, but Izuku caught his fist. Using his quirk combo, Hisashi tried to punch Izuku, but Izuku caught the punch with his enlarged hand and jumped back. In the observation room, Katsuki remarked, "It's the first time I've seen him jump back to compose himself." Shoto nodded, "I think he got his match then." Back with Izuku and Hisashi, they both threw punches at each other, their fists colliding and creating a strong gust of wind that pushed the knocked-out heroes against the boundary wall. After trading blows, Izuku decided to use gigantification and muscle augmentation for defense. He then took Hisashi and threw him upwards, momentarily forgetting that Hisashi could fly, but he had another plan. Izuku then deactivated the quirks and vanished, reappearing behind Hisashi and attempting to punch him, but Hisashi blocked the attack. "Hisashi, son, did you really think that trick would work on me? Did you forget that my age is over 100 and I have experience in these kinds of fights?" Izuku, "Oh yeah, I forgot about that." Hisashi then threw Izuku down with great speed, but before Izuku hit the ground, he used his Warp Gate quirk to get above Hisashi. He punched Hisashi to the ground, then disappeared and reappeared before Hisashi hit the ground again, punching him toward the boundary wall. Each time Hisashi went through the portal, he came out above Izuku, who would then punch him back through the portal. This continued until Hisashi was knocked out. Izuku cuffed Hisashi and exited the arena. In the observation room, Kirishima remarked, "Now that was something." Shoji replied, yeah. Tokoyami added, indeed. Time skip. Izuku stood with Nijire in front of her house, shaking a bit. Nijire calmed him down. Nijire, hey, calm down. You met them in the morning, right? Izuku, yeah, but that wasn't the time or place. Nijire, but now it's the right time and place. So let's go. She kissed him on the lips, and they approached the front door and rang the bell. Nijire's mother, Neri, answered. Neri, oh, come in please. They entered and saw Junji sitting in a chair. Junji, sit down honey you too kid. So introduce yourself. Izuku, oh, my name is Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you. They both sat down on the couch in front of Nijire's parents. Neri, oh wait, I'll go get something to drink. Tea maybe? Izuku, I'm okay with water, ma'am. Neri nodded and went to the kitchen. Junji sat in his chair with a straight face, but in his mind, he was thinking. Junji, where did I hear that name? Oh yeah, he is the multiple quirks user from the sports festival. I'm glad my daughter is in safe hands, but I still have some questions. Neri returned with water for Izuku. Neri, here. Izuku, thank you. He took a sip and placed the glass on the table. Junji then began asking questions. Junji, so, Mr. Midoriya, are you dating my daughter for her body, or is there something else? Izuku, there's something else, sir. Junji narrowed his eyes. Oh, and that is? Izuku, I'm in love with her, and please call me Izuku. Junji, oh, is that so? Izuku, yes, sir. Junji, so what is your quirk? Nijire chimed in. Dad, you saw him in the sports festival, didn't you? Junji, yes, but I still need to confirm your safety, sweetie. Nijire pouted. Junji, so what is your quirk, Izuku? Izuku, well, my quirk is called All-in-One. I have every quirk in existence, and whenever quirks are manifested, a copy is transferred to me. Junji, then how come you look so normal? Every second, more than 100,000 kids manifest their quirks. Izuku, I learned to suppress the quirks at a young age. At first, I couldn't suppress them, but with my training from my teacher, Eraserhead, who has an erasure quirk, I learned to manage it. Now I just have to concentrate to suppress the quirks being manifested. Junji, okay, so who is Eraserhead now? And what about mutation quirks? What happens to them? Izuku, well, Eraserhead is an underground pro hero and my class teacher. As for mutation quirks, I can activate and deactivate them on command, so I can hide them. Junji, what intention do you have towards my daughter? This caught the attention of Neri and Nijire. Izuku, I am serious about this relationship, sir, and if things go well, I am thinking of marrying your daughter. Nijire blushed at this. Junji, well, seeing that you are serious about this relationship and can keep my daughter safe, I approve. But if you hurt her heart, I will find you. Neri added, me too. Izuku, thank you, sir and ma'am, for approving our relationship. Don't worry, that is not going to happen. Junji, please call me Junji. Neri, and call me Neri. Izuku, okay, Neri and Junji, thank you. Time skip. Nijire and Izuku stood in front of Nijire's house. Nijire, that went pretty well. Izuku, yeah. So I'm going to head home now. Nijire, okay. Izuku started walking but decided to do something before going home. He ran back to Nijire and gave her a quick peck on the lips before teleporting home, leaving a flustered Nijire and a laughing Neri behind. Time skip 2 weeks later. Class 1A was talking to each other, but one group consisting of Kaminari, Kirishima, Mina, and Sato sulked in the corner because they didn't pass. Izuku and the others were comforting each other when suddenly, Kaminari accidentally poked Izuku in the eye. When they heard the door open, they quickly sat down in their seats. Aizawa said, okay class, silence. He noticed that his class was already quiet and seated. Good, you're improving. Well, there's a twist for who will go to train in the woods. The twist is, everyone is going. Everyone exclaimed, what is with this sudden twist? Aizawa continued, however, Those who failed will have to attend extra classes along with their training. Kaminari, Kurishima, Mina, and Sato groaned, "Oh man." Aizawa added, "You have 1 week to gather whatever you want for the camp. That's it, class dismissed." The rest of the week, the class packed for the camp and prepared for the closing ceremony of their first semester at UA. They visited the mall together to bond. However, Izuku was confronted by Shigaraki. When Shigaraki approached Izuku, he grabbed him by the throat with 4 fingers. Izuku said, "Did you forget that I took your quirk?" Shigaraki replied, "Yes, but I have another." Izuku's eyes widened. "What? Is he the presence that I sense from All for One?" Shigaraki smirked. "You seem very surprised." Izuku responded, "Well, who in their right mind would give you a quirk, and how?" Shigaraki explained, "The one who made the nomus is my acquaintance. Would you like to know which one it is?" Izuku said, Yeah, so I can take it from you again." Shigaraki laughed. "Sorry, it can't be taken because it takes other quirks." Izuku asked, "So you have All for One?" Shigaraki confirmed, "Yes, and if you make any move, your friends and the people in this mall will be in danger." Izuku's eyes widened in realization. "What do you want, Shigaraki? From what I can see, you're not here to brag about your new quirk." Shigaraki replied, "You're correct. I need to ask you about the hero killer. Why is he everywhere and I'm not?" Izuku retorted, "Are you dumb or something? Nobody wants a man-child to be everywhere in the news or online." Shigaraki tightened his grip on Izuku's neck. "Just answer it, brat." Izuku shot back, "You do know that you're only 3 years older than me, which makes you a brat too." Shigaraki growled, "Shut it and just answer or I will make them pay." Izuku took a breath. "Okay, you want to know why the hero killer is more popular than you?" Shigaraki urged, "Yes, now spit it out." Izuku explained, "I don't agree with you or the hero killer. But we both have one thing in common. We looked up to All Might. He's a maniac, but he doesn't destroy things for fun. He even abandoned his mission when things went wrong for him. He was wrong in what he did, but he was strong in his beliefs. That's the difference." Shigaraki's expression changed. I get it now. It's All Might. The problem is All Might and his smile. He smiles like he can save everyone. Now I know my goal." Izuku said, "If that's what you want, then leave now. And don't." Before he could finish, Shoto arrived to call Izuku for a bite at the cafe where everyone was waiting. "Hey, Izuku, come on. Everyone's waiting for you. We called you on the phone, but..." He noticed Izuku sitting with a hooded figure. "Hey, who are you?" Shigaraki chimed in, "Oh, nobody, just an old friend, right, Izuku?" Izuku thought quickly, Yeah, Shoto, just an old friend. Hey man, I'll see you around." Shigaraki laughed awkwardly, "Yeah, you got it." Afterward, they reported the incident to the police. The mall was closed for the rest of the day, and the police took Izuku for questioning. He recounted everything that happened, and All Might rushed in when he heard from Tsukachi about another All for One quirk. Once the questioning was over, Izuku's parents came to pick him up, visibly shaken by the attack. The police assured them that he was safe and that they were taking care of him. Tsukachi said, "So, last fight, huh?" Tashinori replied, "Yeah, one last fight. This time it will be gone for good." Time passed, and the next day was the closing ceremony of the first semester. Izuku was doing his morning workout when he heard a bell. He opened the door to find Kaminari and Shiro standing there. "Hey guys, what's up?" Izuku asked. Kaminari replied, "Hey, Izuku. We were thinking of going to the school swimming pool." Shiro added, "Yeah, everyone is coming. So, are you in?" Izuku said, "Oh, I'll come. But can I bring Nijire, Mirio, and Tamaki too? Can't leave them out of this now, can I?" Kaminari agreed, "It's fine with us." Shiro nodded, "Yeah." Izuku got dressed and called the 3 to join him at school. He, Kaminari, and Shiro then went to ask for approval to use the pool. When they reached the staff room, Aizawa and Sekijiro were discussing their students. Kaminari spoke up, "Sorry to interrupt, but we were here to ask if the form we turned in yesterday has been approved." Aizawa replied, Oh yeah, you submitted a form asking to use the pool for endurance training. You've been approved and you have time until 5 p.m. Kaminari, Shiro, and Izuku thanked him, bowing in appreciation. They then went to change into their swimming trunks. After changing, they came out and were met by Tenya and Mirio. Yo, Mirio greeted. Hi, Tenya added. Hi Tenya, you too Mirio, Izuku replied. Come on then boys, let's warm up first, Tenya instructed. After 20 minutes, the boys were sitting and breathing from the warm-up. Meanwhile, the girls were playing in the swimming pool. Ugh, why do we have to do this stupid warm-up? Kaminari complained. You were the one who filled out the form with endurance training on it, Shiro reminded him. Yeah, but I want to have fun. Kaminari protested. Stop whining, Shiro replied. Everyone, I brought orange juice for all of you, Mirio announced. Thank you, Sir/Mirio, the boys responded. You can call me Mirio, he said. The boys, except Izuku, Katsuki, Shoto, Tenya, and Tamaki, replied, Okay, Mirio. They spent the day at the pool, enjoying various games until Aizawa arrived and announced that it was time to go home. Today was the day Class 1A was going to camp. They were waiting for their bus to arrive while Aizawa informed them about the camp activities and how they wouldn't have time to rest. Any questions? He asked. Ojiro raised his hand. Yes, Ojiro? Aizawa prompted. Why are the big three with us, sir? Ojiro asked. Yeah, I thought it was only us first years, Kaminari added. Well, it happens like this, Aizawa began. Flashback. Aizawa was arranging some papers at his desk in the staff room when he was interrupted by Mirio and the other members of the big, Mr. Aizawa? Mirio said, What do you want, Togata? Aizawa replied, I was thinking, is it okay if we come with you to the camp? Mirio asked. No, Aizawa responded. What? But why, sir? Mirio pressed. What will you do at the camp? Aizawa questioned. We can analyze and help them with their quirks. If you need any assistance, we can provide it, Mirio explained. Nijire nodded in agreement while Tamaki looked down. It's better if you stay here and train. The Pussycats and Izuku can help, Aizawa insisted. Mirio and Nijire then gave him puppy dog eyes. Aizawa resisted but eventually gave in. Flashback ended. That's how it is, Aizawa concluded. Everyone exchanged looks of understanding. The class was excited that the big three would be there to observe their quirks. Among them, one person was particularly happy that his girlfriend was joining him at camp. His friends noticed and smirked at him. Their conversation was interrupted by Minoma from Class 1B. Huh, I heard some of you from Class 1A failed and have to take extra classes. That means Class 1A isn't as perfect as they say, he began, only to be cut off by Kendo, who gave him a light chop on the neck. Sorry about him, Kendo said. No worries, Itsuka, Izuku and Momo replied. Huh, you know her Midoriya? Momo asked. Yeah, we met before the final exam and discussed it. After spending more time together, we became friends. How do you know her? Izuku explained. Oh, we took the same agency during our internships, Momo replied. Oh, Izuku said. Their buses arrived and they boarded. Izuku and his group sat in the back, with Izuku at the window seat next to Nijire. Mirio sat between Tamaki and Nijire, while Tenya took the left window seat. Katsuki and Achiko sat in front of Izuku and Nijire. Time skip, 1 hour. After an hour, Nijire felt sleepy and rested her head on Izuku's shoulder. Before anyone could notice, Izuku created an illusion to make it appear as if they were sitting as they had been when the bus started. Time skip, 2 hours. Everyone exited the bus and found themselves on a cliff. They looked around and noticed a car but no Class B's bus. The car door opened, and 2 members of the Pussycats, Mandalay and Pixie Bob, stepped out to introduce themselves. Aizawa then spoke up. Big 3, come and stand beside me please. They complied. These are the pro heroes who will be training you at this camp, Aizawa began, but was interrupted by Izuku. They are the Wild Pussycats. There are a total of 4 members, and they specialize in mountain rescue. They were discovered when we were kids, which feels like forever ago. This year marks their 12th anniversary, he explained, but Pixie Bob interrupted him by playfully covering his mouth. I think you need to work on your math. I'm 18 at heart, she said. Understood, Izuku replied, while Kirishima and Kaminari commented, that's so sad. After exchanging greetings with the Pussycats, Mandalay began to explain. The land you see here belongs to the Pussycats, and our camp is there, she pointed to the center of the forest, at the base of the mountain. Then what? Are we here? Achiko asked. I think I know, Tsuyu said. Don't tell me, Sata added. Everyone back to the bus. Siro shouted as everyone started running, only to be stopped by Pixie Bob jumping in front of them. You should have known better, Aizawa remarked. Pixie Bob then used her quirk to safely lower the students from the cliff. The training camp has started, Aizawa announced. Mandalay shouted, It's now 9 a.m., you should be at the camp by noon, that is, if you can pass through the beast forest. She returned to Aizawa and the others. Do you think they will make it by noon? Pixie Bob asked. As long as Izuku is with them, they will, Aizawa replied. Who is Izuku? Mandalay inquired. The one Pixie Bob just covered, Nijire said, slightly annoyed. Oh, is he your boyfriend or something? Mandalay teased. Yeah, and you know what? Nijire said. What? Pixie Bob asked. They will be at the camp by 10:30 a.m., Nijire declared. Huh, you're just kidding, Mandalay said. Don't underestimate that kid. If he wants to, he can get his classmates and himself to the camp in 1 second, Aizawa warned. How? Pixie Bob asked. Remember the one with multiple quirks from the festival? Mirio replied. Mandalay and Pixie Bob nodded. Aizawa, well, that's him. At the same time, in Class 1A, Izuku said, Okay, do you want to get there fast, or do you want to explore the forest? Kaminari replied, Didn't you hear what Mandalay said? It's Beast Forest. Izuku continued, About that, close your eyes for a few minutes, and when I say open them, okay? Everyone nodded in agreement. For a few minutes, they heard the sounds of boulders crashing, trees ripping, and explosions. Izuku said, Okay, you can open your eyes. When they opened their eyes, they saw that every beast in the forest had been destroyed. Kirishima exclaimed, What the? Katsuki added, Yeah, I know. Izuku asked, Shall we? After they crossed the beast forest, they reached the camp at 10 a.m. They were met by Mandalay, Pixie Bob, Aizawa, the Big Three, and a 4- to 5-year-old boy. Mandalay said, You made it. Good. Pixie Bob pointed at Izuku and declared, I call dibs on this one. I'll groom him myself. She then jumped and started to examine him closely. Nijire, seeing this, developed a tick mark on her head. She approached Pixie Bob and gave her a jolt of energy, knocking her unconscious. Nijire said, I told you he is taken. Class 1A gasped, Wait, what? Mina asked, By who? Izuku replied, Way to go, Nei. Toru added, Don't tell me, Midoriya, you are dating Miss Hado? Izuku simply nodded. Mina and Toru squealed in excitement, and Mina took Nijire to join the other girls. Izuku then asked, Speaking of which, who is that kid? Mandalay explained, Oh, he is Koda, my cousin's son. He lives with us here. Izuku approached Koda and said, Hello there. Katsuki joked, General Kenobi, is that you? Izuku responded, Let me greet him properly, Pomeranian. Katsuki rolled his eyes, Yeah, nerd. While Izuku was distracted, Koda attempted to punch him, but Izuku caught his wrist. Izuku said, Don't even think about it, okay? With a smile. Koda smacked Izuku's hand away and walked off, saying, Last thing I want is to hang out with some wannabe heroes. Tenya asked, Wannabe? How old are you, kid? Aizawa interjected, Okay, that's enough. Take your stuff off the bus and change. Your training starts the moment you come out of those doors. He pointed toward their rooms. They grabbed their belongings and went to change. When they came out, they were met by the rest of the Pussycats members. They looked for Aizawa and found him sleeping in his sleeping bag. Class 1A thought, should have known. During training, they noticed Izuku was with the big Kaminari questioned, Hey, Midoriya, Why aren't you training with us? Izuku replied. Simple. I just came here to assist Aizawa, but you all are doing well, so I haven't intervened yet. Class 1A responded, oh. They returned to training. Suddenly, they heard a loud scream from the cave where Fumikage was. Izuku rushed in and saw that Dark Shadow had gone berserk. He quickly used fire to tame it. He spoke to Fumikage. You are making a mistake here, Tokoyami. Fumikage asked, and what's that? Izuku explained, you are using Dark Shadow as a tool. Dark Shadow is a unique quirk. It has a mind of its own. Whenever you use it, you have to have trust between you and Dark Shadow. If that trust is strong enough, it may prevent it from going berserk. Think of it as a pet. Pets trust their masters to never harm them. You have to show affection to Dark Shadow too. Let me demonstrate. Izuku then used his own Dark Shadow, which had green eyes. Fumikage observed that Izuku's Dark Shadow did not go berserk, even in the dark cave. Fumikage said, I see. Thank you, Midoriya. Izuku replied, no problem. I am here to help. He walked out to see everyone looking at him. Izuku asked, what? Kirishima said, dude, you're so manly. Izuku shrugged, I guess. Now back to training. After 2 to 3 hours of training, they were having lunch. They noticed Izuku was missing, so Shiro asked, hey, where's Midoriya? Mina wondered, now that you mention it, I wonder too. Katsuki stated, the nerd is training now. Class 1A exclaimed, what? Katsuki clarified, yeah, he finished eating before us, and now he's training so he can keep an eye on us and not slack off. Class 1A nodded in understanding. Kirishima asked Uraraka, hey, what magic are you doing on Bakugo? He hasn't cursed while speaking. Katsuki retorted, what did you say, shitty hair? Mina cheered, way to go, Kirishima. Meanwhile, Izuku was doing his warm-up routine before starting real training. After 15 minutes, he decided to experiment. Izuku thought, my special move is only for my hands, but my mobility decreases because of that. Let's see if I can do it with my other body parts. That way, I can gain my mobility and… Mirio came outside from the cafeteria and noticed Izuku muttering. He placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder to snap him out of it. Mirio asked, hey, what are you muttering about, Izuku? Izuku replied, oh, Mirio, I was just thinking of an experiment and its possibilities. Mirio encouraged him, give it a try then. If you keep muttering, you can't see it yourself, can you? Izuku agreed, yeah, you're right. He then used all his quirks across his body and began to grow in size. When he was finished, he looked like a giant with various quirks manifesting from his body. He towered over the mountains surrounding their camp, and each step he took sent shockwaves that shook the camp building. Everyone inside rushed out, readying their quirks to attack the giant. Mirio quickly intervened, saying, hey, everyone, calm down. That's not our enemy, that's Izuku over there. Everyone gasped in disbelief. What? They exclaimed. Yeah, Mirio continued, he wanted to experiment with something, so he's using all the quirks he has. That means he's at 100% power right now, and it's still increasing. Tiger asked, what the hell is his quirk? Mirio was about to explain when Nijire interrupted excitedly, ooh, let me explain. Go ahead, he is your boyfriend after all, Mirio teased. Nijire then detailed Izuku's quirks and how he used them, leaving the Pussycats and Koda in shock at the existence of such power. Izuku turned around and noticed everyone staring, quickly reverting to his normal form and approaching them. Hey guys, he greeted. Katsuki frowned. What the heck, nerd? What was that? Oh, you know how I use my special move only in my hands, Izuku replied. The class nodded, recalling the quirk apprehension test. I just wanted to see if I could do that all over my body to improve my mobility, but I didn't expect this. Phew, good thing I didn't crush anyone. Everyone shivered at the thought of what would happen if he did. Okay, everyone, you have 30 minutes. After that, continue with your training, Izuku instructed. Yes, the class replied, diving back into their training while Izuku and the big three watched, ready to intervene if necessary. Their training wrapped up as the sun began to set, and they gathered for dinner before heading to the hot springs. While in the hot springs, Izuku sensed someone falling from the wall separating the men's and women's areas. He quickly caught the falling person, Kota, and took him to Mandalay. "Thank you for saving him," Mandalay said. "It's no problem, but I was wondering why he hates heroes so much," Izuku replied. Pixie Bob entered the room and explained, "It's because of his parents." "What happened to them?" Izuku asked, his eyes widening. "They were murdered," Pixie Bob said. Izuku gasped. "How?" "A villain with muscles all over his body was causing a rampage. Kota's parents, the water hose duo, were killed while saving citizens. For someone else, that would be a proud moment, but for Kota, it felt like they left him behind." "I see," Izuku said thoughtfully. "Anyway, your friends are waiting for you outside, but if you want to show off, you can just stand here," Pixie Bob teased. Izuku looked down and realized he was only wearing a towel. Blushing, he hurried out of the room, got dressed, and joined his friends around a campfire. He sat beside Nijire, who immediately rested her head on his shoulder. "You look so cute together," Mina said. "Yeah, not gonna lie," Toru added. Kirishima chimed in. "So, what are we going to do?" Kaminari asked. "What do you mean?" "I mean, are we just going to sit here or play a game?" Kirishima clarified. "Let's play Truth or Dare," Mina suggested. "Okay," everyone agreed. After a few rounds, it was Nijire's turn. Toru asked, "Miss Hato, Truth or Dare?" "Truth," Nijire replied. "Do you have a secret, and if so, what is it?" Toru asked, causing tension among their friends. Nijire hesitated. "Can I choose Dare instead?" "Fine, then reveal your secret if you have any," Toru said. With a sigh, Nijire finally admitted, "Okay, I am Blue Princess of the Green Bunny's music group." Everyone except Izuku, Katsuki, Mirio, Tamaki, Tenya, Achiko, and Kyoka exclaimed, "Wait, what?" Mina asked, "Isn't Blue Princess dating the Green Bunny?" Kaminari added, "Wait, don't tell me you're cheating on Midoriya?" Izuku pretended to cry. "Nijire, how could you? I loved you." Everyone looked at him, knowing he was acting, while Nijire punched him playfully in the arm. "Stop acting, Bunny," she said, leaving everyone confused. "Oh, hey, Princess," Izuku replied. Shoto asked, "Why are you calling Izuku Bunny?" "Because he is," Nijire answered. Siro questioned, "If you two are Blue Princess and Green Bunny, where is the rest of the group?" "Ayo, stand up, everyone. The cat's out of the bag," Izuku announced. Those in the group stood up and introduced themselves. Katsuki declared, "I am C4. Kirishima exclaimed, "How did we not see that? It was right in front of us." Kaminari added, "Yeah, who would have thought the angry Pomeranian of the class could sing?" "What did you say, Pikachu?" Katsuki shouted. "Nothing," Kaminari replied quickly. Mirio introduced himself. "I am the Tintin." Siro remarked, "Like the character from the Prequark era?" "Yeah, I stumbled upon him and saw we have similar faces, so I named myself after him," Mirio explained. Everyone nodded in understanding. Tamaki stammered, "I am its shadow." "You are a part of this too?" everyone exclaimed, turning to him. Tamaki tensed under the sudden attention. "Izuku, please everyone, calm down. He will get a panic attack." After they calmed down, Momo asked, "Then who is Maestro?" Kyoka lifted her hand and said, "That would be me." Kirishima replied, "How? You don't even hang out with each other." Kyoka then explained how she found out and asked to be a part of the group. Everyone except the group began to understand the situation. Mina chimed in, "Can you sing for us?" Izuku quickly responded, "No, please no." Everyone except the group, Mezu, Fumikage, and Sat, gave them puppy dog eyes. The group tried to resist. Mirio said, "Guys, resist it." Katsuki exclaimed, "I am trying." He noticed that Achiko was doing it too. "Oka, not you too." After 5 minutes, they gave up and decided to play. Izuku said, "Okay, but only 3 songs. One of them will be special, and you know what I am talking about, C4." Katsuki nodded. Momo offered, let me make a boombox. Izuku replied, no need. He then created a portal to his room and brought out the boombox. Mirio attached it to his phone. Give us a beat, bro, Izuku said. Mirio played a beat, and they began to perform. As they sang, the atmosphere lightened, and laughter filled the room. Kirishima remarked, that was funny. Mina agreed, yeah. Shiro added, it's catchy too. Toru, unable to contain herself, asked, how big is your? She blushed at her own words, and soon every girl except Nijire, Ochiko, Kyoka, and Momo was blushing too. Nijire, oh he's big. Mina, how? Izuku, okay, on to the next one. I am getting sleepy. Mirio then turned on the next music. Izuku, I think it's your turn, maestro. But I want to ask you something about this song. She then started singing. Build me up from bones. Wrap me up in skin. Hold me close enough to breathe me in. The moon's a fingernail, scratching on the back of the night in which we lay beside. I held every inch of you. I wrote every line for you. I made time when time was all but gone. You're the love I've always known. The night's so dark and gray, but you've helped me find my way through the wild and wonders of this world. So take me with you now. I need to show you how I can love you better than before. Play it sweet and low. We've got nowhere to go. I am yours and you're the love I know. Momo, it was appealing. Mina, yeah. Izuku, well, the question I want to ask you is, who is this song for? Because if I remember correctly, you said you made this song for someone special. Kyoka, it is for Momo. Everyone's eyes widened. Momo was tearing up because of this. Mina, are you two dating? They both nodded. Toru, well, spill girl. Kyoka, later in our room. Girls, okay. Izuku, now this last song is not yet made, that's why it's special. See, 4 made the lyrics and I made the music, but we still have to record it. He then made another portal and took out his guitar. Katsuki then stood up next to Izuku. Katsuki, this song is for Ochiko and for any couple out there. I found myself dreaming, in silver and gold, like a scene from a movie, that every broken heart knows. We were walking on moonlight, and you pulled me close. Split second and you disappeared, and then I was all alone. I woke up in tears, with you by my side, a breath of relief, and I realized, no, we're not promised tomorrow, so I'm gonna love you like I'm gonna lose you. I'm gonna hold you like I'm saying goodbye. Wherever we're standing, I won't take you for granted, 'cause we'll never know when we'll run out of time. So I'm gonna love you like I'm gonna lose you. Ochiko then ran up to Katsuki and kissed him. Everyone cheered for them, and they discussed the song. After that, they all went to their rooms and fell asleep. During midnight, Nijire was walking through the hallways and saw someone outside. She went out to see who it was and found Izuku watching the stars. Nijire, hey, can't sleep? He turned around. Izuku, oh nay yeah I can't. Something is telling me that tomorrow will be troublesome. Then his phone chimed. He took it out and his eyes widened. Nijire saw this and asked, Nijire, hey, what is it? Izuku mumbles, I have to tell this to Mr. Aizawa. Nijire, tell him what? Izuku, that tomorrow, camp is going to be attacked by the League of Villains. Nijire, what? Izuku, no time to explain, hurry. Izuku then started to run toward Aizawa's room. Nijire, hey wait. They both ran toward Aizawa's room. When they reached it, Izuku burst into the room, making the door bang and waking Aizawa in the process. He woke up startled. Aizawa, clearly annoyed, what's? Izuku, Mr. Aizawa, tomorrow camp will be attacked by the League. Aizawa, narrowing his eyes, and how do you know about that? Izuku, I have my sources in the League. They are giving me information about every step they will take. Aizawa, then why didn't you tell us that before the USJ? Izuku, because I didn't meet them until after the sports festival. Aizawa, okay, Izuku Midoriya, tell me what else you are hiding from us. Izuku then explained everything to him and how he had kept it from the heroes. Aizawa believed every word Izuku said because he knew Izuku would never lie to him. After that, Aizawa spoke up. "Take me to Nizu. I want to explain the situation to him and ask for backup." "I don't get paid enough for this," Izuku thought. "Okay," he replied, turning to Nijire. "Nay, I'll be back." "Yeah, go now, Aizu, or Mr. Aizawa will fall asleep again," she said, noticing Aizawa already settling into his sleeping bag. Aizawa looked up. "What? We're going to Nizu for backup, right?" Izuku asked. "Oh," Aizawa replied, still half asleep. "What do you mean, oh? Get out of the bag and put your hand on my shoulder. I am not going to carry you." Aizawa then grabbed Izuku's shoulder, and they teleported to Nizu's office. When they arrived, Nizu was startled to see them. They quickly explained the situation. Nizu responded, "Oh, I think it's a wonderful opportunity to let the students know what a high-tier villain is capable of. But, sir, if something happens to the students, people will not believe in the security of UA. This would be the second attack they could succeed in," Aizawa countered. "Don't forget you have a powerhouse with you," Nizu reminded him. "Sir, they don't have their licenses yet." "Come on, Aizawa. Fine, I will send backup, but only one person, Hisashi Midoriya." "Thank you, sir. Good night," Aizawa said. "Good night to you too," Nizu replied. They then teleported back to the camp. Nijire asked them, "So? How did it go?" "He took it pretty well, actually," Izuku said. "Good, so anything else?" Nijire inquired. "Yeah, backup will arrive tomorrow." He turned to Aizawa. "And Mr. Aizawa, if they are on the team that attacks, we have to capture them for rehabilitation, not for prison." "Whatever you say, problem child," Aizawa replied. "Because I know they were wronged by society and didn't choose this path, so please, sir." Sir?" Aizawa yawned. "Yeah, what?" "I was saying, shut your monologue and go to sleep." "Right." He and Nijire then went to their own rooms and fell asleep. The next day, they all got up at 5:30 a.m. Some were half asleep, while others, like Fumikage, Mezu, and Ojiro, were wide awake. "All right, everybody, do your warm-ups and start with your training. I'm going to sleep now," Aizawa instructed before pulling out his sleeping bag and slumping into it. The students began their training, except for Izuku, Nijire, Mirio, and Tamaki, who were watching and assisting the Pussycats and the class. At noon, they were still training when they saw Class 1B walking out of the forest, looking scared. Izuku noticed them and waved. When they reached him, Itsuka spoke up, "Hey, Izuku." "Hey, Itsuka," he replied. Class 1B eyed Itsuka, surprised she was on a first-name basis with Izuku. She turned to them and said, "It's not like that, guys. He already has a girlfriend." They looked down. "So, Izuku, why are you not training?" Itsuka asked. "Well, I'm here to assist," he explained. Class 1B made a face of understanding and went to change. After 30 minutes, Izuku saw another figure emerging from the forest. He recognized him immediately. "Who is that?" Mirio asked. "My dad," Izuku replied. "Why is Mr. Midoriya here?" Mirio inquired. "He's here as a teacher for the remedial class." Hisashi greeted them, almost revealing he was the backup. They then went inside for lunch. In the evening, both classes were done with their training and were exhausted, except for the big three, Izuku, and the pro heroes. Ragdoll then said something that made the classes pale. "Okay, kittens, from now on until the camp ends, you will be making your own food. For today, you will make." She showed them different ingredients for dinner. "Curry. You all look exhausted, but you can't slack off and make sloppy food." Tenya realized the meaning of this task. "Oh, I get it. If someone is recovering from a disaster situation, we have to provide physical needs, and food is one of them." "Thank you, Ida," Aizawa said. Everyone started to make curry using their quirks for different tasks. Shoto used his fire to light the wood for heating the water, while Katsuki accidentally blew up the whole setup. After many attempts, they finally made curry, and everyone started to eat like they hadn't eaten in a week. Man, if this was from a restaurant, I would have returned it, But after today, I'll eat everything, Kirishima declared. Don't say it like that, man, Shiro replied. Mina noticed Momo eating as if it was her last meal. Whoa, Yamamo, you're scarfing down. Yes, my quirk uses lipids inside my body to make inorganic objects, so I have to eat, Momo explained. Shiro jokingly added, like poop works. Momo sulked in a corner, and Jiro slapped Shiro, demanding he apologize to her. Meanwhile, Izuku noticed Koda heading into the forest and decided to follow him to give him his food. He took a plate of curry and walked into the woods. When he found Koda sitting by a cliff, he approached him. Koda looked up. Oh, you're approaching me. I can't give you your food from this far, Izuku replied. Then come as close as you can. Wait, what? Koda said, surprised. I think I'm watching too much JoJo. Anyways, why are you here? Koda asked. Izuku replied, as I said, I came here to give you your food. Koda frowned. How did you find this out? This is my secret base. Izuku shrugged. Oh, I followed you. Whatever, get lost. I don't want to hang out with you, so go away. Hey, about your parents, were they the water hose duo? Koda's eyes widened. How did you know that? Did Mandalay tell you? No, I just read it on the internet a few years ago. I was curious about what happened and why they weren't working as heroes, so I did some research. Koda scoffed. Everyone here is crazy, calling them by name like heroes and villains. Focusing on their quirks and showing off is pointless. Izuku realized, oh, I get it now. It's not that he doesn't like heroes or villains, he just doesn't like quirks in general. We're done here. Go back to camp with the other losers, Koda said dismissively. Okay, I'll go, but here to take this. Izuku placed the plate on the ground next to Koda and started to walk away. Hey, you know, being one of those losers isn't that bad, Izuku said before teleporting back to the main camp area. They then ate their food. After finishing dinner, Pixie Bob made an announcement. Now that we have finished with dinner, we will be doing the test of courage. It will be between classes. Sounds like more training, Kyoka remarked. Revelry in the dark, Fumikage added. Hisashi said, well, that's okay, but the ones with remedial classes will be with me. Aizawa and I were not impressed by your training today. Oh man, Mina groaned. They then drew the teams and gave instructions on how they would play the test of courage. Katsuki was paired with Shoto but didn't want that, so he approached Tsuyu, who was matched with Achiko. Hey, Frogface, trade with me, he said, but she refused and the game started. In the middle of the test, they noticed pink smoke enveloping the entire forest. They could also see something burning on the opposite side of the test course. Suddenly, Pixie Bob was lifted by some force and flew toward the forest, only to be smashed under a large metal beam. No, Pixie Bob! Izuku shouted. Wasn't the camp supposed to be secret? Hitoshi asked. Wait, where's Koda? Mandalay said. I'll go look for him, Izuku replied, and Mandalay nodded. Meanwhile, Koda saw the forest on fire and the pink smoke. Hey kid, nice hat, a cloaked man with a strange mask said as he approached. Koda backed away, scared. Oh, don't get scared. I won't kill you directly, I'll kill you slowly. The man removed his mask, revealing himself as Muscular, the same villain who had killed Koda's parents. Muscular was about to punch Koda using his quirk when a voice interrupted. Hey! Muscular turned to see a green-haired boy. What do you want? He asked. I came here for that kid. Now would you please be a good boy and hand him over? Izuku said firmly. And why would I do that? Muscular challenged. Because if you don't, I will make you. Huh, like you can, Muscular laughed. See for yourself. Muscular lunged to punch Izuku, but Izuku quickly said, wait. Why? Muscular asked, confused. For this. Izuku created a portal below Koda and another above himself, catching Koda and placing him down safely. Muscular realized, oh yeah, casualties, and got angry. Koda moved behind Izuku. Izuku, get out of here, Koda urged. But Izuku turned his head and smiled. I'll be fine. As he turned back to Muscular, he was met with a punch to the face that sent him flying into the mountain wall. Muscular laughed. Some hero you are. Izuku, still embedded in the wall, called out, Man, that was your punch? It didn't even tickle. That was just a love tap. What? I punched you hard enough to break your bones. Muscular exclaimed. That wasn't a punch. I'll show you what a real punch is. Izuku sped toward him and delivered an uppercut. Muscular didn't have a chance to activate his defenses. As he flew into the air, Izuku slammed him down to the ground. Izuku activated One for All throughout his body. One for All 100%. He then unleashed a flurry of punches on Muscular from every angle. Muscular felt dizzy and struggled to stand. You have power now, I will go all out, Muscular declared, his muscles bulging even more. Izuku smirked. What are you smiling at? Muscular demanded. Now I can hold back 50%, before it was only 1% of my quirk. Muscular's fear was evident. What? Yeah, now let's go. Meanwhile, Aizawa was in the remedial class with Ken and Hisashi when they received the message from Mandalay that the attack had started. He nodded and instructed, You two stay here, I will go out and search for students. They both nodded, and as Aizawa was about to exit the building, he was confronted by Dabi, also known as Toya Todoroki. Dabi unleashed his flames, aiming to attack. But Aizawa used his tape to hang onto the building. You are Dabi, right? Aizawa asked. Yes, but let's finish this, Dabi replied, giving a subtle nod to indicate they should go along with the act. Aizawa took the hint and pinned him down. Just then, Tenya emerged from the woods with Koji, Hitoshi, and Ojiro. You four go inside, Aizawa instructed before jumping back to create distance between himself and Dabi. As he retracted his tape, it passed through Dabi, who melted into the ground. This frightened the four students, and they hurried inside the building. Aizawa scoffed, so much for being a hero. He thought to himself that it was a bit scary, but not too much. He then ventured into the forest to find the rest of his students. Meanwhile, Izuku was battling Muscular, who had broken ribs and was bleeding from his head and arms. Muscular delivered a powerful punch to the ground, creating a shockwave. Izuku dodged it by jumping, but Koda was hit by the shockwave, and a rock was sent flying toward him. Izuku quickly caught Koda before he fell from the cliff and shot Muscular a fierce glare. In that moment, Muscular realized he had made a grave mistake. You've made a grave mistake, Izuku said, using his special move, Ultimate AIO, to deliver an uppercut that shattered Muscular's jaw and nearly snapped his neck, knocking him out. Izuku then checked Koda for any other injuries and healed the wound on his head before carrying him to find Aizawa. He teleported to the remedial classroom, where he found Hisashi and Kan. Take care of him, Izuku said as he handed Koda over to the teachers. Where's Mr. Aizawa? He asked. He went out to look for other students, Ken replied. I know why the league is here, Izuku said. And that is? Hisashi asked. They're here for Katsuki. They know they can't take me or Todoroki, but they know Katsuki is hot-headed and will attack them if they provoke him. Then it will be easy to capture him. Hisashi nodded in agreement. Can wait here. I will go with him to find Aizawa and bring more students here. Ken nodded, and they left the room to search for Aizawa. So how will we find him? Hisashi asked. I have a quirk called Search, Izuku explained. It's Ragdoll's quirk. It allows her to locate people and gather information about their quirks and health. That's a good quirk, Hisashi said. That's why she is part of the mountain rescue squad of the Pussycats, Izuku added. He then used Search and saw that Aizawa was moving toward an open field through the trees. He teleported himself and Hisashi in front of Aizawa, who was taken by surprise. Why are you here? Aizawa asked. Izuku explained the situation, and Aizawa instructed them to spread the information and inform the others that they were allowed to use their quirks for combat. The trio then went their separate ways to find Katsuki and the other students. After they separated, Aizawa headed to an open area where Tiger and Mandalay were fighting Magna and Spinner. He noticed Spinner attacking Mandalay with a massive sword made from smaller knives and blades. Aizawa used his tape to stop the sword and kicked it, causing it to break and giving Mandalay an opening to knock Spinner out. When Magna saw Spinner down, she lost her focus, allowing Tiger to punch her and knock her out. Meanwhile, Hisashi was moving through the woods when he spotted some Class 1B students. He warped them to the room where Kan and the other students were before continuing his search. As he ran, he was saved by Mezu just before being hit by Dark Shadow. He noticed Mezu's hand was bleeding. "What happened to your hand?" Hisashi asked. "We were ambushed by villains, which activated Tokoyami's quirk, and it goes berserk in the dark," Mezu explained. "If we have to get out of here, we need to get past him." They then heard a roar from Dark Shadow. Hisashi thought for a moment before coming up with an idea. "Okay, you stay here. I'll go and control it." Mezu asked how he would do that. "If it goes berserk in the dark, it should be weaker in the light, right? I'll fly up and use my fire breath to create enough light to calm him down." Mezu nodded in agreement. Hisashi flew up and used his fire breath above the trees to avoid causing a fire. After Mezu confirmed that fumigage was back to normal, Hisashi descended and warped them away. He then resumed his search for more students and noticed a pink gas surrounding him. Covering his nose and mouth, he moved forward, realizing that the gas was becoming denser in the direction he was heading. After walking a bit further, he noticed the gas around him was depleting. He began running and soon found Itsuka and Tetsu lying next to a villain. Tetsu was bleeding slightly, and the villain was missing some teeth. Observing small holes in Tetsu's shirt, he concluded they were bullet holes. He warped them to safety and continued his search. At the same time, Izuku was also running through the forest when he spotted an iceberg. He then picked up his speed and saw a villain with a quirk that turned his teeth into blades was fighting Shoto, Mirio, Katsuki, and Tamaki. Izuku jumped up and used lightning. "Get away from them," he shouted as he shocked the villain, causing him to fall unconscious and land in front of Shoto. Izuku noticed Shoto was carrying someone and quickly teleported the person to safety. When he returned, Shoto asked, "Hey, you teleported that guy. Why not teleport Katsuki too?" "No, they can go there first," Izuku replied. Mirio suggested, "If that's the case, why don't we hand him over to Mr. Aizawa or Mr. Midoriya?" "Yeah, let's do that," Izuku agreed. Tamaki added, "On the way, we can save some students and take them to the room where the others are." Katsuki interjected, "I don't care, I just want to blast them to pieces. If they attacked Achiko, they'll wish they hadn't." They started running and soon saw a knife fly from the trees to their right. They headed in that direction and found Tsuyu, Achiko, and Nijire fighting Himiko. When Himiko spotted Izuku, Mirio, Tamaki, Shoto, and Katsuki emerging from the woods, she pounced on Izuku and hugged him. "How are you doing today, Zuzu?" she asked. Nijire's eyes widened at the sight. "Hey man, you know her?" Mirio asked. Before Izuku could respond, everyone sensed a dangerous aura coming from Nijire. "Nijire, this is not what it seems like," Izuku said quickly. "Then how is it Izuku Midoriya?" Nijire shot back. The rest of the group exchanged worried glances. "Oh no, he's dead," they murmured. "I think I went too far," Himiko admitted. "Can you please let me go?" "Nijire is getting jealous," Izuku pleaded. "Yeah, I should," Himiko replied, releasing him. Izuku explained that they were friends and that Himiko had only acted that way to make Nijire jealous. Nijire blushed furiously upon hearing this. They accepted Toga after Izuku mentioned he had asked Nizu for a rehabilitation program for her and another villain. However, during their conversation, they realized Nijire and Katsuki were missing. "Where's Nijire and Katsuki?" Izuku asked. "They were here a moment ago," Mirio replied. "Are you looking for your friends?" a voice called out. "Who's there?" Shoto demanded. "It is I, the famous magician Mr. Compress," came the reply. "Who?" Izuku asked, confused. Mr. Compress continued, "I am a famous magician." "Never heard of you," Tamaki said. "Me neither," Mirio added, turning to the others, who shook their heads. "Oh come on. Anyway, Toga, shame on you for betraying your own team," Mr. Compress said. "I was never part of it, I was working for Zuzu," Himiko defended. "Is that so? Don't come crawling to us when these heroes hurt you." But that's another story. Perhaps you're looking for these, he said, showing them 2 blue marbles. We want our friends, not marbles. Izuku exclaimed. They are your friends. My quirk allows me to compress things into small marbles, Mr. Compress explained. Pretty good quirk, but I want them back, Izuku insisted. Not gonna happen, Mr. Compress said as he jumped from the tree toward his teammates. We have to follow him. Everyone grab me and Himiko, and go that direction, Izuku instructed, pointing left. There you will find Eraserhead, he knows about you. Himiko nodded and followed Izuku's lead. They grabbed onto him, and he flew up, spotting Mr. Compress. He soared toward him at full speed, crashing into him as they landed in front of Dabi and Twice. Hey, who's that? I'll kill whoever it is. Twice shouted, shifting into his other personality. Dabi recognized Izuku and his group. When Izuku landed and gained their attention, Dabi winked at them and Izuku nodded in response. Mr. Compress threw the marbles to Dabi, who caught them and swapped them with other marbles he had. You want this? Come and get it, Dabi taunted. Tamaki transformed his hand into octopus tentacles and caught Dabi's hand, but Dabi used his fire to burn him. Tamaki quickly retracted his hand. Shoto unleashed ice while Mirio used his quirk to sneak behind Dabi for a punch. Before he could strike, Dabi threw the marbles to Twice, who had already informed Kurogiri about the situation and was in front of the portal. Mirio punched Dabi, who pretended to go unconscious. Twice then took Mr. Compress with him while no one was watching. As they went through the portal, they saw Shigaraki sitting in a chair with Magna, while Spinner lay unconscious. Kurogiri asked, "Where are the others?" Toga betrayed us, and Dabi was knocked out along with Muscular, Mustard, and Moonfish, Mr. Compress reported. Let them be. Do you have what I wanted? Shigaraki inquired. Twice threw the marbles in his hand, but nothing happened. Those are normal marbles. Here are the real ones, Mr. Compress said, dropping the marbles, which transformed into Katsuki and Nijire. The villains then tied them to chairs. With Izuku, Mirio said, "We failed." Well, no, Dabi replied. Everyone except Izuku took a battle stance. Hey, calm down, I'm on your side, Dabi said. Yeah, guys, he is the other candidate for the rehabilitation program, Izuku clarified, causing them to ease up a bit. Do you have them? Izuku asked. Dabi nodded and took out the marbles, throwing them on the ground, but they turned into rocks. What? But how? I changed those when he gave them to me, Dabi exclaimed. As they realized their friends were not with them, sadness washed over the group. The group looked down, feeling a mix of disappointment and frustration. They were heroes after all. Suddenly, they heard heavy breathing and turned to see Izuku having a panic attack. Hey, you okay? Mirio asked. Okay? You think I'm okay? My best friend and girlfriend just got kidnapped. Do you really think I'm okay? Izuku snapped. Hey, we all feel the same way, but don't snap at us. Just stay calm, Tamaki said. I lost my cool when they walked through that portal. Izuku shot back. Let's go back to camp and report what happened to Mr. Aizawa, Shoto suggested. Everyone except Izuku nodded in agreement. I'm not coming, Izuku said defiantly. Don't be a fool, Izuku, Tenya. I'm not being a fool. I have a plan. And that is? Achiko asked. Tearing Japan apart if it means I can find them, Izuku replied. Are you crazy? Do you hear how you sound right now? Mirio exclaimed. How? Izuku challenged. You sound like a villain. We're all in shock, but we can't go to that length, Mirio said. Because you don't have the power to go that far, but I do. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to find them, Izuku insisted. Don't do it. You'll be labeled a villain, and it won't be some C or B class. You'll be an SSS class threat to the world, Toya warned. Then Tenya stepped in front of Izuku and punched him hard in the face. Are you not getting what we're trying to say? You'll never be a hero again if you do this. If you go through with it, you can kiss your hero career goodbye. I know, and I'll take the blame for that, Izuku replied. We all know you would, but it will still be on your record, Mirio said. This is getting very annoying, Izuku muttered before teleporting away from the campsite. The group stood in silence, feeling defeated. Slowly, they made their way back to camp. When they arrived, they realized they were the last ones there. The students took fighting stances when they saw Dabi with them. "Calm down, everyone. He's our second recruit for rehab," Aizawa said, easing the tension. "Where is the problem child?" he asked, noticing the group's somber expressions. "He went off on his own to find them," Mirio replied. "What?" everyone exclaimed. "We tried to stop him, but he just teleported," Tamaki explained. "Where did he go?" Hisashi asked. "We don't know," Shoto admitted. "Did he say anything about how he would find them?" Aizawa pressed. "He said he would tear Japan apart to find them," Toya said. "Oh dear God," Hisashi whispered. "Is he stupid?" "He'll be considered a villain," Aizawa said, frustrated. "We told him that, but he wouldn't listen," Tenya added. "Now we can't do anything but sit and pray for our enemies," Aizawa concluded. Meanwhile, Shigaraki said, "You did a good job, and thanks for the free quirk." He tested it on Mr. Compress, fascinated by its power. "Lock her up and bring that brat over here." They brought an unconscious Katsuki and tied him to a chair. As he began to wake up, he struggled against the cuffs, but it was futile. "Oh, we have a feisty one here. Let me make my point, Brett. I want you to join the league," Shigaraki said. "Why don't you just die?" Katsuki retorted. "Sai, take him to the room and give him a lesson. Beat him until he agrees to join the league," Shigaraki ordered. Twice and Spinner took Katsuki away, ready to carry out their orders. Back with Izuku, he teleported to a rooftop and cursed himself for not being able to save them. He felt like a failure, unable to protect his best friend. Wiping his tears, he began to strategize. "The portal could take them anywhere, but I think they're still in Japan. If I can't find them, I'll have to do what I said," he resolved. He teleported to a shady area of Muzutafu and began searching. He quickly took out some low-level thugs but found nothing. Frustrated, he moved on to Hosu, but it was the same story. A week later, reports surfaced of a boy with green hair causing chaos throughout Japan. One moment he was in Hosu, the next in Kyoto. Finally, on Saturday night, he found both of them. He was carrying a year-old toddler with white hair and a tiny horn on her head. Flashback. During his rampage, he had stumbled upon a Yakuza making quirk-erasing bullets using a girl's blood. The girl possessed a powerful quirk that could rewind anything biological or non-biological. While fighting off the thugs, he searched for their boss, Overhaul. In one room, he found a girl no older than 6. Just as he approached her, Rappa punched him, sending him crashing into the wall, which startled the girl. In her fright, she accidentally activated her quirk on herself. Seeing this, Izuku activated Erasure to cancel her quirk. But when he did it, the girl fell to the ground. He quickly knocked Rappa out and rushed to check on her. As he reached her, he realized she had transformed into a toddler. The flashback ended. When he found them, they were both injured, but their vitals were normal. He searched for any members of the league, but there were none. He carefully placed the toddler on the bar counter and healed his brother and girlfriend. After making a baby sling, he secured the toddler in it and took both of them in his arms. He then teleported to Recovery Girl's office, placing Nijire and Katsuki on the bed. Just as he was about to teleport again, the office door opened, and Hisashi walked in. "Izuku!" Hisashi exclaimed, moving toward him for a hug, but Izuku stopped him. "I'm not your son anymore. I'm a criminal. I'm guilty of causing chaos and using my quirk illegally. I know you won't let the police take me, so I'm running off. I want to be as far from you all as possible." "Why?" Hisashi asked, concern etched on his face. "I want some space, and they don't deserve this. I'm a monster. Please take care of this little one." He ruffled the toddler's hair. When he tried to hand her to Hisashi, she gripped his hands tightly. "I think she likes you," Hisashi said. "Then please adopt her so I can live with her," Izuku pleaded. "No, if she's going to live with you, you should adopt her. Inko and I want a grandbaby to spoil. So, what's her name?" "Okay, I will adopt her. Meet your granddaughter, Eri Midoriya." He then scanned Nijire and Katsuki, confirming his suspicion. "As I thought, they took both quirks with them. So what now?" Hisashi asked. I have a theory, but I need to test it first. Try it on me, Hisashi suggested. What? No, I'm not going to do that, not a chance. Izuku replied. Okay, but what is your theory? You know how whenever a quirk is manifested, a copy is transferred to me? Hisashi nodded. What if a quirk is taken or I give it away? Will another copy of that quirk be transferred again? You forgot something, Aizu, Hisashi said. What? I have all for one, a quirk that takes, gives, and allows the user to use the stolen quirk. That's right. So take a quirk from me, and let's see. If you can take a quirk and it's still in my arsenal, that means I am a quirk bank. Hisashi chuckled. Okay, quirk bank, let's test it out. Izuku nodded, and Hisashi placed a hand on Izuku's forehead, activating all for one. He then took the air cannon quirk from him. After he was done, Izuku asked, So which quirk did you take? Air cannon, Hisashi replied. Okay, let's see if I still have it. Izuku tested it and, to his surprise, his theory was correct. It worked. It worked. Hey, keep your voice down, okay? Hisashi reminded him. Oh yeah, sorry about that. But that means if I want, I can give the remaining 20% of the population a quirk. Now, don't go there. Focus on the task at hand. Yeah. He then placed a hand on Katsuki's forehead and gave him his explosion quirk. He did the same with Nijire, granting her the wave motion quirk. Now that that's out of the way, I have one more thing to do before I go, Izuku said. What is it? Hisashi asked. Give the recent student and rehab candidate a gift. But first, hold her. Izuku tried to hand Eri to her grandpa, but she held onto his hand tightly. Eri, he is your grandpa. He will not hurt you, and if anything happens, I am here for you, okay? Eri nodded and went into Hisashi's arms. He began to play with her. Izuku then created a portal above him, and Toya Todoroki, also known as Dabi, fell through. Izuku caught him in a bridal style. Hey, Izuku, Toya greeted. Hey, Toya, Izuku replied, setting him down. I heard the news about you. Yeah, that, Izuku said. Quite a show you put on. Yeah, but I want you to do something. What? Toya asked. Take a chair and sit down. Toya complied. So, what do you want to do? I have a solution for your drawbacks. Really? Toya's eyes lit up with excitement. Izuku nodded. It will hurt a little. I'll endure it, Toya said resolutely. But first, I will take your quirk and then give you a regeneration quirk. What will that do? I'll still have burns if you take the regen back, Toya interrupted. I wasn't finished. After taking your quirk and giving you the regen, I will remove those stitches and alter your genome. Then I will give you your quirk back. Then I will have two quirks, my original and the cure for my drawback. Correct. They heard a cute giggle from Eri, who was playing with her grandpa. Who's the kid? Toya asked. My daughter. You sure work fast, Toya remarked. I adopted her, Izuku replied. Hisashi covered Eri's ears. Izuku, no cussing in front of her. Izuku's sweat dropped. Yeah, sorry about that. Let's start, Toya said. Yeah. Izuku placed a hand on Toya's forehead, taking his quirk before giving him the Ultra Regeneration quirk. He then noticed that beneath the patches of burns, the skin had started to heal. The only remnants were the holes from the staples. Izuku used his magnetic quirk to pull the staples from Toya's skin. Toya grunted in pain, but he saw the holes begin to heal, and the burnt skin fell away, revealing a fully healed Toya Todoroki. Izuku placed his hand on Toya's forehead again and used his gene alteration quirk, allowing Toya to retain two quirks. It was a success, and he returned Toya's original quirk. Try it, Izuku said. Okay, Toya replied, igniting his right hand and feeling the warmth of flames on his left. He noticed that his left hand was healing rapidly. Thanks, Izuku, Toya said. No problem. I should get going now, Izuku replied. Please, Izuku, don't go, Hisashi pleaded. I have to, Izuku insisted. Hey, you can join the rehab program, Toya suggested. Yeah, you can do that, Hisashi added. I can, but I don't want her, he pointed towards Eri, to have a life where her father is called a villain. I was a villain too, you know, Hisashi said. Yeah, I know, but that was years ago. Now the news sticks around even if I'm not doing anything, Izuku explained. Yeah, I get that, Hisashi acknowledged. Sorry, Dad, but I have to go, Izuku said. I understand, Hisashi replied. Tell Mom I love her, Izuku added. I will, Hisashi promised. And Toya, be a good hero, Izuku said. Hey, I'm older than you, but I will, Toya replied with a smirk. Izuku turned and walked towards Nijire. I think this is goodbye for now, my love, but just know you will always be my first love, he said, kissing her forehead. He then approached Katsuki. Okay, bro, I think it's goodbye for us too. Be safe and don't forget to be nice to everybody. He walked over to Hisashi, took Eri from him, and placed her in her sling again. He gave Hisashi a gentle hug, careful not to squeeze too tightly with Eri between them. He then hugged Toya as well, nodding to both of them before teleporting away. Do you think he will be okay? Toya asked. Trust me, he will be all right, Hisashi reassured him. It was Monday, and school was proceeding as usual, but there was a gloomy atmosphere in Class 1A. While Aizawa was teaching, a student rushed in with the news that Katsuki and Nijire had woken up. Achiko, Tenya, Shoto, and Aizawa were the first to dash out of the room. On their way, Tenya and Shoto stopped by classes 3A and 3B to pick up Mirio and Tamaki. When they arrived, they found their classmates and Itsuka from 1B already surrounding the two, bombarding them with questions. Where is Izuku? Nijire asked anxiously. Are you all right? Mirio inquired. I asked where is Izuku? Nijire repeated, her voice rising. Are there any injuries? Does your body hurt? Tamaki asked. I asked you all where is my boyfriend Izuku Midoriya? Nijire shouted. Just then, the door opened to reveal Hisashi. What's all this commotion? Oh, you're awake, he said. Hisashi, where is Izuku? Nijire demanded. Do you remember anything after you got kidnapped? Hisashi asked. Yeah, they were asking me to join their league, and when I declined, they tortured us and took our quirks. But how are we here? Katsuki replied, still confused. Everyone except Hisashi looked shocked. They took your quirks? How is that possible? Kirishima asked. Yeah, only Mr. Midoriya has that quirk, Kaminari added. I think they should know, Aizawa said to Hisashi. You're right, Hisashi agreed. Long story short, I was the #1 villain, then I fell in love with Izuku's mother and left that life. I turned myself in, but the UA principal gave me a chance to redeem myself by teaching heroes in training. Everyone except Aizawa gasped in surprise. But I don't know how they have my quirk. Well, that's not important. We can win against them when they come for us, Hisashi continued. But that doesn't answer my question. How did we get here? Katsuki pressed. Izuku was frustrated that he couldn't find you too, so he went on a rampage. The whole of Japan was in chaos last week. When he brought you here, I was just strolling around the campus. I heard a noise in the recovery girl's office, opened the door, and saw Izuku with a baby in a sling, holding you two on his shoulders, Hisashi explained. So he rescued a child to save us? Shoto asked, raising an eyebrow. Everyone looked at him incredulously as if to say, Izuku would never do anything like that. No, he rescued the child from a yakuza while searching for you too, Hisashi clarified, pointing at Katsuki and Nijire. But we can't be heroes anymore, Katsuki said, frustration evident in his voice. Oh, here comes the twist, Hisashi said. What twist? Nijire asked, intrigued. Use your quirks, you too, Hisashi instructed. They both looked at him skeptically. Just give it a try, Hisashi urged. Nijire and Katsuki exchanged glances before complying. They both activated their quirks and were astonished to find that they still had them. How? Nijire stammered. Izuku gave you your quirks back, Hisashi explained. But now the nerd doesn't have our quirks anymore? Katsuki questioned. Oh, you're so wrong, Hisashi replied. Everyone gasped. What? Yup, you heard me right. Izuku still has both of your quirks, Hisashi confirmed. How? Siro asked, bewildered. He speculated that if a quirk is manifested, a copy of it is transferred to him. So, if he gave away a quirk, it would still be in his arsenal. We experimented with it, I took one quirk from him, and he still has it, Hisashi elaborated. Whoa, a quirk bank! Kirishima exclaimed. I thought that too, Hisashi said with a nod. So now what? Katsuki asked. You have your provisional license exam in 2 months, Hisashi replied. What about Izuku? Nijire asked, concerned. Oh, don't worry about him, he will be all right, Hisashi assured them. What about the baby he has with him? Katsuki asked. Don't worry, he will be a responsible father, even better than I was, I think, Hisashi said with a hint of pride. Wait, did you say father? Hisashi replied, yeah, he adopted her. Nijire was taken aback. Did I hear that right? A father now. Hisashi smiled. Yeah, and my granddaughter is so cute. Do you want to see? Everyone nodded eagerly. He pulled out his phone and showed them the picture. The girls squealed, and the boys were in awe of how adorable she was. Aizawa interrupted. Now that's done, everyone back to class. Mirio asked, Sir, can I stay with these two? Tamaki chimed in, I want to stay too, sir. Achiko, Tenya, Shoto, Itsuka, and Kyoka all echoed, me too, sir. Aizawa relented, all right, you can stay. The class then moved to their classroom, where the group discussed what had just happened. Meanwhile, Nijire was lost in thought. Tamaki noticed her silence and asked, Hey, what are you thinking? Nijire replied, I was thinking that when I'm discharged, I'll start Operation Find Izuku. Mirio exclaimed, You can't be serious. Katsuki added, Yeah, and where will you start looking for him? Nijire shrugged. I don't know, but I'll start the search as soon as possible. Just then, Recovery Girl entered the room. Now, children, go out so I can do some tests to see if you're at your 100%. Everyone nodded, and the group, except for Katsuki and Nijire, exited. After the tests, Recovery Girl sat in her office, reviewing the reports. Oh my, how do I say this to her? She then approached her patients. Bakugu, you are all fit and fine, but you may need some rest. Go to your dorm. Katsuki asked, Wait, they built dorms when? After you both got kidnapped, they decided to build dorms for student safety, Recovery Girl explained. Okay, but I don't know where mine is, Katsuki replied. Go to the staff room and ask your homeroom teacher, she instructed. Katsuki nodded and left the room. Recovery Girl turned to Nijire. How should I put this? Nijire asked, How should you put what? Let's be blunt. Your PR gin and tea, Recovery Girl said. Nijire stammered, BB, but how? We used protection. Recovery Girl asked, What did you use? Nijire replied, He put on a condom. That's why. You see, condoms are only 98% effective. You should have taken CNTR-CPTV pills as a backup, Recovery Girl explained. Nijire asked, So now what? There are 2 options, Recovery Girl said. Nijire inquired, They are? First is apn. Nope. No. I will not do an apn. Nijire interrupted. Then you're going to raise the baby, Recovery Girl said. Nijire nodded. Yup, this is the only way. Recovery Girl sighed. Then you should go and talk to Principal Nizu. Nijire nodded and exited the room, heading to the principal's office. After knocking, she heard, Come in. Nijire entered and sat across from Principal Nizu, who was sipping his tea. I see you are well, Miss Nijire, Nizu said. Yes, sir, she replied. What brings you here? He asked, taking another sip. Well, you see, sir, I'm sort of PR'd in tea, Nijire said. Nizu choked on his tea. What? I mean, I'm PR'd in tea, she clarified. Who's the father? Nizu asked. Izuku, Nijire answered. Oh, and you want to raise the baby? Nizu confirmed. Yes, sir, she replied. Okay, let me think about what I can do, Nizu said. Thank you, sir, Nijire responded. You may go now, but not to your dorm, go home. Once I've decided what to do, I'll email you, Nizu instructed. Okay, sir, and thank you once again, Nijire said before leaving the office. When she reached the staff room, she asked for Hisashi. He took her to the teacher's lounge. So, what do you want to talk about? Hisashi asked. Well, you see, I'm PR'd in T, Nijire said. Hisashi gasped. You're what? Nijire repeated, I'm PR'd in T. Hisashi squealed, second grandbaby. He raised both hands in excitement. So, you're going to raise the baby? Nijire nodded. Hisashi exclaimed, I have another grandbaby to spoil. Don't worry, Inko and I will help you in any way possible. Thank you, Hisashi, Nijire said gratefully. So, what will you do now? You said you were going to find Izuku, right? Hisashi asked. Wait, how do you know? Nijire replied. I asked Mirio, he explained. Oh, well, that explains it. As for your question, I will go home and share this information with my parents. When the baby is born, then I will start the search, Nijire said. Good. Okay then, take care, and I'm saying goodbye for both of you, Hisashi said. I will. You too, take care. Bye-bye, Nijire replied. Nijire then went home. Neri and Junji bombarded her with questions. She calmed them down and told them to sit. Okay, so the reason I'm here is to tell you the news, Nijire began. Neri asked, What is it, dear? Nijire took a deep breath. I'm PR'd in T with Izuku's child. Neri and Junji exclaimed in shock. What? Nijire repeated, I'm PR'd in T with Izuku's child. Junji fainted, while Neri went into a muttering mode, repeating one word, grandbaby. Hey, calm down you two, Nijire urged. Junji regained consciousness and snapped Neri out of her muttering. So, he got you knocked up, huh? Junji said. Nijire explained, we used a condom, but I didn't take the pill. Neri asked, so where is he now? Nijire sighed. That's the main thing. When I got kidnapped by the villains, he got angry and went on a rampage. Since he broke many laws, he is on the run. Oh dear God, Junji said. Neri added, so you decided to raise the baby? Yes, and I talked to Hisashi, and he said that he and Inko will support me as much as they can, Nijire confirmed. Good, but what about your studies and your license exam? Neri asked. I talked to Principal Nizu, and he said he will arrange something, Nijire replied. Just then her phone dinged. She then looked at her phone and read the message, feeling very happy. Junji asked, What is it, sweetie? Nijire replied, The message is from Principal Nizu. He said we can stay at home until the due date, and they will send videos of the lectures. If I have any doubts, I can email them for a solution video. As for the license exam, it will be conducted after the DLVRY. They made a special request for me to the Hero Association. Neri said, That's a good thing. Junji added, and we would like to meet Izuku's parents. Nijire responded, Okay, I will tell them. Time skip, 3 months later. Mirio and All Might were traveling by plane to Island when they were greeted by a swarm of reporters. All Might was surrounded, and Mirio found himself pushed around. He used his quirk to escape the crowd. After a while, All Might approached him, covered in lipstick marks. Uncle Might, a voice called out. Melissa! All Might exclaimed. Long time no see. I'm so happy. Melissa replied. Thank you for inviting us. Man, you've grown up. All Might said. I'm 18 now, almost I'm heavy, aren't I? She joked. Not at all. All Might laughed. As they chatted, Mirio observed Melissa, thinking, is she All Might's friend? She seems pretty young. She must have a quirk. But she is very appealing. Oh right, where's Dave? All Might asked. Oh, he's in his lab making a surprise for the expo, Melissa answered. Oh, what is it this time? All Might inquired. He said it was confidential. He won't even tell me, she replied. Young Togata, this is my friend's daughter, Melissa, All Might introduced. I'm Melissa Shield. Nice to meet you, she said. Oh, that's how it is, Mirio said. What? Melissa asked. Oh, nothing. I thought you were All Might's friend, Mirio explained. Melissa laughed at this. Anyways, My name is Mirio Togata. Third year at UA, he introduced himself. UA? Then you are Uncle Might's student, she said. Yeah, he is one of the big 3 of UA, and he is going to be a hero in the future, All Might added proudly. Wow, a hero, huh? What is this big 3 you mention? Melissa asked. Oh, that means I am one of the top 3 in the whole UA, Mirio explained. Oh wow, then you must be very strong, she said. Well, not really. There was my friend, a first year, who beat all 3 of us in a 1v3 match, Mirio admitted. Oh, he is super strong then, Melissa replied. Yeah, he is stronger than All Might, Mirio confirmed. No way, Melissa exclaimed. Yes way, Mirio replied. Ahem, Melissa, it's time to go, All Might interrupted. Alright. Sorry, I got distracted, she said, transforming her pogo stick into a small box and starting to run. Let's go, she shouted. Melissa took them to her father, David Shield, and asked them to stand outside to surprise him. When David saw her, he asked why she was there. For completing your first stage of research, I invited a certain someone, Melissa replied. A certain someone? David questioned. You love that person, she teased. At that moment, All Might entered the room. I am here. Shaking with all the emotions from our reunion, he announced. Toshi! David exclaimed, rushing to hug him. I came all the way here to see you, Dave. All Might said. Well, were you surprised? Melissa asked. David, still stunned, replied. Very surprised. After composing himself, David said, Oh, don't remind me how old we are. Neither of us wants that now, do we? They both laughed. I am glad I could see you, Dave, All Might said. I am glad to see you too, All Might, David replied. Young Togata, I would like you to meet my best friend, David Shield, All Might introduced. Hey, I know you. I read about you in a paper. You are the top scientist who won a Nobel Prize, Mirio said. I think I don't have to introduce myself, David said with a smile. It's nice to meet you. I am Mirio Togata, or my superhero name, Lemillion, Mirio introduced himself. It's nice to meet you too. Anyway, Melissa, can you show Togata around the island? I want to talk to All Might, David said. Sure thing, Papa, Melissa replied. Really? Mirio asked, surprised. Yeah, I am honored to go with a future hero. Let's go, she said enthusiastically. Okay, Mirio agreed and they left the room. David turned to his assistant, Sam. Sam, you're dismissed for today. Okay, sir, Sam replied, leaving the room. You know, Toshi, you can change into your skinny form, David suggested. No, Dave, now there is no time limit for this form, All Might insisted. What? That wound was not healed, and what about your blood loss? David questioned. Let me change into my original form and show you, All Might said, transforming into his original form, which looked different than before. Hey, you're not skinny anymore and those eyes are back. David noted. I know, right? A student of mine healed the injury, Toshinori explained. That's good news. Now go and change, I want to do some tests on you, David instructed. Okay, Toshinori replied. With Mirio. Mirio was enjoying his day with Melissa as she showed him around the expo, explaining various support items on display. When they were exploring the gadgets, Mirio heard a familiar voice. It's good to see you here, Mirio, said Ochiko, along with Kyoka and her girlfriend Momo. Hey, Ochiko, Momo, Kyoka, Mirio replied. Are they your friends? Melissa asked. Yes, Mirio confirmed. It looks like you're having fun, Ochiko teased. It's not that. Melissa here is just showing me around the expo, Mirio explained. That's right. My papa and uncle, Melissa began, but Mirio quickly interrupted. Melissa, you can't tell them that I came here with All Might. Why? She asked. Reasons, he replied. Okay, Melissa said, and they returned to the group. Let's get some tea or coffee, Melissa suggested. They headed to a nearby cafe, where the girls started chatting while Mirio sat alone at another table. Thanks for the wait, he heard someone say. Thank you, Mirio replied, looking up to see Kaminari and Zero. What are you doing here? Mirio asked. Well, the cafe needed temporary staff, so we applied, Kaminari explained. And we can check out the expo during breaks, Zero added. Plus, the pay is good, Kaminari said. Suddenly, they heard another familiar voice. Hey you two, what are you doing standing there? Get back to work. Tenya called out as he approached. Tenya, you're here too. Achiko exclaimed. Yes, I came to represent the Ida family. I wasn't keen on the idea, but now that I see you all here, I want to stay, Tenya said. Momo chimed in. I was invited because my father holds shares in Island, and I had 2 extra tickets, so I invited Kyoka and Achiko. Speaking of invitations, how did Katsuki react when he heard you were invited, Achiko? Mirio asked. He said he was okay with it, which is why I came with Momo, she replied. Oh, so he's... Mirio started, but was interrupted by a distant explosion. They rushed to the source of the noise and saw Tamaki standing on a mountain. Clear time, 19 seconds, second position, the announcer declared. Is he up there? Melissa asked. Yeah, he is, Mirio confirmed. Next up is... The announcer continued. Katsuki! Achiko exclaimed. How is he here? Mirio wondered aloud. Go! The announcer shouted. Katsuki launched himself, blasting the robots with precision. 15 seconds, first place, the announcer announced. Hey, Mirio is here. Tamaki called out. Katsuki looked up and saw the group. Hey, how are you here? He asked Mirio. I should ask the same of you, Achiko added. Katsuki turned to her. Oh hey Oka. Funny seeing you here. Explain, she demanded. Uncle Hisashi came by my house a few days ago and gave me 2 tickets to Island. It was the winning prize from the sports festival. I knew you were coming, so I asked Tamaki to join, and he agreed, Katsuki explained. Okay, Achiko said. Now come here, he said, pulling her in for a kiss. The announcer then declared, we have a new contestant. They looked to see it was Mirio. Ready, the announcer shouted. One for all. Mirio powered up. Villain attack ready. Begin. Mirio phased through the ground and onto the mountain, moving so fast he appeared as a blur of golden light. Keep it at 30%, don't let it fall or rise, he thought, controlling his power. In seconds, he destroyed all the robots. Amazing! 5 seconds, first place, the announcer exclaimed. Mirio returned to the group, and they discussed his moves. We jumped to the top 5. 14 seconds, second place, the announcer said, surprising them all. Shoto! Mirio shouted. Shoto? He said in a bored tone. Hey, do it properly, someone called out. Ugh, fine, Mirio replied, trying again. Shoto! One of your friends again? Melissa asked. Yeah, Momo confirmed. You all are amazing as expected from future heroes, Melissa said. Katsuki, up here, he shouted. Shoto looked up and responded, Katsuki and the group too. He approached them. What are you doing here, Shoto? Tenya asked. I came to represent my old man, Shoto replied. Meanwhile, on another part of the island, a guard lay on the ground, twitching in pain as a man spoke on the phone. We got the goods, he said. The voice on the other end mentioned All Might. What? All Might? Don't panic, we will take care of that, he assured. In a lab, Toshinori was sleeping in a capsule while David ran tests on him. What he saw was alarming. Toshinori's quirk numbers were decreasing. Toshinori emerged from the capsule. What's going on, Toshi? Your quirk numbers are dropping dramatically. Even if your wound is healed, why is this happening? David asked. When you're a hero for long, your body starts to fall apart, Toshinori replied, thinking, I can't tell him about One for All. At this rate, the symbol of peace will be no more. The crime rate in Japan is only 6% because of you. The only time it spiked was 3 months ago. Other countries have crossed 20%. I even considered asking you to stay in America, David said. There's no need to be pessimistic. There are capable pro-heroes out there and people like you to support them. I can still be All Might for another 2 to 3 years, Am I correct? Toshinori reassured him. Yes, but it's possible that another villain like All for One could appear again, David warned. When that happens, I will not hesitate to step up and be the symbol of peace, Toshinori promised. Time skip, evening. With Mirio and the group, they were heading to where Kaminari and Shiro were sitting in front of the cafe they worked at, looking exhausted. Man, today was so exhausting, Kaminari said. And it's just pre-opening day, Shiro added. Mirio then shouted, Yo, Kaminari, Shiro, as they approached. Tenya handed them 2 tickets. What is this? Shiro asked. Invitations for the reception party, Momo explained. Melissa prepared them for you guys, Kyoka added. She thought you should have fun at least for one day, Achiko chimed in. I just had extra, so use them as you please, Melissa said. Kaminari and Shiro exchanged glances. Our hard work has finally rewarded us, they exclaimed, tears of joy in their eyes. I heard there will be pro heroes, so dress formally. We will meet in Lobby 7 at 6:30, Tenya instructed, and everyone nodded in agreement. What are you waiting for? We only have 30 minutes, chop chop. Tenya urged. Right, everyone responded. I will call Shoto and Katsuki. I'll meet you in the lobby bye, he said, running off. Mirio remarked, Tenya is in full throttle today. They then parted ways to get dressed. Meanwhile, somewhere on the island, guards were restrained and locked in a room. Villains were handling the security system. One villain spoke on the phone. We've restrained them. There were 5 guards. Everything is going according to plan, he reported. The security system is still up. Keep them bound without harming them, came the response. Yes, sir. We will begin now, the villain confirmed. After hanging up, he put on his mask and said, It's going smoothly. We will move too. Back with Mirio, he was in an elevator, which dinged as he reached his destination. He ran out, thinking he was late. Sorry I was a bit late, he said upon arrival, noticing only Tenya, Shoto, Tamaki, Kaminari, and Shiro were there. Where are the others? Mirio asked. They're still coming, Tenya replied. I thought I was late. It's good that you are here too, Tamaki, Mirio said. I don't want to be here, he dragged me here. Let me ask you all a question, Tamaki said. Yes, go on, Mirio encouraged. Why do you all always interrupt when I am watching anime? Tamaki exclaimed, causing the others to sweat drop. The elevator dinged again, and Katsuki and Achiko emerged hand in hand. Sorry we're late, Achiko said. Yeah, she was taking a lot of time, Katsuki added. Oh yeah? Who was the one that said they didn't want to come to the party? Achiko teased. I only came because I don't want any perverts ogling you, Katsuki retorted. Ah, Katsuki, that's so sweet, Mirio said. Shut up, Katsuki replied, slightly embarrassed. The elevator dinged once more, and Momo and Kyoka stepped out. Kyoka was shy and hid behind Momo. I apologize for being late, but Kyoka. Momo started. I am not used to this type of clothing, Kyoka admitted. Then Melissa rushed out of the elevator. You're still here? The party's starting, she exclaimed. In the reception party hall, the announcer said, Now, All Might will say a few words, please. The audience applauded as All Might stood in the middle, smiling. Please come to the stage, the announcer urged. David joined All Might on stage. Dave, I didn't know about this, All Might said. What did you think would happen when people found out All Might was here? David replied. Geez, All Might said, then began his speech. Thank you for inviting me. I'm All Might. I don't like for. He was cut off by alarms blaring behind him. This is an announcement from the security system of I-Island. An explosive device has been set up in the I-Expo area, the system announced. Bomb? A random person exclaimed. Seriously? Another added. Island will be on high alert. Residents and tourists should return to their homes and lodgings. Those who have traveled a long way should go to their nearest evacuation center. Anyone outside after 10 minutes will be arrested without warning. Please refrain from going outside. Additionally, most of the main building will be sealed by the security system. I repeat, As the announcement ended, armed individuals burst into the party room, causing panic. The main boss spoke. "It is as you heard. We've taken over the security system. Don't think you're going to put up a fight, because if you do, the people on this island will die. That's right, the people on this island are hostages, and so are you." He pressed a communicator in his ear, saying, "Do it." Discs appeared from the ground, tying everyone up in blue ropes. "The restraining devices are used for security," a random person said, as panic spread through the room. "This isn't good," All Might muttered. Then a gunshot rang out. "Don't move. If you move, I'll kill everyone in this room," a voice shouted. All Might cursed under his breath as he was kicked to the ground. "Good boy." "Oh, how rude of me. I just barged in without introducing myself. My name is Wolfram. Now you're all going to learn from All Might and do what I say quietly, right?" All Might glanced at David, who shook his head, indicating they had no choice but to comply with Wolfram for now. They would have to endure until a way out was found. With Mirio and the group, Shoto said, "My phone has no signal." "I think they blocked it," Kyoka said as she pressed the elevator button, hoping it would respond. "The elevator isn't working either." "I can't believe the security system would switch to high alert just because they found some explosives," Melissa added. "I say we head to where the party is being held to see what's going on," Mirio suggested. "Why?" Tenya asked. "Because All Might is at the party," Mirio replied. "All Might is there?" Achiko exclaimed. "Then there's no reason to worry," Kaminari said. "Melissa, is there another way to the party hall?" Mirio asked. "If we use the emergency stairs, I think we can get close to the party," Melissa answered. "Then lead the way." In the party hall, Wolfram was walking around, trying to keep everyone quiet. "Don't worry, if you stay quiet, you won't be hurt. We will release you once the time comes." "What are you all after?" a random hero asked, only to receive a kick from Wolfram. "Didn't I tell you to keep quiet?" Wolfram snapped. His communicator rang, and he answered it. "Oh right, got it." After searching for a moment, his eyes landed on Sam, David Shield's assistant. He walked over and asked, "You are a researcher here, right?" "Why yes," Sam stammered. "Take him," Wolfram ordered. Just as they were about to cuff Sam, David intervened. "Wait, that's my assistant. What do you plan to do with him?" David demanded. "Oh, if it isn't David Shield." "Take him too," Wolfram replied. "What if I refuse?" David challenged. "Then there will be screams heard all over the island," Wolfram warned. "Fine, I will go," David relented, and Wolfram took him with him. All Might thought, "Will I be able to defeat the villains and get the security system to work again?" He struggled against his restraints but couldn't break free. Suddenly he saw a flash and looked up to see Tamaki flashing his phone at him, with Mirio and Tenya beside him. Young Togata, young Amajiki, and young Ida too, All Might noted. "Good, All Might noticed us," Tenya whispered. "Kyoka, can you hear anything?" Tamaki asked quietly. "Yeah," Kyoka replied. Mirio signaled for All Might to talk, and they listened intently. "If you can hear me, listen carefully," All Might said. "The villains have taken over the tower and its security system. Everyone on this island is a hostage, and all the heroes have been captured as well. It is dangerous. Get away from here ASAP." "This is bad," Kyoka said, and they regrouped to discuss the situation. "I think we should do what All Might said and escape," Tenya suggested. "I agree with Tenya. We can't fight against so many villains, and we are only students," Momo added. "What if we escape and find heroes outside?" Kaminari proposed. "It will be hard to escape. This place has the same level of security as Tartarus, where villains are kept," Melissa explained. "Then all we can do is wait until help arrives," Tamaki said. "Are you okay with that, Kaminari?" Kyoka asked. "What do you mean?" Kaminari replied. "He means, don't you feel like we should go help?" Kyoka clarified. "Hey, the villains even caught All Might," Siro pointed out. "We're trying to become heroes," Shoto said. "Yes, but," Momo started. "Does that mean it's all right for us to do nothing?" Shoto interrupted. "That's..." Momo trailed off. and the room fell silent until Mirio spoke up. I want to save them, he declared, and everyone turned to look at him. Mirio, Tamaki said softly. I want to save them all, Mirio reiterated. Tamaki sighed, thinking, there's the Mirio I know. He will risk his life to save others and make them happy. Are you trying to fight all the villains? Kaminari asked. If I try, I can. But it's not about fighting, Kaminari. We need a way to save All Might and the others without confronting the villains directly. Even if it's hard, I still want to try, Mirio said. There is a way. The island's security system is on the top floor of this tower. If the villains have taken over, the authentication locks and passwords should have been disabled. We can restart it. We just need to avoid the villains and get to the top floor. Then maybe we can save everyone, Melissa explained. What do you mean by avoid the villains? How do we do that? Kyoka asked. Currently, none of us have been harmed, and I think the villains aren't used to working with the system, Melissa replied. Avoid fighting and get the system back to normal, huh? Shoto mused. And if any villains show up, I'll blast them away, Katsuki declared. Calm down, Katsuki, Shoto said. Everyone agreed, but then Momo added, but the villains are waiting for us on the top floor. There's no need to fight. If we reboot the security system, then All Might and the other heroes will be free, and they can come and fight the villains with us helping them, Tamaki reasoned. Let's do this, everyone cheered. Melissa, you should stay here, Mirio said. And who is going to reboot the system? Melissa challenged. Oh, Mirio replied. I'm a student at the academy. I know about the security system, Melissa insisted. All right, fine, Mirio conceded, and he went back to where they had seen All Might. All Might noticed Mirio and thought, young Togata. Those eyes. Don't tell me. No, run away. Mirio understood that All Might wanted him to escape, but he shook his head in disagreement. It's too dangerous, All Might warned. Mirio gave All Might a determined look, signaling that he wanted to help. Young Togata, All Might said, but Mirio ran off, knowing he would do everything he could to save everyone. All Might thought, he is going after them, huh? I know that I must reproach him as a teacher for his actions, but if you don't move on your own, then you are no hero. In that case, I will wait. I believe that you all can break us out of this situation. We are counting on you. With the group, Tenya said, let's go. Everyone responded with enthusiasm, yeah, but let's get it over with. Somewhere in Japan, in an apartment, a boy was cooking food for himself and his roommate. He paused, thinking he heard a voice that sounded like All Might. I think he is in trouble. I should help, but there's no one at home to take care of her. What should I do? Just then the door opened, and a girl entered. I'm home. So what are you cooking? She asked. I have to go, he replied urgently. Again? You're doing more vigilant work right after I came in, she exclaimed. It's not that, Grandma. I heard a call for help in my head from All Might. All Might? Then you should go, she encouraged. Yeah, please take care of her, he said as he left the apartment and made his way to the roof. Now, let's see where you are, All Might. He closed his eyes and began searching for him. He found All Might but sensed something was off, so he started searching for Mirio. Found him. Let's go then. With the group, they were running through the stairs when they saw a green portal opening up. Everyone except Melissa was excited, knowing who it was. However, the figure that emerged made them frown. A tall, handsome man with jet black hair and scarlet-red eyes stepped out. Everyone took a battle stance. Mirio spoke up, Who are you? Me, the man replied. Yes, you. Tamaki urged. I am Caddis Etrama de Rizel. He introduced himself. Why are you here? Tenya asked. Oh, Izuku sent me. I owe him one, and he asked me to help you all out, Rizel explained. How do we believe you? Katsuki challenged. I came out of a green portal, and you know that only he makes green portals, Rizel pointed out. Good point, Shoto agreed. So, what happened here? Rizel inquired as they explained everything to him. Okay then, let's go. Rizel said. While they were running, Mirio asked, So, Rizel, what's your quirk? My quirk is blood manipulation, Rizel replied. Mirio was intrigued. What does it do? I can control blood, not just my own but others too. I can use my life force and the blood to create a large tornado of blood, which I like to call a blood field, Rizel explained. That's super cool. Mirio exclaimed. They reached the 80th floor, but the entrance to the 81st floor was blocked. Ciro noticed something. Hey guys, there's a handle here. Wait, Ciro, no. Melissa warned, but it was too late. Ciro had already pulled it, signaling the villains that someone on the 80th floor had opened a door. In the security room, a villain said, "Did a door open on the 80th floor? Did you make a mistake scanning each floor?" Another villain asked as the screen showed Mirio, Rizel, and the others running. They reported this to Wolfram, who commanded, "Let down all the partitions on the 80th floor. Don't let the kids get away." "Roger," the villain responded. All Might prayed for the kids' safety. With the group, Rizel asked, "Is there another way?" Melissa replied, "There's another emergency staircase like this on the opposite side." "Hurry," Tenya urged as they saw the hallways being shut off. "The shutters are closing," Mirio warned. Momo noticed the shutters behind them were closing too. The shutter in front of them was about to close when Shoto sent his ice to block it. Tenya jumped through the gap, spotted a door, and kicked it open. "Let's go from here," he said. They entered and found themselves in a plant factory of the tower. "A plant factory?" Mirio asked. "They research how quirks influence plants," Melissa explained. Kyoka then stopped everyone. "Look, the elevator is coming up." Rizel said, "You all hide. I'll handle them. I don't want you to get hurt." They hid behind the bushes. Kaminari wondered, "I wonder if we can use the elevator to get to the top floor." "No, only authorized people can operate the elevator, and it's too sturdy to destroy," Melissa replied. The elevator dinged, and two villains walked out, spotting Rizel standing alone in the middle of the factory. "What are you doing here?" one villain demanded. "Oh, me? I just got lost," Rizel replied casually. "Don't mess with us," the other villain threatened. "Why would I do that?" "I'm straight," Rizel said with a smirk. "Don't mock us, you little brat," the first villain shouted as he activated his quirk. But Rizel simply said one word, "Kneel." Both villains fell to their knees, struggling to regain control. "Who gave you permission to talk?" Rizel said, silencing them. "You know what? You're both annoying, so I'll put you to sleep," he declared, rendering them unconscious. The others emerged from hiding. "Whoa, dude, that was so cool," Mirio exclaimed. "Yeah." Tamaki agreed. "How did you do it?" Mirio asked. "My quirk comes with mind control. Since blood is present everywhere in the body, it gives me the ability to control my opponent's minds too," Rizel explained. "That's so cool," everyone said in unison. "Now let's get out of here," Shoto urged, and everyone nodded. Rizel created an ice stump beneath them to take them to the bridge above. They then traveled to the end of the bridge and blew the door open. Both pathways were blocked by shutters. Tenya said, "No luck here too." Momo replied, "There is still a possibility if someone can go outside through the vent. You can use the outside wall to get to the top floor." Mirio asked, "But who will do it?" Rizel volunteered, "I will go, but I am not going through that," pointing towards the vent. Achiko asked, "Then?" Rizel responded, "First, I want to know your quirks so I can figure out a plan." They explained their quirks to him, and he devised a strategy. Rizel said, "The plan is I will break this wall, and Uraraka, you use your quirk on me. Yaoyorozu, you make 2 ice hammers so I can climb to the maintenance room." Mirio questioned, "But how will you make a hole in the wall that will fit you?" Rizel explained, "Easy. I will use my blood as a strength enhancer. In short, I will solidify my blood in my fist and use the remaining blood in my arm to move." Mirio replied, "Oh." Rizel added, "I will do the same when I climb the tower. So let's get started." He proceeded to punch a hole in the wall, taking 5 to 8 hits to break through. Achiko used her quirk on him, and Momo provided the ice hammers. He then began climbing the building. When he reached the vent, He predicted it would lead to the maintenance room and burst inside. He pushed the ladder down for the others to climb up. In the security room, Villain 1 asked, "Hey, you still can't find them?" They noticed the students running, and Kyoka broke the camera. Villain 2 exclaimed, "Damn it." Villain 1 ordered the other villains through the communicator, "Hey, 80th floor, the kids are getting away. What's going on?" He received no response. "Hey, 80th floor." Villain 2 said, "You should see this." Villain 1 approached and saw that the villains sent to the 80th floor were knocked out. "How did this happen?" he asked. Villain 2 replied, "I think we underestimated the kids." Villain 1 ordered, "Send in the robots." Villain 2 nodded and pressed a button on the keyboard. Villain 1 then communicated with Wolfram. Wolfram asked, "What is it?" Villain 1 reported, "Boss, those are not ordinary kids. They're students from UA High's hero course." Wolfram replied, "The brats are probably trying to restore the security system. You started the security machine, right?" Villain 1 confirmed, "Yes, sir." Wolfram instructed, "Then raise all the partitions from the 100th to the 130th floors." Villain 1 questioned, "Huh?" Wolfram insisted, "Do as I say." Meanwhile, the group was running from floor to floor. Kaminari remarked, "Doesn't it seem lucky that all the shutters have been raised since we passed the 100th floor?" Rizel cautioned, "No, I think this could be a trap, so keep your guard up." Everyone nodded and continued running. They reached the 130th floor laboratory. Tenya observed, "It looks like they want to capture us now." Tamaki added, "I think they realized we are UA students." Rizel noted, "Well, not all of us." Mirio agreed, "Yeah, not all." Katsuki said, "Let's go inside. I want to blast some robots. My hands are itching." Rizel replied, "No, save your energy. If we get into more trouble, we can use your quirk, Bakugo. For now, I will use mine." He entered the room, and the robots charged toward him. Rizel declared, "Let's do this." Blood field. A tornado of blood formed, trapping and crushing the robots. When the robots stopped coming, he deactivated blood field and signaled for the others to run. While running, he coughed up some blood, but only Melissa noticed. In the security room, Villain 1 reported to Wolfram, "Boss, the security machines are not responding. We lost the kids." Wolfram advised, "Don't lose your presence of mind. There's someone among them with a hearing quirk." Back with the group, Kyoka said, "I hear a lot of security machines below this floor." Mirio asked, "Any sound from above?" Kyoka replied, "No, it's fine." Tenya urged, "Let's go then." They started running again and reached the 138th floor, which was the server room. Tenya warned, "Trap." Mirio suggested, "Let's break through." Kyoka cautioned, "Hey, don't even think about using your quirk, Mirio." Mirio reassured her, "It will be fine. This is part of Izuku's hero suit." Kyoka relented, "Then you can go ahead." Melissa asked, "Who is Izuku?" Rai also mentioned something about owing him, and you all are talking about him. Katsuki responded, "He is our friend and the strongest in the world." Melissa inquired, "Even stronger than Uncle Might?" Tamaki replied, "All Might is leagues below him." Melissa asked, "So where is he?" Katsuki started to explain, but was interrupted by the security robots attacking them. Momo directed, "Mirio, take Melissa and Rizel with you. We will handle them." Mirio nodded and left with Melissa and Rizel. The others began attacking the robots. The trio reached the wind power generator system. Mirio asked, "Why are we here?" Melissa explained, "If we go through the tower, the security robots will be ready to ambush us. So we'll go up to the top all at once from here." They saw that the door led up. Mirio asked, "All the way up there?" Rizel replied, "I know how we will get there." Mirio asked, "How?" Rizel explained, "I will throw you up with all I can, and then I will jump with Melissa. If I can't make it, I will throw her midair and you catch her. I know this is a bit tricky, but we have no choice." Mirio nodded in agreement. Rizel turned to Melissa, "This is going to be scary, okay?" "Yes, but I'll be fine," she replied. trembling slightly. Rizel gently patted her head. It will be all right. If you fall, I will catch you. I am here to help. Melissa took a deep breath and calmed down. He proceeded as planned, throwing Mirio up with all his strength. To his surprise, it worked, and Mirio reached the door. Rizel then picked Melissa up in a bridal carry and made a jump for it. Halfway through, he realized he was slowing down. Sorry for this, he said. It? Melissa asked, confused. Mirio catch. He threw her toward Mirio with all his strength. Fortunately, Mirio caught her just in time. Rizel then jumped up and used his ice hammers to reach the top. Mirio burst open the door, only to be met by a sword. He quickly used his quirk, resulting in the sword grazing him but giving Melissa a small cut. Rizel reacted swiftly, using his quirk to slam the soldier against the left wall, then the right wall, then to the ceiling and back to the floor, knocking the villain out. They started running toward the security room, defeating a couple of enemies along the way. When they reached the room in front of the central elevator, they were shocked to find someone already inside. Papa! Melissa gasped. That's David's shield, right? He is your dad. Rizel asked. Yeah, but I don't know why he is on the top floor, Melissa replied. I think the villains forced him, Mirio suggested. We have to save him then, they all agreed. In the storage room, David and Sam were searching for something. I was able to unlock it. Go to block 1147, David said. Okay, Sam replied. I'm opening it now. A block opened, revealing a silver suitcase. Sam took it out, exclaiming, You did it, Professor. Everything is here. I finally got it back. This device and research data are the only things I would never give to anyone. I'll never give it up, David declared. Everything is going according to plan, isn't it? It looks like the villains are doing well too, Sam noted. Thank you. It was all because you arranged everything for me, Sam, David said. Suddenly, Melissa entered the room. Papa! They both turned in surprise. Miss, what are you doing here? Sam asked. Melissa walked forward, still in disbelief. What do you mean arranged? Papa, don't tell me you are behind all this to get hold of that device? Is that true? It is, David admitted. What? Why? The professor is only trying to get back what was stolen from him, Sam explained, showing the suitcase. This is a groundbreaking invention. This device can mechanically amplify quirks. It amplifies quirks? Mirio asked. Yes, it is still in testing, but with this device, unlike drags, quirks can be amplified without affecting the body. However, the sponsors confiscated this invention and the research data. If this were made known to the world, the structure of superhuman society would change drastically. Fearing that governments from different nations put pressure on him. That's why the professor accepted my plan, to hire people dressed as villains to steal the invention for us. No. This is a lie, isn't it, Papa? Tell me it is all a lie, Melissa pleaded. It's not. It's not a lie, David replied. That doesn't make sense. The Papa I know would never do anything like that. So why? Why? It is for All Might. You two probably don't know, but his quirk is disappearing. However, if he uses my device, it can go back to normal. It can even give him more abilities than he started with. The #1 hero, the symbol of peace, can get his light back again and save many people once more. Is it because All Might passed one for all on to me? Mirio asked. David took the suitcase from Sam and said, Please, let me hand this device over to All Might. There is no time to remake it. After he gets this, I don't care what punishment I receive. I've prepared myself. They risked their lives. What do you think Mirio and his friends went through to save the hostages? Melissa interrupted, showing the wound she received from the villain outside. What's the meaning of this? This was an act, correct? David questioned. A voice came from behind. Of course it was an act. Everyone turned to see Wolfram. An act pretending to be fake villains, Wolfram said. You! Mirio shouted, running toward Wolfram. Wolfram placed his hand over the vault's door, but before he could do anything, Rizel stepped in and yanked his arm away using his quirk. Mirio then punched Wolfram in the face. You little... Sam, bring me the device. Wolfram ordered. Sam, kneel, Rizel commanded. In mid-motion, Sam's body fell to a kneeling position. Now be a good boy and give me that suitcase, Rizel instructed. Sam, not in control of his own actions, passed the suitcase to Rizel. Rizel picked up the suitcase and handed it to Melissa. It's safe now. He turned to Wolfram. Now why don't you go and sleep? You are tired of pretending to be villains, aren't you? So go to sleep. Rizel rendered them unconscious. Melissa, the security system, he said. Yes, she replied, running to the security room. Rizel turned to Mirio. I think you can handle it from here? Yeah, Mirio confirmed. Then I will take my leave now. A green portal appeared behind Rizel as he stepped through. He then turned to leave. Wait, Mirio called out. Yes. Rizel replied. Can you give Izuku a message? Yes, what is it? Rizel asked. Tell him that Nijire is PRGNT with his child. What? Rizel exclaimed, just as the green portal swallowed him. Upon reaching home, Rizel announced, Hey, I'm home. He heard footsteps and was met by a woman with fair skin, a small mole below her bottom lip, and sharp eyes framed by long eyelashes. Her grayish-white hair was styled shoulder-length, with a clump of bangs hanging above her forehead. Oh, you're home. So how was it? She asked. It was good, Rizel replied. Did they figure out who you were? No, but can you do me a favor and put on the noise cancellation headphones on her, Grandma? Okay, but why? You'll know. Meet me in my room after you hear me screaming. Why will you scream, though? I'll tell you. Grandma went to another room while Rizel headed upstairs to his own room. He closed the door and changed his appearance back to normal. What? How is that even possible? I was sure I used protection to prevent her PRGNCY. I'm happy to be a dad again, but it feels like I knocked her up and ran away. Just then, he heard hurried footsteps, and his grandma opened the door. What the hell are you screaming about, Izuku? She asked. I'm going to be a dad again, and you're going to be a great-grandma again, Grandma Nana. What? I said you're going to be a great-grandma again. Sai, you know my girlfriend? Nana nodded. Well, she's PRGNT. So, in short, you knocked her up? No. We used protection. Sometimes, kid, you have to have a backup so you don't mess things up. I know. So now what are you going to do? Well, first I have to resign from Antiku so we can go back to Mizudafu. Then go and give them the notice tomorrow. Yeah. Now, you might be wondering how he met Nana, so let's flash back 3 months. Izuku had teleported to Tokyo's 20th ward, specifically to an alleyway. With nowhere to go, he sat down, leaning against the wall with Eri in his arms. He didn't notice 2 thugs approaching him. Oh, look what we have here, one thug said. Kid, if you don't want trouble, give us all your money, the other threatened. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out. Ganging up on a kid? How shameful of you. And what do you want? One thug sneered. This lady may be old, but she still looks like a snack. Let's have some fun, the other thug suggested. Izuku quickly teleported next to the woman. Would you mind taking this snowball for a minute or two? Of course not, but why? She asked. There are some things I don't like, and one of them is criminals. In under a minute, both thugs were lying on the ground. As he took Eri with him to leave, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Looks like you don't have a place to stay. You can stay at my place, I have an extra room. I don't want to be a burden, Izuku replied. Nonsense. It will be nice to have some company. Where will you keep this little bundle of joy? Yeah, you're right. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm Nana Shimura. Let's head back. It's not far, just 2 blocks away. After they reached the apartment, Nana said, You can go take a bath first. You look like you need it. Okay, thanks. He left his phone and Eri in the living room and went to take a bath. While he was bathing, Nana played with Eri until she heard a ding from his phone. She looked at the screen and saw the wallpaper, which was a picture of Izuku with his parents in front of their new house. Tears filled her eyes as she realized the boy she took in was her own grandson. If he was her grandson, then Eri would be her granddaughter. When Izuku emerged from the shower, dressed in clothes Nana had given him, he noticed her tearing up. "Grandson," she said softly. "Huh. You are my grandson. Your mother's name is Inko, right?" Yeah, but how do you know?" "Because I am her mother." "No, you're not. Akari Tanaka is my maternal grandmother." "Let me ask you a question. Is there any similarity between her and your mom?" "Well, no, but now look at this picture." She showed him the wallpaper. "Is there any similarity between me and your mother?" "You almost look alike." "That's because she is my baby girl." "Oh, how much I regretted giving her up to the orphanage." "But why?" Izuku asked. "You see, I was a pro-hero back in the day, and I had to defeat a very strong villain after giving up Kotaro, who was only a month old. I then went to America following the villain and searched for him for about 5 years. By the 3rd year, I was PR'd in T again and gave BR'd to a appealing girl with green hair." "Izuku, now I remember." "Nana. You remember what?" "Izuku, you're All Might's predecessor for One for All, right?" "Nana. So you met Toshinori?" "Izuku, yeah, he offered me One for All." "Nana. What did you do?" "Izuku, I refused to take it." "Nana. What? Why?" "Izuku, I have a quirk. You could say it's a very powerful one too." "Nana. Is it more powerful than One for All?" "Izuku, it surpasses it." "Nana. What is your quirk?" "Izuku, my quirk is all-in-one. I have every quirk in existence, including All for One and One for All." "Nana. So you heard about All for One?" "Izuku, yeah, he is my dad." "Nana. Wait, what?" "Izuku, yes, he is my dad. Long story short, they met, fell in love, and my dad gave up villainy. He was about to turn himself in, but Nizu, the principal of UA, offered him a job to redeem himself by teaching future heroes. He has been teaching there for 18 years now." "Nana. Wow, I didn't know my daughter could turn the greatest villain into a teacher." "Izuku, I don't want to brag, but he is one of the best teachers at UA." "Nana. So continue explaining your quirk." "Izuku, as I was saying, my quirk is all-in-one. Whenever a quirk is manifested, a copy of that particular quirk is transferred to me. I also have a new ability that I just discovered. If I give away a certain quirk, I will still retain it." "Nana. Wow, a quirk bank." "Izuku, but I didn't get it." "Nana. Didn't get what?" "Izuku, you were dead, right? My dad said he killed you." "All Might said that my dad killed you. Did someone use reanimation jutsu?" "Nana. No, you idiot, no one used reanimation jutsu on me." "Izuku, Grandma, you watched Naruto too?" "Nana. Yeah, but back to the topic." "Izuku, yeah." "Nana. So after we were done fighting, I was half dead. I didn't die fully. He thought I was dead and left the battlefield. After some time, paramedics came in to look for any survivors. They found me and took me to the hospital. After that, I was in a coma for 4 months, or that's what the doctor said. After that, I retired and took a job as a nurse at the local hospital here." "Izuku, I'm glad that you are alive." "Nana. So why are you here?" "Izuku, you know there was news of a man going around Japan causing destruction?" "Nana. Yeah." "Izuku, well, that's me. I did it because I wanted to find my brother-like best friend and my girlfriend. And I found a horrible truth by doing that." "Nana. What did you find out?" "Izuku, you know Uncle Kotaro had a family?" "Nana. Yeah? So where is he now?" "Izuku, I'm sorry to say, Grandma, but they are dead." "Nana. What? Who killed him?" "Izuku, his own son's quirk. His son's name was Tenko Shimura." "Nana. So where is he now?" "Izuku, he is a villain now under the alias Tamura Shigaraki." "Nana. What?" "Izuku, yeah, he is a villain now." Then Eri started crying because she was hungry, and they all went to eat dinner. Flashback ended. "Izuku, so tomorrow I will give notice. Since I joined only for 2.5 months, I should be able to get out of there in a week or so." "Nana. Okay, good." The next day, Izuku was on his way to Antiku. He opened the door and saw blood everywhere. From the ceiling to the counter, it was sprayed everywhere. He saw Tuka lying near the management door and rushed toward her. Izuku, Tuka, what happened? Tuka, Umari took Kaneki. She then passed out. Izuku took her to her room and laid her down on the bed. He then went outside and started cleaning the mess. Time skipped to evening. He was almost done cleaning the bloodstains when the door opened. He turned around to see Yoshimura and Yomo. Before he could say anything, Yoshimura spoke up. Yoshimura, they took him, didn't they? Izuku nodded. Yomo, where is Tuka? Izuku, inside her room. She was injured, so I took her to her room. Yomo, okay. Yoshimura, Yomo, round everyone up for me. Antiku will be closing up for a little while. Time skipped to everyone in the meeting room. Everyone was either sitting, standing, or leaning against the wall. The door opened, and Yoshimura came in. Yoshimura, it seems that everyone is here. A few will be joining us later, but let's go ahead and get started. We need to discuss the problems unfolding in the 11th ward and then decide what action Antiku should take. But before we get into that, let me address Kaneki's kidnapping and what it means for the rest of you. Do yourselves a favor and forget about ever seeing him again. This angered Nishiki, and he stood up, yelling at Yoshimura. Nishiki, what the hell? How could you say such a thing? Tuka, shut up. Quit yelling. Nishiki, we're going right to save him. Yoshimura, you have to understand, Hydrai tree is heartless. They are ghouls who live to fight. Izuku, yeah, but you are the ghouls who save others, right? Yoshimura, that may be true, but it won't be easy to sneak into their base and rescue Kaneki. They'll do everything in their power to stop us. Hinami, but why? That's so mean. Yoshimura, and then there's the CC. We can't ignore their movements. I'm sure it's only a matter of time before they start sending forces to the 11th ward in hopes of wiping out Hydrai tree. If we try to save him, there's a very good chance we could end up dead. Nishiki said, Gotta do something. We can't just abandon him. Tuka replied, if you're not going to save him, then I'll go alone. Nishiki insisted, I'll go with you. I owe him one. Hinami added, I want to help too. Kaneki's done so much for me. It's the least I can do. Just let me know how I can help and I'll do it. Yoshimura interjected, it appears that there's been a misunderstanding. I'm in no way abandoning Kaneki. I always planned on rescuing him. Nishiki, Tuka, and Hinami responded in unison, huh? Izuku chimed in, come on, guys, did you really think he was going to abandon Kaneki? He's the one who brought him here, isn't he? As I said earlier, you are the ghouls that save others. Yoshimura nodded, Izuku is correct. I will never abandon a ghoul in need, especially not one of our own. That being said, I cannot guarantee your lives. If you want to save Kaneki, you must be willing to risk everything. It will be tough, but you won't be alone, and I will protect you. There's one more thing, come in now. Then the door opened. Tuka and Nishiki took battle stances. Nishiki exclaimed, no way, not that guy. Shu entered, saying, imagine my horror when I was told my best friend Kaneki's life is in grave danger. The one who captured him must pay. Yes, I'll make sure of that. Izuku declared, I'm coming too. Nishiki protested, what? Dude, you're not even a ghoul. Izuku responded, who said I wasn't? 4 green Kagun emerged from Izuku's back. Tuka gasped, how? Izuku explained, I did some research about ghouls and found out that ghouls are people who have the quirk factor in their genes but haven't manifested it. When a virus broke free, it infected those people, attaching to their genes and changing them. That resulted in the formation of ghouls, and the various Kaguns are just the quirks that weren't manifested. So I did a little experiment. I took a blood sample from the bloodstain outside and used my gene alteration quirk on it to manifest it. Surprisingly, it was a success, and the drawback of ghouls, being unable to eat regular food, does not apply to me. Everyone exclaimed, wow. Izuku continued, even if you don't take me with you, I would have followed. I can't just leave a friend behind. And if you get hungry on the way, I can cut off any part of my body and give it to you. Everyone except Shu shouted, "No, don't." Izuku chuckled. Shu asked, "What happened? Why are your reactions like this? I can be a feast if you ask me." Yoshimura said, "Well, it happened something like this." Flashback. Izuku was looking for a part-time job when he stumbled upon a cafe called Antiku. He went in and asked for the manager. Izuku said, "Hey, I want to work here. Can I talk with the manager, please?" A staff member replied, "No, you can't." Izuku insisted, "But I want a job. I don't want to burden my grandma." The staff member said, "Good reason, but no." Then the staff door opened, and an old man came outside. He asked, "What happened, Tuka?" Tuka replied, "This guy wants a job here." The old man introduced himself, "I am Yoshimura, the manager of Antiku." Izuku said, "I am Izuku Midoriya, and please, I want this job because it's perfect." Yoshimura asked, "And how is it perfect?" Izuku explained, "Because I know your secret." Yoshimura and Tuka tensed up. Yoshimura said, "Please come into the meeting room." Izuku followed him to the meeting room and they took seats opposite each other. Yoshimura asked, "Let me ask you this, are you a dove?" Izuku replied, "No, I'm certainly not. I just have a unique quirk that gives me information about people just by looking at them." Yoshimura asked, "Okay, but how is this job perfect for you?" Izuku explained, "Well, you all are ghouls, right? And you can't eat regular food, right? So I can provide it for you." Yoshimura said, "But we have a supply for human meat." Izuku responded, "Yes, but I can give you fresh human meat." Yoshimura asked, "How?" Izuku then cut his right hand with his left hand and offered it to Yoshimura. Yoshimura exclaimed, "You will cut yourself to give us human meat?" Izuku replied, "Yeah, but I can also do this." His right hand grew back as if it had never been cut off. Yoshimura questioned, "But didn't you say you have an analysis quirk? So what is this?" Izuku said, "Oh, it's a secret, but if you want to know, you have to hire me." Yoshimura concluded, "Given the circumstances, I cannot let you go. So you're hired." Izuku said, "Thank you so much. And if you want, you can eat the hand." Yoshimura nodded. Flashback ended. Shu remarked, "Oh dear." Tuka added, "That was my reaction too." Izuku declared, "So what are we waiting for? Let's rescue Kaneki." With Kaneki, he was tied up in a chair and being tortured by Umari, also known as Yamori. Yamori was cutting off Kaneki's toes, stopping only when they regenerated before cutting them again. The torturing session continued, and Kaneki screamed at the top of his lungs from the pain. Kaneki thought, "What is this? I don't understand. What am I doing here?" At Antiku, Tuka said, "I'm fine with Izuku, but I don't want this guy with us," pointing at Shu. "Whatever his reasons, they aren't for our benefit." Yoshimura replied, "I know how you feel, but the hard truth is that we are short on allies at the moment." Izuku said, "You can leave that to me, Yoshimura." Yoshimura asked, "What?" Izuku explained, "I mean, I have an army." Nishiki asked, "What army?" Izuku replied, "You all know my quirk, right?" Everyone except Shu nodded. Izuku, "Well, I can make 20 clones, and then the clones will make their 20 clones, and those clones will make their clones. We can have an infinite number of allies." Yoshimura, "That's a good idea." Hinami, "That's so cool." Tuka, "But how are you even alive? We left you for dead." Shu, "In desperation, I heeded your advice, and to my surprise, it actually worked. Not only did I fully heal, but I also discovered I'm quite resilient." Izuku, "Okay, that's a bit unsettling." Tuka, "You really think he has plans to help us? He's only in it for a chance at Kaneki." Yomo then entered the room. Yomo, "He won't get one. I'll make sure of it. So put that out of your mind." Yoshimura, "Has there been any movement from CCG yet?" Yomo, "It looks like they'll be going for a full assault once the civilians are clear." Yoshimura, "That's when we'll move." If we use their attack as cover, we will have the best chance of getting Kaneki back. Are there any objections? Meanwhile, Kaneki was waking up in Yamori's room. Yamori, oh good, you're awake. This is my room, make yourself comfy. I thought I didn't need you after all, but one man's garbage is another man's hobby. I'm glad you're here, I've wanted to invite you over for a while now. He cracked his right hand's index finger with his thumb and donned a mask. Yamori, or maybe even before we met. So please do your best not to disappoint me, alright? Our C-imbuing fluid, once it gets into a ghoul's bloodstream, it suppresses all Kagun activity. When that happens, the flesh might as well be construction paper. At least as far as my scalpel can slice right through it. He prepared a syringe of our C-imbuing fluid and approached Kaneki. Hypodermic needles don't work on ghoul bodies, but there is one place where the needle will pass through. And that is the mucosa. He injected the syringe into Kaneki's eye, causing him to shout in pain. At CCG, they were discussing their plan to attack the Aogiri Tree headquarters in the 11th Ward, including how they would infiltrate it and how many soldiers they would take. Then the door opened, and they announced that the civilians had been evacuated. Marud, let's go, men. Everyone, yes, sir. They moved onto buses and headed towards the Aogiri Tree headquarters. A news helicopter hovered above the CCG buses, reporting the news across Japan. News reporter, CCG and the police are preparing to charge the 11th Ward with a joint force of over 1,000 men. At UA Dorms 1A, the class was watching the news in the common room. Shoto entered. Shoto, so they're going at it, huh? Tenya, yeah, they evacuated the citizens. Katsuki, yeah, those ghouls are going down today. Achiko, Katsuki, calm down. Katsuki, sorry I got worked up. Achiko, it's okay, just sit down. On the TV, Marud spoke about the operation. Marud, we will stake our lives to protect the citizen population's safety up to 99%. The last 1% will come from everyone's joint cooperation. Let us all work together to restore peace in the 11th Ward. Back with Kaneki, he was shouting as Yamori was cutting off his toes again with pliers. Yamori, how many was that again? Kaneki, 552. Yamori, I'll be back after you recover. Kaneki, 545. Yamori walked towards the exit and commanded the guard outside. Yamori, clean that up. Guard, yes, sir. The guard moved towards Kaneki with a mop and began cleaning the blood-soaked floor. Guard, Kaneki. Kaneki, Mr. Banjo? Banjo, I swear, I'll find an opening to get you out of here. Just hang in there for a while. Kaneki, why? Me. Banjo, I heard that Rise is dead. You didn't tell me to spare my feelings, right? You're a good guy. Shu and Haru, who will be taking over for me, are my friends. If anything comes up, you tell them. Kaneki, hang in there. Banjo then exited the room, and tears streamed down Kaneki's face. At Antiku, everyone was waiting for the right moment to start the mission. Yomo entered the cafe with Yuta. Yomo, is everyone ready? Tuka, Yuta, you're coming with us? Yuta, yes, I am. Kaneki is one of my valued customers, after all. Yoshimura, that's everyone, right? Let's go. Tuka, Izuku, do you have a mask? Everyone turned towards him. Izuku, yeah. He took out a mask and put it on. You can call me Frankenstein. Tuka looked at Izuku with a deadpan expression. Tuka, dude, really? Izuku, what? You know I like the character. Tuka, yeah, but why? Izuku, Tuka, we have a dangerous foe to face, and you're asking me about my choice of mask? Tuka, okay, you win. Yomo, are you two done talking? Let's go. On the CCG bus, Amon noticed Shinohara going through some papers related to Yamori. Amon, is something the matter? Shinohara, Amon, what did you think after fighting this guy? Amon thought for a moment before responding. Amon, he is not like any other ghoul I've faced before. I got a peculiar vibe from him. Shinohara, This was before they started calling him Jason, Shinohara said while looking at Yamori's information papers. He began telling Amon about how Yamori was arrested and brutally tortured, leading him to create another personality within himself. That's how Jason was born. On a rooftop a few blocks away from the Aojirai tree headquarters, the Aojirai tree leaders and their high-ranking ghouls were watching the CCG approach. Someone wrapped in tape spoke up. That was sooner than we thought, huh? Tatara replied, yeah. Bin brothers, you're in the main building. The Bin brothers acknowledged, and Tatara directed, Kirishima, the annex. Ayato confirmed, right? Tatara added, let's get going, Ito. You take it from here, Noro. With that, Tatara and Ito left the rooftop. Ayato then asked Nico, where's Yamori? Nico shrugged, beats me. Who knows where he could have gone? He then left the rooftop as well. Ayato muttered, that'd be easy. Now of all times. Meanwhile, Yamori paused from torturing Kaneki and began speaking. The weak are trampled upon, attacked, violated, and afflicted. He picked up a centipede and moved toward Kaneki. No, don't. Kaneki pleaded as Yamori placed the centipede in his ear. Outside the Aojirai tree headquarters, the CCG was in position to attack. The Aojirai tree members were ready to retaliate from the main building windows. Shinohara inspected the area, while Kuroiwa stood by. Juzo awaited the order to commence the attack, and Amon was also waiting for instructions. In a corner of the Aojirai main building, members of Antiku were hiding. Yuta remarked, it's unusually quiet, huh? Everyone in Antiku wore Aojirai tree uniforms. With Kaneki, he whispered, 223. Outside, a flare was fired, and both sides began firing at each other. Marud monitored the fight on a screen in a bus equipped with various systems for communication. How is CCG being outgunned? He exclaimed. A random officer replied, the enemy is using Kagun shields and scopes. Marud cursed, teeth former soldier ghouls, huh? He kicked open the bus door. Demenit. You've got to be kidding me. He snatched a gun and started shooting, taking down a few ghouls. Men, take out that sniper nest immediately, he ordered, then returned to the bus. What's that? Marud asked an officer. Oh, Mr. Marud, that's your motorcycle, the officer replied. Marud rushed to Juzo. Hold up. What are you planning to do with my bike? Juzo grinned, I'm just borrowing it. He accelerated the bike at full speed. Hold it. Marud shouted, growing anxious. Hey now, come on, hold it. Wait. Marud began to panic. Juzo rode the bike up the stairs as a ramp, shouting, Yahoo! He jumped off the seat, pulled out a gun, and shot a ghoul through a window, then jumped into the building and began shooting everyone inside. After clearing the floor, he signaled for the all-clear just as Marud's bike exploded. Marud was a mess of anger and frustration. Move in, he commanded. The CCG soldiers advanced, and the Antiku members took the opportunity to enter the building as well. The CCG moved floor to floor, eliminating Aojirai tree ghouls one by one. Shinohara reported back to Marud that they were waiting for instructions. Marud responded, divide into 3 units and take control of the interior and parking lot below. You should be able to rendezvous on the top floor. Shinohara replied, copy. Also, I don't see Suzuya around. Marud added, I can't let him die until he reimburses me for my bike. Somebody go and find him. Shinohara confirmed, copy. Juzo was in a room dispatching ghouls, shouting encouragements, hang in there. Don't die now. With Kaneki, someone was wiping the blood from his feet. It's so cruel, the person said. Thank you. Kaneki whispered. The person removed his hood, revealing Shu and Haru. Mr. Kaneki, Mr. Banjo asked us to bring you a message, Shu said. Haru added, I swear we'll rescue you, so don't give up. Shu concluded, all right, Mr. Kaneki, we'll be back later. They both put their hoods back on. Haru promised, we'll definitely get you out of here. Just then, Yamori entered, and they quickly exited. Yamori looked at Kaneki and smiled. Meanwhile, Izuku was with Tuka, fighting off enemy ghouls. Frank, why aren't you using your Kaguns? Tuka asked. I'm trying but they won't come out. Izuku replied. Do something about it. Tuka urged. Suddenly, Izuku felt pain coursing through his body and began to scream. What's happening to you? Tuka shouted. I don't know, but I think my body is breaking down and rebuilding itself. It continued to scream for several minutes. Finally, breathing, he said, I think it's done. The pain is fading. Tuka nodded. That's good, but we can't rest now. Izuku replied, I know. You go ahead, I'll deal with these guys and catch up with you. Tuka nodded and moved forward. Then she left Izuku to deal with the enemy ghouls. Izuku thought, okay, let's try to use Kagun one more time. He activated his ghoul powers, and Kagun emerged from his back, wrapping around his right hand like shoes. His left hand transformed into a claw reminiscent of Yomo's Kagun. He noticed two more Kagun, one resembling Tuka's and another like Kaniki's. An Aojirai member shouted, What is that? The rest of the enemy ghouls began to panic at the sight of Izuku's Kagun. Izuku wondered, Don't tell me the ghoul quirk got fused with all-in-one. If it did, can I use the other quirks? He tried using his lightning quirk on his right hand, and it worked. Okay, so it fused with the basic concept of my quirk, which means now I have all the Kagun in the world. Let's experiment with these guys, he said with a sadistic smile, though the other ghouls couldn't see it due to his Frankenstein mask. Meanwhile, Tuka was running through the building toward the direction where Yamori kept Kaniki. She narrowly dodged a Quinqua and turned to see Amon standing there. What are you doing here, Rabbit? He asked. Is he that guy from before? She thought, recalling Mr. Mato. Amon readied his Quinqua. Back with Izuku, he marveled at his new power, thinking it was amazing and overpowered. But I have to keep myself in check, he reminded himself, glancing at the mountain of corpses behind him. Now let's catch up with Tuka. As he ran, he spotted two figures and recognized them as the Bin brothers. So you two are the infamous Bin brothers, huh? He said. They attacked him with their Kagun, but he simply smacked them away. My turn, he declared, using Shu's Kagun on both hands and charging at them with incredible speed, impaling them. Die, he shouted as they exploded, their remains splattering everywhere. Using quirks through Kagun is really effective, he noted before running again. Tuka continued to evade Amon's attacks, wondering what was pushing him so hard. She remembered Mato's death and thought, is it because of me? After dodging another strike, she realized she didn't have time for this. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows to confront Amon. So go ahead, I'll deal with him, the figure said. Izuku, is that you? Tuka asked. I've dealt with the Aojirai ghouls and the Bin brothers, he replied. I'll explain later, you just go ahead and handle your business. Thanks, Izuku, Tuka said, feeling a blush rise to her cheeks. We're not like that, she stammered. Who knows what will happen in the future? He teased. You're the only one I know who can see the future, she responded. Yeah, but why are you wasting time? Go get Kaniki now. After I finish this fight, I will join Yomo and the others, so you're on your own for now. Okay, she agreed, running off to find Kaniki. Izuku continued fighting Amon and eventually knocked him out with a chop to the neck. He then teleported to where Yomo was. Everything under control on your side, Frank? Yomo asked. Yup, Tuka went to find Kaniki, Izuku confirmed. Good. Meanwhile, Kaniki had accepted that he was a ghoul, his hair turning white as he broke free from his chains and prepared to fight Yamori. On another rooftop, Tuka was running when a red blade flew toward her. Just as she was about to be hit, Nishiki saved her. Don't go being so careless, you bonehead, he scolded before passing out. Nishiki, she exclaimed. Yo, my dumb sister, a voice called out, and she looked up to see her brother, Ayato. What are you doing here? She asked. At the CCG headquarters, Shinohara spoke into his communicator. This is Shinohara. We've arrived at the roof. He scanned the area for any Aojirai members. There are no Aojirai here. Something's not right. Mr. Shinohara, a voice interrupted, and he turned to see Amon. Amon, are you all right? Shinohara asked. Mr. Shinohara, Actually, Amon started, but was cut off by a loud thud. They turned to see Marud listening to the communicator. What's happening? Marud wondered. Moo, it's him. The one-eyed owl, Shinohara warned. Leave only those distinguished men who you don't mind dying with you, Marud advised. If you can't handle him, then nobody can. Challenge him with as few men as possible. That is all. The one-eyed owl prepared to fight the CCG. Is the young man who took my arms from me 10 years ago here? He asked, turning to face them. It looks like you've been quite successful yourself. Perhaps I should have taken your DMT arm back then, like I did your superiors. Special Investigator Shinohara. IW, Shinohara said. Hirako, stay here. Right? Hirako replied. The rest of you, go and finish off Aojirai. Amon, you too. But Amon remained where he was. Amon, Shinohara urged. I will fight with you. Amon insisted. This is an order from your superior, Shinohara reiterated. Do as you're told. Amon exclaimed. I am staying here. Please, let me fight with you. Shinohara replied firmly, You are an outstanding officer, and I won't have you dying here. Go. Done running, Amon declared. Shinohara looked into Amon's eyes and said, Then don't get in our way. Right. Amon responded. Shinohara turned to Hirako. I'm sorry. I know the score, Hirako replied. So then, where are those quinquas of yours? Shinohara and Kuroiwa pushed a button on their suits, and their quinquas began to form into armor. Already wearing them, Shinohara said. They opened their quinqua suitcases and took their battle stances. Meanwhile, Tuko was fighting her brother. This organization isn't good for anything. Snap out of it, Ayato, you idiot. She shot her Kagun towards him, but he blocked her attack with his own. Cozy up with the humans, will you? We're ghouls, don't you know? Ayato charged at her, sending her flying. Does it make you happy, playing nice with humans? He appeared behind her and punched her, sending her in the opposite direction. And forgetting that you're a monster? He shouted, appearing in front of her to kick her in the face. If your wings are that lame, I'll clip them for you. He jumped on her from behind and bit her Kagun. Tuka screamed in pain. With the CCG, Shinohara and Kuroiwa ran towards the owl with their aratas and quinquas. The owl shot blade-like Kaguns at them, but they blocked the attacks. The owl jumped back to create distance. Prototypes or not, these aratas provide impressive defensive capability, Shinohara noted. Kuroiwa agreed. With the gear we had 10 years ago, we'd be dead twice over already, Shinohara added. Suddenly, a strange kid appeared, making a portal. Who the hell are you, kid? Shinohara asked. Knowing my name is not necessary, the kid replied. But what's with his voice? He only says, I mean really? A kid disrespecting my superior? Amon said. I don't care. I'm not even from this universe, I was just watching you all from the dark. As I like to say, revelry in the dark. At your dorms, Tokoyami sneezed. Someone is using my dialogue. But what can I say? Revelry in the dark. Back with the CCG, the owl looked confused. Anyways, continue your battle. I know what's going to happen, so I'll just go. Bye. The kid opened a portal and jumped in. What just happened? Hirako asked. Who cares? We have a battle at hand. Attack. Shinohara commanded. They began to assault the owl, who defended himself with his Kaguns. They managed to land a hit. Amon and Hirako sliced and stabbed the owl's back with their quinquas, while Shinohara and Kuroiwa slashed at his abdomen and eyes. They jumped back to create distance. Did we get him? Amon asked. Yeah, Hirako replied. Suddenly, 4 more Kaguns emerged from the owl's back, and Amon and Hirako noticed their quinquas were damaged. The owl began to heal himself. It looks like we lose, Shinohara said. Meanwhile, Yomo and others were engaged in battle. Shu was stabbing Noro with his Kagun while counting. Do. Chua. Cutter. 6. September. Hewitt. Dix. He threw Noro towards Yuta, who pierced through Noro's back with both hands. Not much resistance here, is there? Yuta remarked. Yomo and Izuku rushed towards Yuta, who was holding Noro. Yuta, hold him there. Yomo shouted, kicking Noro's chest and breaking his upper body from the midsection. Izuku used Shu's Kagun to slice Noro's legs and push them down the stairs. Dolce, Shu said. But Noro's body began to mend itself, standing uninjured. Being able to heal after that puts him beyond ghoulish abilities, Yuta noted. Shu remarked, his life force is astonishing. I wonder what he tastes like. An alarm suddenly blared. Noro pulled an alarm clock from his coat and turned it off, then walked down the stairs again. Follow him? Shu asked. No, let's hurry forward, Yomo replied, and they ran ahead. Back with Tuka, Ayato finished his biting session. You taste like sea all right, he said, squeezing her head. The world runs on power. Everything is determined by superior power. You are weak. That is why you lose. Just like Pop. With the CCG, they continued to fight the owl. The owl slashed the air, creating pressure that sent Amon and Hirako flying. Shinohara and Kuroiwa charged at the owl. Shinohara began, but stopped himself, recalling the kid's words. Yes, Kuroiwa replied. They attacked the owl, but he threw them away effortlessly. How far can we push these prototypes? Shinohara wondered. Are you thinking of doing something crazy? Kuroiwa asked. Let's do it, Shinohara said. I'm in, Kuroiwa agreed. They pressed a button on their Aridas, powering them up. Once charged, they stood ready. Let's go, Kuroiwa shouted. Yeah, Shinohara replied, and they dashed towards the owl, attacking with renewed speed and power. Amon was watching them from a distance. Amazing, he remarked as Hirako observed the intense battle unfolding before them. Kakuja Quinkwa, Hirako called out. Kakuja? Can they withstand them? Amon questioned. This capability is incredible, Shinohara exclaimed. But letting ourselves be devoured, Kuroiwa added. Shinohara then started to bleed from his arita and began to back away slightly. The owl took this chance and leaped away from their attacks. Kuroiwa rushed to check on Shinohara. Shinohara, Kuroiwa called. It's biting into me. Hey, this is bad. If it keeps up, I'll be eaten. The owl observed them and spoke. What an atrocious weapon. The world attacks and kills each other. We each try to justify ourselves by saying it's only right. But there is no reason that allows one to take a life. The act of taking life amounts to evil. It. Kuroiwa stammered. If there is such a thing as a soul, then it appears he has no plans to help you, the owl continued. Meanwhile, Tuka lay on the ground, injured and barely conscious. Ayato glanced at her and began to walk away. Dad, she murmured. Upon hearing this, Ayato stopped. Even in this situation, you call for Pop? He replied, activating his Kagun and turning to attack her. He's gone now, Tuka. Just then, someone intervened. Tuka opened her eyes to see Kaneki. Kaneki? On a nearby rooftop, Hyde was watching through his binoculars. He saw a white-haired figure save Tuka from Ayato's attack. Kaneki, he whispered. Kaneki looked down at Tuka. This is because of me. I'm sorry. Why are you an idiot? She replied before passing out in his arms. Ayato attacked again, but Kaneki blocked his strike with his Kagun. Nishiki woke up to see Kaneki holding the unconscious Tuka. Kaneki, Nishiki called. I'm all right, Nishio. See to Tuka, Kaneki instructed, handing her over to Nishiki. You look quite different now, don't you, you one-eyed Bishidi? Ayato taunted as Kaneki dashed toward him. I was sure you were already dead. Ayato shot back, firing his Kagun at Kaneki. Kaneki dodged and got behind Ayato. You are Tuka's one and only brother. I won't kill you, he declared. This is why I say you Antiku folks are all such wusses, Ayato retorted, and they began to fight, exchanging blows. Somewhere on a bridge, Ito observed, he's gotten stronger, huh? Is it about time? Yeah, Tatara replied. With Kaneki, he lay on the floor with an injured hand that healed quickly. Say, do you want me to tell you your secret? He asked Ayato. What the hell are you talking about? Aito replied. What it is you're trying to do in Aijai-rai, Kaneki stated. There's no way you could know that. Ayato shouted, firing his Kagun. Kaneki jumped and dodged every attack, then kneed Ayato, causing his Kagun to disappear. Shut up and listen. I'm talking, Kaneki said. Why you? Ayato growled, using his Kagun to create distance. It is for protection, right? What you hold most dear. You are strong. You could have killed me earlier if you wanted to. Ayato, what is it that you want to accomplish so badly that you'd even join Aijai-rai? I'll kill you. Ayato yelled. Suddenly, a Kagun appeared out of nowhere, attacking Kaneki and taking Ayato with it. Ayato recognized the Kagun. Noro! Hey you! Let me go! Noro! Hey! He shouted, but Noro did not respond as they escaped. Meanwhile, Yomo and the others felt the rumbling. What is this rumbling? Sure asked. I think this building is going to collapse, Yomo replied. I'll go grab Yoshimura, Izuku said, and the three nodded. Izuku teleported to where Yoshimura was fighting, causing everyone to stop. Now who the hell are you? Amon demanded. We are going to Owl, Izuku replied. Frankenstein, Owl said. But first, Izuku continued, snapping his fingers as a portal formed beneath them, and they fell in. Where did you warp them? Yoshimura asked. Near their bus, Izuku answered. Good. Now let us go, Yoshimura said. Izuku teleported near Hinami and Irimi. Look after him, I'll go get the others, he instructed. Okay, Irimi replied. He then teleported to where Nishiki, Kaneki, and Tuka were. Who are you? Kaneki asked. Izuku removed his mask. Hey, Kaneki. Izuku, why are you here? Kaneki asked. To get you out of here, duh. But before that, Izuku said, creating 2 clones to search for survivors and remaining Antiku members. Let's go, grab onto me. They teleported to where the others were as the remaining members began to arrive. The building started to collapse. Kaneki placed Tuka on the ground and began to leave. Nishiki was about to say something, but Izuku stopped him with a shake of his head. Where is he going? Nishiki asked. To get stronger, Izuku replied. But where? Nishiki pressed. Aijai-rai, Izuku answered. Everyone except Yoshimura, Yomo, and Tuka exclaimed, What? He is going to Aijai-rai to get stronger. He wants to protect what is dear to him, which is us, Izuku explained. Everyone began parting ways. I was going to resign today, but I guess I'll have no choice but to stay, Izuku said. Why were you going to resign, by the way? Yomo asked. My girlfriend is 3 months P-Arginin-T, Izuku replied. Congrats, bro, Nishiki said. Congratulations, Yomo added. You should go. She needs you the most now, and congratulations, Yoshimura said. I'll be dropping my grandma there and coming back, Izuku said. No, you should stay there, Yoshimura insisted. But, Izuku started. No buts, Nishiki interrupted. And if the situation gets out of hand again, we will give you a call, Yomo assured him. Fine, Izuku conceded. Now someone pick up Tuka, so that we can go to Antiku. Yomo then took Tuka, and everyone grabbed onto Izuku. They teleported to Antiku. After dropping them off, he teleported back to his grandma's apartment. Nana, hey Aizu, what the heck? Why is there blood on your clothes? And what are you wearing? Izuku, calm down, Grandma. I was doing some work. Nana, you were in the 11th ward, right? Izuku, why? Nana, why were you there? Izuku, my friend from work got kidnapped, so I went to rescue him with the others. Nana, okay, I know you do vigilante work, but this was a big mission, Izuku, yeah, I know. But hey, I came back, right? Nana, yeah. Izuku, let me get some rest. We will be going tomorrow because it's Saturday, and Dad will be there too. I just want to see his face when he sees you. Nana, oh, it will be really hilarious to watch him. Sleep well. Time skipped to morning. The trio was ready to go, Eri in a baby sling, Izuku wearing a green t-shirt and black shorts, and Nana in a black turtleneck and blue jeans. Izuku, okay, hold on to me now. Nana placed her hand on his shoulder, and they teleported in front of the Midoriya household. When Izuku checked if anyone was home, he found the door locked. Izuku, it's locked. But why? Nana, now what will we do? He then used Search and One for All to locate his parents. With One for All, the search range was enhanced to 100 miles. Izuku found them. Nana, where are they? Izuku, apparently, UA built dorms. Now, why is Mom there? Let's find out. Nana nodded, and they teleported in front of UA's teacher dorms. Izuku, Grandma, it'll be a surprise for them. Nana, okay, but first take her. Izuku took Eri from Nana and put on noise cancellation headphones. Nana, why those? Izuku, just a precaution. I don't want my daughter to go deaf if someone like Present Mike starts screaming when he sees a dead pro hero alive. Nana, why? Nana took a deep breath and approached the door of the dorm building, knocking gently. The door was opened by Hisashi. Hisashi, who is I? Nana. Hisashi, and Inanna Shimura's ghost came to haunt me. Nana, and you idiot. I came with Izuku to meet you and my daughter. Hisashi, daughter? Nana, yeah, I know, is my daughter. Hisashi, my good. Izuku, can you both shut up? Hisashi and Nana calmed down after hearing Izuku's shout. All the teachers and Inko emerged from their dorms to see what the commotion was about. When Toshinori saw Nana, he ran and hugged her, tears in his eyes. Nana, who are you? Wait a minute, Toshi, is that you? Toshinori, sob, yeah, teach, it's me, Toshinori. So, Nana, hey, I'm here now. Toshinori, I missed you so much. Hisashi, before we start, please come in and have a seat. They all went inside the teacher's dorm and sat in the common room. Inko, I don't know what happened, but I heard you say that I am your daughter. Nana, my baby girl, I am your mother. I wanted to keep you safe from your husband. At that time, he was the #1 villain, so I gave you to the orphanage. Inko, I don't believe you. I want proof. Izuku, we can do a DNA test. Inko, can we? Because I just know that a DNA test can only determine who the father is. Nana, no, dear, there is maternity testing too. I know because I'm a nurse. Izuku, because she promised me that she would take it. Inko, okay, so we will take it later. Toshinori, I just want to ask you, how are you still alive? Hisashi, me too. I thought I killed you. Teachers, wait, what? Hisashi, before I met Inko, I was taking quirks to make myself stronger. I was in full villain mode at that time, and that's how we faced each other. Inko, oh my. Nana, what? To correct you, Hisashi, I was half dead. I was saved by the paramedics who came and helped me. Hisashi, oh. Aizawa, is anybody going to talk about the baby in the sling? Izuku, oh, she is Eri, my daughter. Teachers and Inko, what? Hisashi, oh yeah, I forgot to tell you about it. Teachers and Inko, you knew this whole time? Izuku, calm down please. She is sleeping. Teachers, oh, sorry/yeah, sorry/really sorry. Toshinori, young Midoriya, how can you cheat on Nijire like this? She has your baby. Izuku, first off, I adopted her. Second, you all know about it. Midnight, yeah, Nizu told us the situation with Nijire. Izuku, and Dad. Hisashi, yeah, son? Izuku, the side effects of All for One caught on. Hisashi, you mean the white hair? Izuku, yeah. Inko, but sweetie, your hair is green right now. Izuku, I kept it that way so you wouldn't have to keep your guard up when I was sitting here, exclaiming I am Izuku even though I look different. Aizawa, you can change it now. Izuku, Thanks. He then deactivated the quirk, and the color of his hair changed to white. Hisashi, and son? Izuku, yeah, Dad? Hisashi, I unlocked a new aspect of my quirk. Izuku, what is it? Hisashi, I can erase quirks that I took from others. Izuku, don't tell me. Hisashi, yup, I erased anti-aging and immortality. Izuku, so how many years do you have now? Hisashi, roughly 40 to 50 years. Izuku, oh. He looked down in sadness. Hisashi, but hey, I have a loving family and 2 grandkids. I don't want anything else, Izuku said. 2? Oh, Hisashi replied. I have to leave now. Why? Hisashi asked. I have to talk with Nizu and visit Nijire. Okay, you can go, but give me my granddaughter. Izuku handed Eri to Hisashi, and she began to wake up. When she saw her grandpa, she started laughing. Oh, someone likes her grandpa, Inko said. I love kids, okay? Hisashi replied. I know, Inko said. I'll take my leave now. Bye, everyone. Bye. See you later, everyone called out as Izuku walked toward the principal's office, using his invisibility quirk. When he reached the office, he knocked, and after a few seconds, he heard, "Come in." He opened the door and entered. Nizu was holding a stun gun. Who are you? Show yourself, Nizu demanded. Calm down, sir, it's me, Midoriya, Izuku said. Is that you, Izuku? Nizu asked. Yeah. Close the door and deactivate the quirk. Izuku closed the door behind him and deactivated the quirk. So, why are you here? Not that I don't like it, Nizu said. I want to discuss something with you. And that is, I want a pro hero license as soon as possible, sir. But why? Nizu asked. A big villain is attacking. Where exactly? I mean, he is going to attack, I just slowed him down. So you were the vigilante named Tenshi? Tenshi, Angel, Izuku said, looking confused. I thought people called me Akuma, Demon. Yeah, most people call you Tenshi, Nizu confirmed. Oh. I've been meaning to ask, what's with your white hair color? Oh, this, Izuku said, pointing at his hair. It's a side effect of All for One. Oh. So is that all you wanted to talk about? No, I have a new question arising in my head right now. And that is, why aren't you arresting me right now? I mean, I've committed a crime by doing vigilante work with no license whatsoever. If you're telling the truth about a big villain attacking, then I need my greatest ally in the fight. That makes sense, Izuku replied. Not to be rude, but is that all? I have way too much paperwork now that you gave me this information. Yeah. So you may leave now. Thank you, and have a good day, sir. You too, Izuku. Izuku then teleported to Nijire's house. Izuku stood in front of Nijire's house, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. When he heard the door open, he bowed with his eyes closed. I'm sorry for not being there for your daughter, but I'm back and willing to take full responsibility. After a few seconds, he heard sniffs. When he looked up, he saw that Nijire had opened the door, tears of joy streaming down her face. Izuku walked toward her and hugged her. Where were you? She sniffed. You big dummy? Sorry, I'm very sorry, but I had to do it. It would have been bad if I hadn't. I missed you so much, she said, still crying. I missed you too. Come inside. They went into the house and sat on the couch. Nijire clung to him as if her life depended on it. He wrapped his arm around her and started stroking her hair. Hey Niji, he said. Yeah, Zuzu. When you graduate. Marry me. Nijire released him from the hug and stared at him with wide eyes. I know it came out of nowhere, and we haven't dated that much, and because of me, we were 3 months apart. But still, I'm asking you this. Nijire Hato, will you make me the happiest man alive and marry me? Nijire didn't say anything, she just closed her eyes and leaned in. When they were just millimeters apart, the door opened. We're back, Junji announced. Izuku whispered, damn it, not again. Dad, Mom, come in the living room. I have some news, Nijire said, giggling. Okay, sweetie, Neri replied. Neri was the first to enter the living room. When she saw Izuku, she froze. Junji entered next and saw Izuku. What was the NU? Junji exclaimed. Long time no see, Neri, Junji, Izuku said. Junji walked toward Izuku, anger evident in his steps. Izuku stood up and bowed. I'm sorry for what I did, but I am going to take responsibility. I want to marry her. So please give us your blessings. What did you just say? Junji asked. I am willing to take full responsibility, and I want to marry your daughter. It's her decision. We are no one to interfere in our daughter's life, Neri said. Junji nodded in agreement. What do you say, Nijire? Nijire stood up and kissed him. Does this answer your question? I missed this feeling so much, Izuku thought. Crystal clear, he replied. Junji asked, so when will the marriage be? Have you decided yet? After Nijire graduates, Izuku said. What about you? Neri asked. After I get my pro hero license. I will be leaving UA and start a career as a hero for a while, then I will create a business empire. Oh, but that is 2 years from now, isn't it? Junji inquired. Well, no. I specifically requested Nizu for a pro hero license because there will be a big villain attack. Oh, but when is your license exam? Izuku's phone dinged with a message from Nizu. In 5 months, Izuku read. Mine is after the DLVRY of the baby, Nijire added. Good, because the villain attack will be in 7 months, at most 8, Izuku said. Okay, Nijire replied. Now then, can I take her with me for a little bit? Junji started to respond but was cut off by Neri pinching him from behind. Neri, of course dear. Nijire, where are we going? Izuku, before we leave, I have something to tell you. I think my dad mentioned this, but you have another granddaughter. Junji, you cheated on my daughter. Izuku, no, she is adopted. Neri, that's a relief. Izuku, do you want to see her? Junji/Neri, yes/yes, please/please. Izuku, then come with us. They grabbed onto Izuku and teleported back to UA. When they entered the teacher's dorm, they saw Inko hugging a woman, both in tears. Izuku, so I guess the test result was positive. Hisashi, yes, but I still can't believe I attacked my mother-in-law in the past. Whispering, by the way, why are Neri and Junji here with Nijire? Izuku, whispers, they wanted to see Eri, and I have news for you all. Neri noticed Eri in Hisashi's arms. Neri, Izuku, is that her, my other granddaughter? Izuku, yup, isn't she cute? Neri went up to Hisashi and took Eri from him. Surprisingly, Eri didn't cry this time. Izuku, whoa, Neri, she likes you already. Junji, yeah, kids love her. Izuku, now then, time for the announcement. Turns to Nijire, are you ready? Nijire, yup. Izuku, everyone, may I have your attention please? Everyone in the room turned to Izuku. Izuku, we decided that we are going to get married. Everyone, congratulations/congrats, problem child/congratulations, young Midoriya. Aizawa, maybe I should ask joke out too. Everyone stared at Aizawa. Aizawa, I said that out loud, didn't I? Everyone, yes, you did. Aizawa face-bombed, blushing. Aizawa, damn it. Izuku, now then, we have one more thing to do. Nijire, what? Izuku, call the others to the cafeteria. Nijire, okay. She took out her phone and messaged everyone to come to the cafeteria. Nijire, done. Izuku, then let's go too. They arrived at the cafeteria, which was empty. Izuku, I'm going to go. Nijire, where? Izuku, washroom. I was holding it since I was in front of your house because I was so nervous to face you and your parents. Nijire, go fast then. Izuku teleported away. Then Katsuki, Shoto, Tenya, Achiko, Kyoka, Momo, Mirio, and Tamaki entered the cafeteria. Mirio, hey, what was the big rush, Nijire? Tamaki, Aren't we going to talk about why she is here in the first place? Tenya, that's right, you should rest at home right now. Achiko, why are you here, and that too all of a sudden? Izuku, every question will be answered. They turned around to see Izuku. Izuku, hey guys, long time no see. Everyone except Nijire, Deku, Izuku. Before anyone could move, Katsuki used his explosion to get to Izuku, creating a loud blast in front of him. Katsuki, where were you, shitty nerd? Do you know how worried we were? After you rescued us, you ran away. Give me an answer. Izuku didn't respond and just hugged him. Izuku, I'm sorry Katsuki, but I'm back, right? And I'm not going anywhere now. After that, everyone except Nijire came closer to Izuku and hugged him. Mirio, you will never do anything like this again. Izuku, I promise. Everyone, good. Nijire, now that you have greeted each other, tell us what you were doing these 3 months. Izuku, okay. He explained how he met Nana and worked at Antiku, excluding the details about the ghouls. Then he shocked them by mentioning he was part of the Aojirai tree raid and showed them his new quirk. Izuku, so that was everything that happened in the past 3 months. But we have a big problem approaching us. Nijire, before that, Zuzu, why is your hair white? Everyone, yeah, why? / don't tell me you dyed your hair, / why did you dye it? Izuku, no, I didn't dye my hair. It's just a side effect from All for One. Everyone, oh / makes sense / that's why Uncle has white hair. Izuku, okay, on to the topic. There will be a big villain attack in about 7 to 8 months. I know this because of my vigilante work. Katsuki, why were you doing vigilante work, nerd? Izuku, I was gathering information on Shigaraki and the League. Apparently, Tamura Shigaraki is my cousin, Tenko Shimura. Everyone, what? Izuku, yeah, I found that out while going through the files. I also did my vigilante work around here, Muzutafu, Hosu, and Kamino Ward, because these places were under suspicion of being the League's base. There have been numerous attacks on UA in these 3 months. Tenya, where were these attacks? Because we didn't get any hits on UA's building, not even its wall. Mirio, yeah, where were these attacks? Katsuki, figure it out, you idiots. He just said he was fending them off. Everyone, oh. Izuku, the Boom Boom Boy is smart now, huh? Maybe I should have stayed in Tokyo more. Everyone, no, / like hell you will. Izuku, just kidding geez. Tamaki, what was the second thing? Izuku, turns to Nijire, do you want to tell them? Nijire nodded. Izuku, this time you say. Nijire, okay, so Izuku and I are getting married. Everyone, woohoo, congratulations, / congrats, UDMN nerd, / we will get her ready whenever the wedding is, / actually, the question should be when is the wedding? Izuku, we still haven't decided yet, but maybe after the villain attack. Tenya, that's a good choice. Momo, makes sense. Tamaki, yeah, because there will be no disturbance after the attack. Shoto, what? Tamaki, nothing. Shoto, what was that? Izuku, okay, so that's out of the way. I have one more announcement, Kyoka said. Now what? Whatever it is, just say it quickly. I want to go in the dorms and cuddle with Momo. Momo blushed at this. Izuku sighed. In the next 5 months, you will be looking at pro-hero singularity. Achiko asked, what do you mean by that? I'll be taking my pro-hero license exam in 5 months. Everyone reacted in shock. Wait, what? Yudeman Deku, you will be getting your pro-hero license before me? Yeah, angry Pomeranian. But if you look at the situation as a competition, Izuku chuckled, I'll be winning 2 times. Katsuki frowned. Ha. I'll be getting a wife and the pro-hero license before you. Haha. Why you? Katsuki shouted, starting to chase Izuku. As he ran, Izuku would occasionally turn around and give him a playful gesture. The others just face-bombed at the scene. Achiko remarked, these two. Nijire added, will never change. After a while, They both calmed down and started laughing. They joined the others who were chatting. Kyoka asked, "Are you both done?" Katsuki and Izuku replied, "Yeah." Izuku then approached Nijire, wrapped his arms around her, and gave her a kiss. "Should we go out somewhere, or do you have something on your mind?" Nijire smiled. "No one's going out. I just want to spend time with you." "Okay." Meanwhile, in Mizudafu, Shigaraki was frustrated. "Why is this happening? For 3 months we've been attacking UA and nothing has changed." Kurojiri replied, "It's because of that Tenshi Tamura." Shigaraki growled, "That annoying Tenshi. Whenever I steal his quirk, I'll kill him." The doctor interjected, "Relax, Tamura. Our weapon will be ready in 8 months, and then we will attack." "I don't want to wait 8 months. It takes time to create the high-end Nomus and prepare Gigantomachia," the doctor explained. Back with Izuku, he said, "So now we know about the situation. We have at least 7 months. Train hard." He turned to Nijire. "Not you, Niji." Then he faced everyone again. "Time is limited. Starting tomorrow, our class's training will kick up a notch. I've informed Nizu about this situation. They will take drastic measures to prepare you for battle." Everyone nodded in agreement. Izuku shouted, "So, all hands on deck." Everyone cheered, "Wait." For months later, a lot had happened. They had their cultural festival, joint training with Class 1A and 1B, a Christmas celebration, and the students went home for 1 day on New Year's, scripted by a pro-hero due to the frequent villain attacks reported by Izuku. Their internship started again, and this time it was mandatory for everyone. Izuku stayed with Nijire, helping her as her baby bump grew. They spent 2 to 3 weeks at Izuku's house for some alone time. Now, they were lying on the bed, Nijire's head on Izuku's lap while he read a book. "Izuku, Izuku," she called. "I'm Izuku," he replied. "Are you training well for your license exam next month?" "Yup. I see you helping me, cooking for me, doing laundry and everything. When you fall asleep at night, I go to UA's gym and use a quirk that freezes time for 4 hours. In that time, I do my workouts and training." "Oh." Meanwhile, in a warehouse, Shigaraki was on a call. A body lay at his feet in a pool of blood. "Scorch acquired, doctor," he said. "Good. Redestro called a few minutes ago. He wants to meet you for a conference. It could be about the front," the doctor informed him. "I'll be there. By the way, doctor, I am feeling a bit of pain." "I see. After your meeting with Redestro, come by my lab." "Okay." A few hours later, the doctor asked, "So what happens when you use the quirk?" "I feel a bit of pain throughout my whole body whenever I take quirks." "I see. I think it's because of giving you the quirk artificially. There is destabilization in the quirk. You need 4 months to stabilize it." "What?" "Yes, the stabilization process needs time, so approximately 4 months is required." "Fine." 3 months later, Izuku got his pro-hero license and welcomed a daughter named Ino, who had green hair and blue eyes. A few weeks later, Nijire took her pro-hero license exam, and Izuku helped her train with the time-freezing quirk. They became engaged as Nijire was set to graduate in 2 weeks. After the engagement, Izuku, Nijire, and Eri moved to a new home. Now, Izuku was preparing to leave for Korea, and Nijire was stopping him while holding Ino and Eri. "Do you have to go?" she asked. "Yeah, I have to find this kid." "Why?" "Because this kid has a very strong and powerful quirk." "How strong and powerful are we talking?" "He can create quirks with his quirk." "Okay, you need to leave now and take him and his family to you. Thank you for understanding." He kissed her. "By the way, there is a raid tomorrow on Jaka Hospital and the Mountain Lodge Resort in Kyoto." "Yeah, I'll come by tonight, and if they're not convinced by then, I'll go directly to the locations." "Where are you assigned?" "Evac team in Jaku." Well, I should leave now." He kissed Nijire on the lips, then kissed Eri and Ino on the forehead before heading out. Next day, Nijire was driving her car towards UA to drop Eri and Ino at their grandparents and great-grandma. After she dropped both of them, she changed into her superhero costume and flew towards the meeting place. When she arrived, Burnin began giving them orders. After 2 hours, all civilians were evacuated from Jaku. At the mountain lodge, the heroes were fighting the villains. In a room of the resort, Hawks confronted twice. The heroes were struggling against the villains but held their ground until they heard a rumbling. They saw a giant villain emerge from the mountain lodge, known as Gigantomachia, heading towards Jaku, which was 80 kilometers away, with 20 cities in between. Flashback. 1 month before the raid, a doctor analyzed Gigantomachia's progress and discovered he would awaken in a week. After a week, Gigantomachia woke up, programmed to obey Shigaraki and to eliminate any heroes who stood in their way. Flashbackins. Somewhere on the mountain, Momo and the recon team noticed Gigantomachia moving towards Jaku. They devised a plan to stop him. Kamui Woods was carrying Midnight to the giant's mouth so she could use her quirk to sedate him. However, Kamui was struck by a boulder thrown by Mr. Compress, causing him to drop Midnight, who was also injured. She called All Might on her communicator. All Might, she coughed, we need you. Giant villain. Midnight, come in. All Might shouted, but there was no response. Sheet. He looked at Endeavor. I have to go. Midnight mentioned a giant villain. Go already, we can handle it here, Endeavor replied. All Might nodded and leaped away. As All Might jumped from roof to roof, he spotted hundreds of green blurs but ignored them, focusing on reaching Midnight. When he arrived, he saw the 82-foot giant. He jumped and delivered a Detroit smash to Machia's face, but it had little effect. He needed to use all the remaining power of One for All. With a mighty uppercut, he yelled, United States of Smash. After that, he deflated. At that moment, MD Lady held Machia's head open. A few minutes later, Kirishima arrived and threw a small can containing anesthetic to sedate Machia. However, Machia retaliated, throwing MT Lady and Kirishima aside. Meanwhile, some villains approached Midnight with malicious intent. As one villain prepared to attack, Midnight closed her eyes, bracing for impact, but the attack never came. She opened her eyes to see Singularity standing over the defeated villains. You came, huh? Midnight said. Of course, Izuku replied. Took you long enough, she said. Hey, evacuating 20 cities takes time, he responded. You're telling me you evacuated civilians from 20 cities in just 2 hours and alone? What are you? I'm Singularity. After saving Midnight, Izuku dashed towards Toshinori, who was about to be crushed by Machia's foot. He saved him just in time. Then he took Midnight and Toshinori to where Momo and the recon group were and healed them. Noticing Machia heading towards Jaku, he sent a clone into the sky. When the clone disappeared into the clouds, they all heard a roar, and a storm began to form. Moments later, a golden dragon with 3 heads, approximately 500 feet long, crashed down, stomping on Machia's head. Momo asked, Izuku, what is that? Oh, that's a new quirk I like to call Ghidorah. It's based on an ancient rival of Godzilla, he explained. Thank goodness I made those 2 quirks before I got here. But what about the pro-hero Godzilla? Momo inquired. We still don't know which quirk will manifest. It's like if one parent has a fire-based quirk and the other can manipulate fire, the child could inherit either or a combination of both, or even something entirely different. I get it now, Momo said. Anyway, take care of the casualties. I'm heading to Jaku, Izuku said as Momo nodded in agreement. Izuku teleported to a nearby rooftop and saw something that enraged him. His best friend getting stabbed and his soon-to-be wife scorched by flames. He turned to see Shigaraki, now Tenko, extending his hand, flames erupting from his palms. Izuku jumped off the building and landed behind Endeavor, walking towards Tenko with determination. With his right hand outstretched, something began to form in his palm, not like his creation quirk, but as if it were materializing from thin air. Tenko trembled at the sight of Izuku. You know, Tenko, I was reading a book a few months ago. It was about a power way before the era of quirks. In that book, a girl accidentally discovers a powerful ability that impacts her tribe. After her death, the king allows his daughters to consume her in hopes of gaining this power. However, the power becomes divided into 9 distinct abilities, each with its own specialty. This power is passed down for 2,000 years until a boy begins to collect these abilities to restore them and lift a curse. He learns that he only has 13 years to live after acquiring the first ability, but he remains hopeful and continues his quest. He collects the first 2 powers but is ultimately betrayed and killed by his own family. This boy's name is Eren Yeager. Now, Izuku finds himself wielding a massive hammer, nearly 6 feet tall. He swings it, sending Tenko crashing into a building. After checking on Katsuki and Nijire and ensuring they are safe, he rushes to Mirio. "I want to show you the power within One for All," Izuku says. "I know you've manifested 6 quirks from it, but you're not using it to its full potential." "I'm using One for All at 100%, Mirio replies. "You can go beyond that." "You mean like 1,000,000%? "No, beyond that." They see Tenko emerging from the wreckage, wounded but healing quickly. "Let me demonstrate," Izuku says. Tenko has regeneration. "Move back about 100 meters. Mirio nods and floats away. Izuku begins to power up One for All. One for All, 1,000,000,000%. With that he takes a step and vanishes, leaving a massive crater in his wake. Moments later, he reappears in front of Mirio. "Izuku, where did you go?" Mirio starts, but is interrupted by the rush of wind from Tenko's direction. When the wind settles, they see Tenko severely injured, missing parts of his body. "How much did you use?" Mirio asks, astonished. "Just 1,000,000,000%, Izuku replies. "Q-quintillion? Now that we're done, let's help Tenko." Izuku approaches Tenko, placing a hand on his forehead. He uses both One for All and All for One simultaneously to take back the quirks Tenko had acquired through his actions. As this unfolds, the surrounding heroes watch in awe as a rookie hero accomplishes what the number 1 and 2 heroes struggle to handle. "I need to speak with his father about a quirk marriage between him and Fuyumi," Endeavor remarks. "That's my student and nephew right there," Eraserhead adds, though his expression remains neutral. "That's my husband for you all," Nijire chimes in. As expected of the nerd, Katsuki comments. "Good job. Now I can spend time with Kami," Shoto says. Izuku heals Tenko and lifts him up, walking toward Aizawa. Eraserhead, "I want him to be in our villain rehab program." "We can, but we first need the principal's approval," Eraserhead replies. "I'll talk to him." Izuku turns around. "Okay, now I'm going to take you all to UA for treatment." Everyone nods as Izuku creates portals beneath them, transporting them to UA. He also teleports to UA and secures Tenko to a hospital bed. Next, he teleports to where his clone is holding Makia, using telepathy to render him unconscious. He then pursues the remaining members of the League of Villains and the Paranormal Liberation Front, arresting them and transporting everyone to Tartarus with his clones and portals. He ensures every hero is teleported to UA for treatment. A week later at UA, Mirio strolls through the hallways, uninjured. He spots Izuku with a 7-year-old girl and rushes over. "Hey, Izuku." Mirio calls. "Hey, Mirio. I have a question." "Go ahead." "Who is this little one?" he asks, pointing to the girl. "Oh, her? She's Baiyal." "Baiyal?" "Yeah, she's Korean. I brought her here because of her quirk." "What is her quirk?" "She can create quirks and use them, and if she wants, she can erase them." "Oh dear God, another you." "Ah no. She can create and erase quirks. I have all the quirks." "True, but where are her parents?" "According to her, they kicked her out when she was 6 for not having a quirk. She lived on the streets for a year." "That's horrible." "Her quirk manifested 2 days ago, so I went to Korea to find her. When I did, I brought her here to you, and now she's in their care." "That's good to hear. You can speak with her in Japanese, I already taught her that." "Thank you, I was going to speak Korean." Mirio approaches Baiyal. "Hey there." Hello," she replies shyly. "Nice to meet you, Baiyal," Mirio says with a warm smile. "Nice to meet you," Baiyal said. "My name is Baiyal." "Nice to meet you." They started to talk, and Baiyal opened up to Mirio. 2 months later, a lot had happened. Nijire graduated from UA and was now working as a sidekick at Ryukyu's agency. Izuku dropped out of UA and started his own startup company, working from home to take care of Eri and Ino. While Nijire was out doing hero work, Izuku sat on the couch in the living room, talking on the phone while watching Eri and Ino play. "Izuku," he said, "Tuka?" "Yeah." Tuka replied. "Explain." "Explain what?" "Why was I not informed about the prison raid 5 months ago and the raid on Antiku last week? I'm part of Antiku, so why wasn't I informed?" "Yoshimura told us not to." "Why?" "He said you have enough on your plate with your girlfriend P-Arjun T and the villain attack you told us about. He didn't want to burden you." "Burden my, hold on a second." He stood up, walked over to Eri and Ino, and put noise cancellation headphones on both of them before returning to the couch. "Burden my butt. You all are my friends. I will never forgive you if you do this again. I could have saved Yoshimura if I were there and could have extinguished the fire at Antiku." "Yeah, I know, but we can't change what's done now, can we?" "Where's Kaneki?" "He went to CCG." "What? That idiot." He sighed. "Let's forget about all this and see what we can do about getting Kaneki back from CCG. Yeah. By the way, I'm getting married next month, and you are invited. Bring Hinami and Yomo with you too." "Congrats. I'll convince Yomo to come. I'll message you the venue and time." "Okay. See you at the wedding. I have to invite Nishiki too. Now, see you later." "Yes, see you." Izuku hung up the phone. 4 years later, Izuku and Nijire got married in a small ceremony with friends and family. Nijire started climbing the ranks, and Izuku did hero work when he was free. His company grew rapidly during these years. Eri manifested her quirk, Rewind, and Ino manifested her quirk, a combination of all for one in wave motion, which allowed her to take, give, or use her own vitality. Izuku stood on a building in Tokyo, watching the large cocoon known as the dragon spread. From what he overheard from Kaneki and the others, it had another core and they were going to go kill it now. He looked down and saw them exit a building. Quickly spotting the core, he used his repulsor quirk to destroy it. When the blast occurred, everyone started searching for him. "Did you see who did that?" Kaneki asked. "No," Tuka replied. Nishiki then saw someone on the building opposite them. The person had a hood on, obscuring their face. "Guys, look up there," he shouted. The person signaled them to come up. They rushed into the building. When they reached the rooftop, they found no one there but saw something written on the floor. "I told you I will never forgive you." "Who wrote that?" Nishiki asked. Tuka realized who it was. "Izuku wrote it." "What? Why?" Kaneki asked. "Because when I talked to him 4 years ago, he said something similar. He would never forgive me if I didn't tell him about the problems we were facing without him." "But that was 4 years ago," Nishiki said. "Yeah, but recent events count too. The island and this dragon. I think he has cut ties with us." Flashback ended. "After that, everything was normal," Izuku said. "I mean, Nijire was doing her hero work, and I was busy with my company. Eri and Ino were at school. Years passed, and I attended my parents' funeral. After Nijire died, I distanced myself from others. I became cold. I lived on because I can't die. I even saw my appealing daughter's funeral and my grandchildren's funeral too. For 400 years I was alone, but I met you 100 years ago when the AP came, claiming they could end death by quirk, offering immortality and making Earth a utopia. But people didn't know that when they took this magma energy, their quirks would be erased, and their reproductive systems would stop working." "That's your story?" a voice asked. "Yeah, but why did you ask now, 100 years later?" "I got curious about the man who can withstand my full power. By the way, I'm going to infiltrate AP tomorrow. Now then, see you later, Klaxa Queen." "Yeah, see you later." To be continued.